Orion's Odyssey 3. Quantum Web. Written and created by John Robinson. Published in 2024. Read by AI. Chapter 1. Unconventional Ties. Jaxon and Qaeda, their fingers intertwined, stood before the vast expanse of Jaxon's newly acquired estate as the manticore made its grand descent from the heavens. A breeze, rich with the scent of the season's turn, whispered secrets from the verdant forest that cradled their home. For over 24 moons they had bided their time on Microxus, a world nestled within the arms of the Triangulum galaxy, leagues upon leagues from the star Sirius. Prior to their exodus from Sirius, Dr. Anika Patel alongside Professor Voss, amidst a league of scholars and healers, had dedicated themselves to halting the scourge of the nano-nexus. The corridors of their sanctums bore witness to the hours poured into the salvation they sought to craft. United, they braved the Herculean task of disseminating the antidote. After countless days and nights melded into a continuous labor, they deemed their duty fulfilled, allowing themselves a respite. Yet traversing the void between stars was a journey of patience and time. Below the azure expanse, as Jaxon and Qaeda's hands remained clasped, they peered up as the manticore cleaved through the sky. Its shadow drifted upon the crystalline structures below, while the firmament above swirled with hues of twilight. Its approach was heralded by a thrum that resonated deep within. Bathed in sunlight, the manticore kissed the ground, its arrival marked by the softest whisper against the marble. The engine's hum faded into silence. Mirth and laughter heralded Anika and Seer's descent down the ramp, their spirits undiminished by their journey. Following closely were Kelly and her kin, with Professor Voss, dignified in his hover chair, among them. Robert, too, made his appearance in his mechanical steed, which levitated silently, his body still slightly twisted yet his spirits lifted by Voss's gift of the neural fix. Kelly's voice boomed with jest.
Your own planet, Jaxon. Lucky you. I hope the natives are welcoming.
Greetings of affection were exchanged, with Jaxon offering his respect through handshakes and Qaeda, through the tender touch of her lips upon each cheek. As their hands met in a firm handshake, a shadow of concern passed over Professor Voss's features, yet his voice remained steady.
I've been worrying throughout our spaceflight about foreign pathogens. Of course, I couldn't contact you because of hyperdrive, but it's good to see you both healthy and well.
Jaxon's response was swift. I'm glad you reminded me. Qaeda wants to inoculate everyone as soon as possible. Corrigan had already obtained vaccinations, and we vaccinated ourselves as soon as I killed the bugger. Voss's sigh was one of relief mixed with a touch of personal concern.
That's good to know. Because I'm only getting older, Jaxon, and my immune system isn't as good as it used to be. Of course, we brought a lot of medicine with us.
A grin, belying his earlier worry, spread across his face.
Enough to fill an entire hospital with, in fact.
Jaxon, his attention abruptly shifting, posed a question that hung in the air, charged with anticipation. Speaking about hospitals, he pivoted, his gaze searching the crowd. Where's Nyx? Anika answered without hesitation.
Oh, she joined her parents on that cruise. I suspended her scholarship.
But why? Jaxon's voice carried a hint of confusion.
The stress was overwhelming for her, Jaxon. She requested to leave.
Anika clarified. Oh, was all Jaxon could muster.
You've advocated for taking breaks from our duties. Given your newfound wealth, I wasn't sure of what your plans were.
Anika noted, delicately touching on the subject of their wealth and implied partnership. Seer linked an arm through Jaxon's, offering a silent gesture of support. Anika suggested,
I thought we'd reunite with Nyx once you were both ready.
But she has no place to call home now. Jaxon pointed out, his concern for Nyx's well-being clear in his tone. Anika's gaze shifted to Qaeda, engaged in lively conversation with other new arrivals.
Because of Qaeda's efforts with the Interstellar Migration Accord, Nyx and her family are temporarily housed at the Earth's South Pole, awaiting the restoration of Delta 7.
We might already be behind on news from the Milky Way.
Voss added, highlighting the need for updates.
Setting up satellites should be our next priority.
Jaxon's concern for Nyx resurfaced. Does Nyx have enough of her anti-aging medication?
Indeed,
Voss assured, his affirmation leaving no room for doubt.
She has a substantial supply.
And Damien. Jaxon glanced towards the new arrivals, hoping that Damien might still be around.
Damien has found companionship.
Anika stated simply. That's excellent. Jaxon responded awkwardly. It's good he found someone. He deserves happiness.
It's definitely love.
Kelly's voice was warm. Did he meet her on Sirius? Jaxon asked.
Indeed.
Seer confirmed.
a local from the planet.
As Kaida rejoined the conversation, she embraced Anika.
What's happening?
Damien has found a partner from Syrisar, a local Jaxon said.
An amphibian species.
Kaida inquired.
They're not referred to as amphibians, Kaida.
Anika corrected with a smile.
Aquilorians, Kaida. Remember, Aquilorians.
Kelly reminded her, pointing out the correct term.
Of course.
Kaida acknowledged, her memory, probably jogged by the mention of the diplomatic negotiations she had conducted. Jaxon recalled the distinct appearance of the Aquilorians. Their unique beauty, marked by their shimmering, rainbow-hued skin and the light that seemed to radiate from within, had left a profound impression on him during his brief visit to Syrisar. Is Damien planning to settle on Syrisar, then? Jaxon asked, his concern for his friend mingling with his curiosity.
Absolutely.
Voss confirmed.
He's fully committed to his new life there. She's a psychiatrist, and he started as her patient.
Jaxon's reaction was one of surprise. Really?
Damien checked himself into a facility for mental care shortly after your departure,
Anika said. Jaxon glanced at Kaida, then squeezed Anika's hand. It took a lot of courage for him to do that. His gaze drifted towards Voss, noting the wheelchair. How have you been holding up?
The years haven't been kind to me. That high priestess had me trekking through Oort 45 more times than I care to remember. My joints have certainly paid the price. They're practically begging for a break.
Voss joked, despite the obvious wear on his body. A fleeting look passed between Anika, Kaida, and Seer at the mention of Priestess Mira. The brief but loaded exchange hinted at Jaxon's complicated past with the priestess. Anika changed the subject, her eyes scanning the impressive facade of the mansion.
We should focus on getting everyone vaccinated soon. Shall we go inside?
The sound of metal on concrete interrupted their conversation. A group of robots, their wheels humming against the ground, maneuvered luggage down the ramp. Jaxon's expression soured at the sight. Robots? Really? Kelly quickly defended the choice.
They're from Syrisar, rigorously checked for any health risks. Plus, considering your current relationship, I figured you'd be open to the idea.
Her remark prompted a round of laughter from her family, highlighting the irony. Before Jaxon could express his preference for more advanced transport solutions, Seer stepped forward, a hint of nervousness in her stance.
There's something we need to discuss,
she said, nudging Anika slightly. Anika's indigo cheeks tinged with a subtle violet hue, betraying her nerves. Jaxon felt a rush of anticipation. Are you talking about us? A heavy silence fell over the group.
It's time for some honesty,
Anika finally said. Kelly couldn't contain herself.
You four are together, like lovers.
She blurted out, drawing a sharp look from her mother for her lack of discretion.
Damien told me.
Kelly explained. Jaxon was momentarily speechless. Damien had been aware of his relationship with Kaida and Anika, but Seer too? It seemed Damien had connected the dots during the retreat at the Syrisar spa. Voss added his piece, his tone accepting.
It's unusual, but happiness is what matters most. I just hope we're not imposing.
Not at all. You're all welcome here, Jaxon reassured him, already leading the way into the mansion with an impossibly hot face, past the lush gardens and the serene sounds of water. On the way, Voss mentioned his family would be joining them soon on Microxus too. Inside, the mansion's opulence was undeniable, with marble floors and crystal chandeliers casting light into every corner. Yet, the atmosphere remained welcoming and unpretentious. It was amazing that the Planetary Alliance of the Milky Way had agreed that Jaxon could own the entire planet if he helped set up a diverse colony of migrants there.
This place is stunning,
Seer breathed out. Jaxon, feeling a sense of homecoming, drew her close. This is your home now. Explore, find comfort, and know that there's space here for all of us. For those who need it, separate dwellings are ready. I've prepared for a full house, hoping to see all 10 mansions come to life. Kaida's assurance resonated through the expansive hallways, a promise of life and diversity soon to fill the spaces. Jaxon, however, faltered for a moment. The absence of Damien was a shame. He had envisioned his head of security, a man bearing both physical and emotional scars, as a neighbor, perhaps as a form of stability. Yet he recognized the need for Damien to seek healing on new terms, away from familiar territories. The procession was momentarily underscored by the rhythmic hum of machinery, the Syrisar robots trailing behind, their efficiency in transporting belongings momentarily bridging the gap between surprise and necessity in Jaxon's mind. Kaida's mention of sushi sparked a new conversation, diverting their attention towards the evening's preparations.
But where does the food come from?
Kelly inquired. Jaxon explained, several of Corrigan's staff stayed post-liberation from the hive mind. The question of their origins followed, to which Jaxon clarified their extraterrestrial status, dispelling assumptions of local origins. Kaida, with a hint of jest, doubted the local fauna's mastery over fire, prompting Anika to question the extent of their explorations. Despite Jaxon's aerial surveys and Kaida's brief survival stint in the wilderness, the possibility of undiscovered civilizations nestled within Microxus's dense forests lingered in their conversation. The women drifted towards the kitchen, their voices a fading harmony, leaving Jaxon to introduce the men and Kelly's brother to the comforts of the living room. They were warmly embraced by the space. The sunlight cast a natural spotlight on their gathering. Kelly and Robert's father, Tony, inquired into Jaxon's romantic entanglements. It broke the casual observance of their surroundings, and both Tony and Robert admired the fact that Jaxon had 3 female lovers who all got along with astonishment. Jaxon, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor, navigated the conversation with ease, ensuring a boundary was humorously yet firmly established. Tony's gratitude towards Jaxon's hospitality underscored the conversation, highlighting the profound impact of kindness on those less fortunate. Voss's comment about Jaxon's wealth hinted at the broader potential for generosity, a sentiment Jaxon echoed with a thoughtful expression, his mind already considering future guests and their welfare. As discussions of other rescues and their fates unfolded, Anika scampered out of the kitchen towards a floor-to-ceiling window in the living area. Her sudden excitement over the alien birds in the garden drew their attention away. The window framed a picturesque view of the natural beauty encompassing their new home. Sia and Anika's shared moment by the bay window, marveling at the serene landscape, encapsulated the newfound peace and potential for happiness within their unconventional family. As the group gathered by the window, observing the birds partaking in their nectar feast, Jaxon's curiosity about the nature of the women's interactions during their separation lingered unsaid. His 2 years alone with Kaida had felt like a husband and wife type of conventional relationship. Perhaps Sia and Anika had experienced a similar dual companionship. They certainly seemed to get along well. He stood beside them, his gaze following the avian creature's delicate engagement with the flora. A comforting warmth enveloped his hand as Kaida drew near.
The memories we've made here mean everything to me.
Dinner's ready, folks.
Kelly announced from the dining area, her voice carrying the warmth of hospitality.
And Kaida, this sushi is a marvel.
Please direct your thanks to the sea and soil.
Kaida insisted. Kelly leaned in.
So we have fishers among us.
Yes.
Kaida said.
But none from this planet.
Voss asked. Kaida's response painted a picture of diversity and unity.
From many corners of the cosmos, but not from here, Corrigan's doing.
As they were served, Kelly's remark,
This is indeed a slice of paradise,
captured the essence of their assembled company, a sentiment echoed by Voss with a nod of agreement as he balanced his meal. The meal unfolded peacefully, the variety of beverages complementing the feast laid before them, a silent homage to the myriad paths that had converged at Jaxon's table. Chapter 2. Treachery in the Church.
The Church of the Celestial Body stood as a formidable force, with High Priestess Mira at its helm. Her iron rule reached every corner of the asteroid, built upon a foundation of devout followers, fear, cutting-edge science, and strict secrecy. But beyond all this lay Mira's true obsession, the Quantum Dreamweavers. These golden orbs were not merely advanced vessels capable of traversing the vastness of space, they had the power to cross into other dimensions. It was whispered about in hushed tones by those few who knew of their existence, for the QDs were more than mere technology to Mira, they were an extension of herself, and a reflection of her limitless ambition. With 4 of her prized possessions hovering before her in a hidden hangar deep within Oort 45, Mira was entranced by their warm light bathing her ebony skin. Her fingers lovingly caressed one of the orbs as she spoke of them as her intention vehicles and greatest treasures for Mira. They held both the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe and also a means for acquiring unimaginable wealth and influence. But as with any powerful tool, there were risks involved. And when QD5 went missing from the ether chart, Mira's sister Lyra grew worried. The two searched frantically through holographic maps, scanning different dimensions and parallel universes in search of their lost vessel. As they did so, Mira felt a pang in her chest, likely heartburn from the stress and anxiety of potentially losing one of her most valuable possessions. Lyra flicked her finger with practiced ease, peeling back layer after layer of the multiverse on the holographic chart, but with each one the golden speck of light remained out of reach. High Priestess Mira's normally composed face contorted in anger. This is impossible.
Patience, High Priestess,
Lyra said, removing her hood and revealing her wild afro.
Perhaps some diversion will ease your frustrations.
Mira scoffed at the idea. I have no time for mindless servants.
Ah, but they can be quite useful.
Lyra countered.
And besides, Jaxon is long gone and our clones are not yet ready.
Mira hesitated, considering Lyra's words. She longed for Jaxon's touch, but he was no longer an option. And without the clones, she had no other options for pleasure. She desired no one else. Fine, she relented, but not now. As Lyra proposed solutions to soothe her anxiety, Mira thought about the ruby her spy was set to steal from Earth's ancient past. Her spy had left in Quantum Dreamweaver 5, though, and that had disappeared. The nanotechnology it was going to buy for her new scientific department would elevate her status among her peers.
Perhaps a sleep potion,
Lyra suggested. I cannot stand this feeling of unease, Mira admitted, rubbing the tension from her neck.
Don't worry,
Lyra assured her.
When you awaken, QD5 will have returned with Kublai Khan's ruby in tow.
With the ruby? Mira asked eagerly.
Of course.
Lyra confirmed with a sly smile. High Priestess Mira's pulse quickened as she paced the expansive hangar of the Quantum Dreamweavers. Anticipation and anxiety consumed her as she awaited the return of QD5. 5 hours had passed since her awakening from a 12-hour drug-induced slumber, and still there was no sign of its return. Each passing moment only added to her unease, for according to the ether chart, the vessel should have returned by now. Summoning a trusted priest to her side, she ordered a thorough search of the chamber belonging to the spy she had assigned to QD5's latest mission. It was vital that they determine whether the absence of the vessel was because of betrayal or an unfortunate accident. As her fellow priests searched, Mira sought solace in prayer. She retreated into her temple, adorned with celestial constellations and mythical creatures carved into its walls. The air was heavy with the scent of burning incense, creating an atmosphere of devotion and reverence. Kneeling before the altar, crafted from polished onyx and adorned with gemstones, Mira raised her hands and began reciting an invocation with power and authority. The candles flickered in response to her words, casting shadows that seemed to sway in rhythm with her voice, and as they grew brighter, Mira said, "Great celestial body, bless and guide my Quantum Dreamweaver 5 on its journey. May it be swift, and may Carolyn find the Chinese ruby that our church so desperately seeks." But as she offered her prayers, a trusted priest approached and knelt beside her, interrupting the sacred moment. "What is it?" Mira asked, keeping her voice low.
High Priestess,
replied the priest gravely.
I bring news that may trouble you.
Speak, Mira commanded, her heart pounding in anticipation. He hesitated before presenting a communication device that had been found during the search of Carolyn's chamber. It was a foreign and sophisticated contraption. Mira took the device with growing unease as she examined it closely. This is not of our making. Whence did it come?
It is a model exclusive to the rival faction that aided Professor Voss.
The priest explained solemnly.
Marcus, Elena, and Nikolai were all in possession of similar devices.
Her muscles quivered at the implications.
High Priestess, this suggests that Carolyn may have communicated with our enemies.
A storm of emotions raged within her. Betrayal, anger, and powerlessness. How could we have fallen so far that our own would turn against us? The priest's voice remained steady.
Carolyn's actions have compromised your most prized possession. It is possible our rivals know the secret of their power.
Mira clenched the device tightly, her fingers trembling as her world crumbled around her. This is a betrayal of the highest order.
The evidence is damning.
The priest agreed grimly.
The church must take drastic action. We must uncover who else is involved in this betrayal and the depths to which this conspiracy goes.
As Mira thought of her younger sisters, Lyra and Sira, her willpower wavered. Staying silent about what she knew was against protocol, but they were her flesh and blood. How could she betray them? With a deep breath, Mira clasped her hands behind her back. This discovery marks the beginning of a great purging. You, along with your brothers and sisters, will journey to the darkest corners of Oort 45. You will reclaim my lost power and eliminate those who dare betray the church. Mira's decision to hold the execution ceremony on the asteroid's surface was a symbolic one, a statement of the spies' betrayal towards their church and its home. The rugged terrain mirrored the harshness of their environment and the vulnerability of human existence. Surrounded by her security forces, Mira exposed 4 more spies who were sentenced to death. The blade bearers would use machetes to cut their astronaut suits, exposing them to the deadly vacuum of space. In this desolate and silent void, with only the distant stars as witnesses, Mira stood with a small group of priests and priestesses, along with her 2 sisters and a few guards. All were clad in black robes and large cowls over their astronaut gear. Speaking through the microphone in her helmet, Mira addressed the group. We are gathered here today to cleanse our church of betrayers. But before she could continue, Sira's desperate pleas rang through the air.
No, please don't kill them. Zephyr is my lover.
Mira's lips curled in disgust as she turned to face her sister. You never told me this before. Lyra stepped forward, her voice trembling behind her visor.
Lindenthorn is my lover as well. Please spare their lives.
So my very own sisters are lovers with these spies, Mira spat out with disdain. Her sisters swore they did not know, which angered Mira so much she voiced that she had seen footage of their betrayal, helping Jaxon and his friends to escape. Her fellow priests and priestesses were quick to condemn Mira's sisters and their lovers to death, and even though Mira held a prime position within the church, she was powerless against their laws. Regretting her angry outburst, which revealed her sister's treachery, Mira pleaded for their lives as they stood before her. She could feel their rapid heartbeats and see the fear in their eyes. But the church demanded justice for their betrayal and alliance with Jaxon Orion and his crew. Mira's hands trembled in her gloves as she made one last desperate attempt to save them. But the truth was revealed through secret spy cameras hidden within the passageways of Oort 45. As the guards approached with their machetes, Mira closed her eyes and whispered a prayer for her sisters' souls. But suddenly, chaos erupted as rebels stormed through the crowd in moon buggies, armed with laser rifles. Mira's heart shattered as she watched the bloody battle between her guards and the rebels. When it was over, she turned to see her sisters' lifeless bodies, still anchored to the ground in gravity boots, with slashes all over their cowls and astronaut suits. Tears streamed down Mira's face. It was her own foolishness that had led to their deaths. She cursed herself for not seeing the truth sooner. The Royal Guard arrived in space shuttles, taking out any remaining rebels with precision. Mira knew she would survive this ordeal, but the guilt and regret would haunt her for the rest of her days. The image of her dead baby sisters would never leave her mind.
Chapter 3. The Data Harvest.
In the sanctum of High Priestess Mira, where the chamber of cosmic enlightenment bathed in the ethereal glow of holographic displays, the air was thick with the essence of distant universes. These projections, gifts from her covert operatives navigating the quantum streams, unveiled the marvels and monstrosities of distant realms. Yet, amidst this spectacle, a fierce storm raged within Mira. The spectres of her lost sisters cast long shadows across her heart, weaving threads of guilt and sorrow into the fabric of her being. It was a mantle of despair she wore, unseen but ever present, tightening around her with every breath. As her eyes wandered across the holographic footage of a bustling alien marketplace, a sanctuary of distraction from her inner turmoil, the remorse that haunted her refused to be silenced. She sought comfort in inquiry, her voice barely masking the tumult within. So what do we have here? Bazdar, a Martian whose loyalty was as steadfast as his curiosity, stood ready.
This is one of the floating cities of Levitas Prime.
And which dimension does it reside? Her thirst for knowledge shone through her regret.
The 6th.
And why are we seeing this? She pressed, her mind a battleground between her duties and her demons.
If I may.
Bazdar approached, his fingers ready to unveil further mysteries within the hologram. Of course, her ascent to knowledge was relentless, a path she trod with unwavering focus despite the shadows that clung to her soul. With a gesture, Bazdar magnified the image, revealing a figure both equine and human in form, engaged in the trade of exotic beings and luminescent corals. The scene behind him, a microcosm of life in containment, spoke of a civilization at once advanced and ethically ambiguous. Fascinating. And what do we call the beings of Levitas Prime? Mira inquired.
Levitans.
What do the Levitans do with this coral? She continued, her gaze locked on the vivid display of commerce and captivity.
They use it for medicinal and recreational purposes. The coral is ground into a powder and used for hydration, while they keep the aquatic aliens as pets or medicine.
Her attention sharpened on the trader. I see. And what about the horse-headed creature? Is he the trader?
No, he's a slave. The Levitans use a lot of slave labor in their floating cities.
And who buys these products? Mira's quest for understanding was insatiable, a light in the darkness of her grief.
Mostly merchants from the arid surface colonies.
Why? She probed.
The coral has a unique chemical composition. It's rich in a rare element called acolite. When ground into powder, the Levitans use it to create water in the laboratories of these arid colonies.
Mira, momentarily distracted from her inner demons by the allure of knowledge, prompted further. Tell me more. He hesitated.
May I show you what one of your scientists told me?
Why, of course. I understand you're not a scientist. There is really no need to ask me this every time, Bazdar. Mira's voice, though weary, sought to ease the Martian's deference as she fought against the tide of her own emotions. Bazdar, with a nervous adjustment of his comm band, invoked the presence of Professor Santari, a symbol of intellect within the scientific community of the asteroid colony. The Vortelith, a singular entity amidst the breathable atmosphere of Oort 45, stood encased in her life-sustaining suit. Her form, a marvel of bioengineering and technological symbiosis, spoke of a civilization far removed from the norms of humanoid life. The scales that adorned her, a colourful mosaic of emotion and communication, shimmered in the chamber's artificial light.
Alquilite is an elemental compound. It's primarily composed of hydrogen and oxygen, but with a distinct arrangement of the molecules due to its unique formation within the coral.
Professor Santari's voice, translated from the visual dance of her scales, offered a glimpse into the marvels of Levitas Prime. Mira, her thirst for knowledge momentarily eclipsing the ghosts of her past, delved deeper into the secrets of the coral. So, it provides a sustainable water supply, allowing arid colonies to thrive. A valuable resource indeed.
Exactly.
Bazdar, his role as intermediary briefly concluding, dismissed the hologram of the professor, shifting the focus to the broader implications of their discovery. I want it, Mira declared. As she transitioned her attention to the chaotic beauty of the galactic core, her spy's daring exploits were laid bare. The swirling maelstrom of cosmic forces, a symphony of chaos and order, beckoned her with its mysteries.
High Priestess Mira, studying the anomalies from the galactic core, presents a unique challenge.
Bazdar, ever her guide through the cosmos's wonders, echoed the sentiment of countless explorers before him. This time, Professor Zoldar's insights voiced the galactic core's unyielding mysteries. Our pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds, and will uncover the secrets of the cosmos, no matter the challenges Mira affirmed. Yet, the quest for understanding was not limited to the tangible universe. The metaphysical realm of Lumina, with its ethereal choreography, promised insights beyond the physical confines of reality.
Dr. Veranda was keen to talk to you about the matter. Shall I call him?
Bazdar offered, his role as bridge between Mira and the universe's secrets unwavering. Yes. The anticipation within Mira, a spark amidst the shadows of her existence, prepared to receive the revelations from beyond the physical veil. Dr. Veranda, a visage of otherworldly wisdom, emerged to share the fruits of his team's labour. The rhythm of Mira's heartbeat echoed a drum of war within the chamber as she engaged Dr. Veranda in discourse on the ethereal mysteries they sought to unravel. Tell me about this. What new experiments have you been concocting?
Our experiment studied the link between dreaming and the metaphysical plane, focusing on the lumina,
Veranda said. And what did you discover?
Our results suggest that there is indeed a metaphysical connection between dreams and the lumina realm. Certain dream sequences aligned with fluctuations in lumina energy patterns.
Her intrigue deepened, but with such a large population of beings dreaming all the time, how did they connect the individuals to the luminaries?
Remember when we traded that extraordinary device known as the Soul Thread Tracker from HD1?
Veranda reminded her. Mira, seeking clarification, asked, how does it work?
The device is equipped with highly sensitive detectors capable of identifying the subtle energy fluctuations generated by the luminaries.
And how do you use it? Mira inquired. Veranda explained the process, linking dreamers to the metaphysical through the Quantum Dreamweavers. Mira, caught in the revelation's grasp, marveled, it is hard to understand, but it's a miracle.
This opens the door to a deeper understanding of the universe's metaphysical aspects and the potential for harnessing its power.
Mira pondered, envisioning a future unfettered by the constraints of their current understanding. Could we harness this connection for our benefit? Veranda cautiously stated,
while the research is in its early stages, we believe that understanding this connection could lead to new possibilities.
Continue your research. Beneath her command lay a storm brewing on the horizon of her desires. Have we made any progress in connecting with QD5? I want that Chinese Emperor's ruby more than ever, Mira confessed, her yearning for the gem a fire that consumed her. Bazdar, bearing the weight of unwelcome news, admitted,
our scientists have been scouring the ether chart, High Priestess. There's still no trace of QD5.
A fury surged within her. I demand to speak to Captain Tanis immediately. On second thoughts, no. Prepare my spaceship for the journey. The call of Mars ignited a spark of adventure amidst the shadows of her quest. Bazdar, ever faithful, bowed and set forth to coordinate the High Priestess's voyage. as the vessel of High Priestess Mira cleaved the void between the stars, hurtling towards the red sands of Mars, a storm of disquiet churned within her. The fabric of her being was frayed by the lingering remnants of treachery, the loss of kin, the enigma of QD5's disappearance, and an insatiable hunger for the veiled truths of the cosmos. Within the confines of her ship, a haven that once brought peace now seemed a prison, its walls inching ever closer while her psyche spiraled into chaos. Her frame quaked, a physical testament to the maelstrom of her thoughts, as breaths came in sharp, ragged pulls, fighting an invisible force that threatened to suffocate her very essence. Tears veiled her sight. They rendered the control panel before her a blur of lights and shadows. Hands clutched at her chest were a futile shield against the overwhelming force of her cascading emotions. The crescendo of her anguish filled the vessel, a solitary figure undone by the weight of her crown.
High Priestess Mira.
The voice of her pilot, distant as if calling from another realm, pierced her veil of despair.
Are you okay? Medical Bay. This is an emergency. Come and collect the High Priestess. There is something wrong with her.
Chapter 4. Colonists. On a momentous day in the fall, Jaxon stood alongside his trio of lovers, Kelly by his side as always, and Professor Voss, their dear mentor. They watched in awe as a Telosian spacecraft approached from the eastern horizon. With each sleek movement against the backdrop of the purple sky, Jaxon could not help but admire the advanced technology of his homeworld, Talos. The gentle whir of engines filled the air as the silvery vessel touched down on the grounds of Jaxon's mansion complex. Excitement buzzed through the group as the doors of the ship opened and members of Professor Voss's family, along with migrants from Talos, disembarked. Despite any lingering trauma from their experience under the control of the hive mind, Captain Orion couldn't help but smile at their palpable happiness. Voss eagerly limped forward to greet his family, tears welling in his eyes. His daughter Lisa, her husband, and their young daughter all rushed out to embrace him, filling the air with laughter and youthful energy. Though Jaxon had heard stories and seen photos countless times before, he indulged Voss once again as he proudly introduced everyone to his son Mark, married to David, and granddaughter. As young voices overlapped in excitement and joy, Jaxon felt grateful for this newfound family brought together by fate.
Jaxon, these are my spawnings, Mark and Lisa, along with their mates David and Zach,
grunted Voss as he wiped a tear from his eye.
And this little brat is my granddaughter, Faye.
The professor's voice trembled as he tried to pick up the 5-year-old.
Where's Toby, Granddad?
Faye squeaked in her high-pitched voice. Toby. Jaxon raised an eyebrow. Voss turned away momentarily before forcing a smile at Jaxon.
My pet Puck.
A chill ran down Jaxon's spine as he imagined a dead Puck on the war-torn planet of Talos. These giant insects were known for their soothing pheromones and telepathic abilities, but they were also indigenous to Talos and often resembled earthling dragonflies.
Toby found a mate,
Voss said, his voice cracking with emotion. Faye's eyes widened in excitement.
Are they coming on a spaceship too?
I'm afraid not.
The old man cast a pleading look at Jaxon before continuing.
They've joined another colony of Pokes by the seaside on Talos.
Faye's gappy grin stretched wider, her nose wrinkling in amusement.
Can we contact them on your comm band?
I'm sorry, dear. They don't have comm bands like ours, and we haven't reached the level of technology yet to communicate with satellites.
The little girl glowered at her grandfather.
Then how do you know?
Voss turned to Jaxon with a desperate expression. Anika approached them and placed a hand on Faye's back.
Because I saw them while I was on Talos.
Faye blinked rapidly, staring at the purple-skinned doctor.
You saw Toby?
Yes, he spoke to me through our minds and told me he was sorry, but wanted to start a family with his new mate.
Faye's face lit up, but then her expression turned serious.
Will the man's voice in his head tell him what to do like he did to me?
Anika rubbed Faye's back again, soothingly.
No, lovely. We have cured everyone and everything of that disease. The nano-nexus has gone.
Good.
Faye said firmly, glaring at Jaxon.
That voice was horrible and selfish too.
Anika smiled warmly at the child.
What do you think of your new home?
Are there other young ones here?
Faye asked eagerly. Jaxon noticed Voss stooping under the weight of the child. His daughter must have noticed too, for she gently took Faye from her father's arms and held her on her hip.
I see some children over there.
I was too shy to talk to them on the spaceship, and I'm still too shy now.
Faye admitted.
For such a long time of space flight.
Voss raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Lisa shot her father a disapproving look before turning to Jaxon.
Well, maybe we can all play hide and seek later on and make friends that way,
the child's mother said. Faye struggled to break free from her mother's arms, a determined gleam in her eye.
I want to explore our new home and play hide and seek with Grandad.
Follow me, my dear.
Voss winked at Anika before leading the trio away. Jaxon took in the bustling crowd on the landing pad, surrounded by the gleaming silver spaceship. Voss's son and his lilac-skinned Vestorian husband were deep in conversation with Kelly and Seer, while Kaida discussed something important with several other families. As Jaxon headed towards Voss's teenage grandchildren, he noticed their discomfort and unease. They muttered to each other as he approached until he extended a hand in greeting. "Greetings, young ones. I am Jaxon, the leader of Microxus." The two teenagers shook his hand eagerly, introducing themselves as Cruz and Judah. Cruz scratched a navy blue pimple on his bright blue face before turning to point towards the forest beyond the electrical fences.
Have you explored the forests yet?
He asked excitedly. "I've only had a brief encounter when rescuing my girlfriend," Jaxon replied. "Apart from that, I've only flown over them." Cruz's eyes widened as he asked,
"Who is your girlfriend?"
Jaxon hesitated for a moment before responding, "The Japanese cyborg."
"Wow, she's hot,"
Cruz exclaimed, glancing towards Kaida. "She may be out of your league," Jaxon warned.
"I like MILFs."
Cruz shrugged. Jaxon frowned at the teenager's boldness. "She is 23 years old."
"What about the others?"
Cruz said.
"Are there any other attractive women here?"
Jaxon resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "If you have an interest in romance, I suggest getting to know some of the other teenage girls who arrived on your spaceship. I'm sure one of them would be interested in getting to know you as well." He gestured towards a group of migrants nearby. "There are several over there, and more will be arriving soon."
To this new world?
Judah asked. Jaxon nodded. "Yes, indeed." Cruz shifted his weight from side to side.
"So what is the forest like?"
"Dangerous," Jaxon replied curtly.
"But can we explore it?"
Cruz asked eagerly, clutching his stomach. "We will need to discuss that during a meeting," Jaxon said gravely. "We still have much to learn about the various species and predators in this world."
What about food?
Judah interjected.
How do we know what is safe to eat if we don't understand the habitat?
"There is an allotment here," Jaxon explained. "Our staff has been growing and cooking food for some time now."
Were they here before you arrived?
Judah asked. Jaxon nodded. "Yes, they were." Cruz took a step closer and lowered his voice.
"Is it true that this place used to belong to the nano-nexus guy?"
"Do you mean Dr. Victor Corrigan?" Jaxon clarified. The teenagers nodded. "Yes, it was once his property," Jaxon answered.
Did you kill him?
Judah blurted out. Jaxon's expression turned cold as he responded. "Yes, I did."
"And that's why this world is yours now?"
Cruz asked in awe. Jaxon nodded solemnly. "You could say that."
So, does that mean you own this entire world?
Judah asked in amazement. "I wouldn't put it quite like that," Jaxon replied with a small smile.
But there aren't other human natives, right?
She said. "We really know nothing about this world. We need astrobiologists, archaeologists, and a bunch of other professionals to check it out."
"Can I go exploring with them?"
Cruz asked. "That would be up to your dads, not me." As the last of the guests settled into their respective mansions for the evening, Jaxon was already scheming with his 3 girlfriends to throw a raucous party. The new inhabitants of Microxus seemed reserved at first, but once alcohol and smoke leaf were passed around, inhibitions quickly melted away. Jaxon couldn't help but notice some teenagers smoking pot by the poolside, but he chose not to mention it to their parents. After all, he had been young once and understood the temptations of rebellion. He extended a hand to the husband duo, the tall Vestorian named Dave and Voss's short Zoraxian son called Mark. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I imagine you must be thrilled to be here on Microxus." Dave let out a weary sigh.
"Not really.
Lost your job?" Jaxon inquired sympathetically.
The insurance company I worked for went under like most Telosian tech companies after the hive mind took control."
Dave replied grimly. "I'm sorry to hear that. What did you do?"
"Coding."
"We're grateful for you being here, though."
Mark interjected eagerly.
"And for letting us stay on this incredible world."
"Is that Earth's ambassador we heard about?"
Mark asked. "That's right," Jaxon confirmed. "Ambassador Kaida Takahashi is planning on building more places for migrants like yourselves." Mark frowned and smiled simultaneously.
"My dad mentioned something about you being in a polygamous relationship with a doctor, cyborg, and aqua woman. Is that true?"
Feeling uncomfortable, Jaxon shifted in his seat. "Yes, well, your son was curious about Kaida, but I didn't want to get into too many details. Just know that she is my girlfriend." The two men exchanged an amused chuckle. Dave leaned in closer.
"Don't worry about it too much. We're gay dads and not exactly conventional either. Our kids won't care, although Cruz may be a little envious."
"We can't wait for our children to explore this amazing world,"
Mark said with a wistful look. Jaxon nodded in agreement. "But first we must ensure their safety. I've arranged for a security team to come live here, and they will accompany the expedition to investigate Microxus."
Fantastic. When are they arriving?
Dave asked eagerly. Within the week, Jaxon said.
We'll all be eager to hear their updates then,
Mark said. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream split through the air, causing everyone to freeze and rush outside through the glass doors. In the dark night sky, floodlights illuminated a winged beast carrying a teenage girl in its claws as it soared towards the distant Myjar Mountains. Jaxon watched in horror, the blood draining from his face. Plasma beams fired from Kaida's cannon on the poolside but were no match for the distance as the beast continued its ascent. A woman screamed.
Jack, that monster took Chloe.
An expedition needs to leave immediately.
Dave whispered urgently into Jackson's ear.
Without your security forces.
Jaxon, numb, gazed towards the treacherous mountain chain where the girl was being taken. She had no chance alone. Prepare for an immediate rescue mission, he commanded above the chaotic chatter that erupted around them. The night was alive with urgency in the small colony of Microxus. The moon, looming large and foreboding as it took up a quarter of the sky, and shone a haunting glow upon the ragtag group assembled by Jaxon beside the pool. The flickering garden torches offered little comfort to those who were too afraid to venture into the uncharted territory that awaited them. We need to act quickly, Jaxon declared, his voice carrying a sense of desperation. The safety of our people depends on it.
We must also ensure the safety of our colony.
Seer interjected nervously.
What if there are more of those flying beasts?
Don't worry,
Kaida reassured, her voice calm and confident.
I have set up detectors and self-shooters around the perimeter. Our families have been warned to stay away from the rooftops and gates.
Excellent work, Kaida, Jaxon praised, before turning his attention to the others. Who among you is willing to join us on this perilous journey?
I'll come,
Annika said. Jaxon hesitated, but ultimately nodded. We could use a doctor like you by our side.
But what about the families left behind?
Lisa argued.
They will have Kaida to protect them,
Seer pointed out. But they need a medical professional too. Annika reluctantly agreed and stayed behind with Kaida while Jaxon continued to gather his crew. He turned to Cruz, sizing him up with a critical eye. Are you sure you're ready for this? Cruz nodded confidently.
I may be young, but I've been prepared for this my whole life.
Jaxon raised an eyebrow skeptically. Have you ever held a gun before?
Fish in VR simulations.
Cruz admitted. Those are not real weapons. Jaxon reminded him sternly.
But I have played alongside my father in virtual battles.
Cruz insisted. Jaxon turned to Mark, a man he had only just met. And what about you? Do you have any experience with weapons?
Plenty,
Mark replied, his voice gruff and authoritative.
I was a military doctor before the nano nexus.
Jaxon nodded, reassured by Mark's expertise. He then turned his attention to the hover jets that would take them into battle. Does anyone here know how to fly these things? Everyone shook their heads except for Seer, who spoke up confidently.
I've never been on one, but I have plenty of food stored in mine.
Jaxon sighed, disappointed by the lack of experienced fighters, but just as he was about to give up hope, a hunched figure emerged from behind the bushes in a hover chair. Robert, Jaxon exclaimed in surprise.
Yeah.
Robert confirmed, levitating closer to the group.
I may be quadriplegic, but Voss gave me mind-controlled plasma rifles.
Are Tony and Diane okay with this?
Anika asked, clearly concerned.
Yeah.
Robert replied with a nonchalant shrug.
Go ask them if you want.
Anika rushed off to confirm with Robert's parents while Jaxon watched in awe as Robert expertly maneuvered his chair onto one of the hover jets.
I've always been a burden to others,
Robert muttered, his voice heavy with self-pity.
But now I finally have a chance to do something meaningful.
Jaxon patted him on the shoulder. Jaxon surveyed the scene with a steely gaze, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Robert's chair merged onto the jet, secured by safety tethers. With a loud rumble, the jet began to lift off the ground. But before they could embark on their rescue mission, Kaida screamed a warning.
I set automated weapons up there. Let me deactivate them.
Robert chuckled as he touched down. Jaxon turned to address the group gathered behind him. There are 6 of us now, he stated firmly. We will follow that winged beast and bring Chloe back safely. We may not know all the dangers that await us in this world, but we cannot sit by and do nothing. The crew loaded essential supplies and weapons onto the hover jets. Their families and friends came to see them off, offering words of support and encouragement. Once Kaida had deactivated the automated weapons, the engines purred to life and 6 jet ski like hovers lifted off the ground. Amidst the chaos and urgency, Seer looked at Jaxon with her striking dark green eyes.
We'll find her,
she said with conviction. Jaxon nodded in agreement. Yes, we will. And with that, they soared into the night sky, guided by Kaida's drone tracking the elusive winged creature. They could only pray that their strength and determination would be enough to bring Chloe back unharmed. Chapter 5. Metaphysical.
Awakening within the sterile embrace of a hospital bed, High Priestess Mira's senses teetered on the brink of coherence, her world a whirlpool of disorientation. The visage of Professor Zoldar, his yellow countenance a beacon of familiarity in the haze, hovered into view.
How do you feel, High Priestess?
His inquiry, laced with concern, pierced the fog of her awakening. Dizzy. What happened to me? Mira's voice was a ghost of its former authority, her confusion manifest.
You had a mental breakdown in your spacecraft on the way to Mars. We thought it best for you to return to your home.
Zoldar's explanation was a balm and a blade, soothing yet slicing open new wounds of realization. An attempt to rise was thwarted by a tide of dizziness, anchoring her back to her pillow's dubious comfort. How long have I been here?
3 weeks.
The adjustment of her IV drip by Zoldar was a silent testament to her fragility.
You were in a state of non-association for 2 of those weeks. We weren't sure if you were going to talk again.
The mention of her sisters invoked a tempest within her, grief and guilt intertwining in a dance as old as time. Did Quantum Dreamweaver 5 ever return?
No. Your spy, Carolyn, betrayed you. Can you remember the execution ceremony on the asteroid's surface?
Zoldar's recounting of betrayal and loss was unflinching. Yes, we found 4 more spies who were double agents. Mira recoiled.
6.
Zoldar corrected gently, a reminder of the unbearable truth. They just made a mistake. They weren't double agents. Mira's denial was a fortress against her sorrow.
Your sisters had contacted the rebel scientists. They were double agents.
Zoldar's confirmation was the key that unlocked the floodgates of her despair. And now my baby sisters are dead. The admittance was a deluge. Her sorrow was a river breaking its banks. Zoldar's touch was a tentative offering of comfort.
I'm sorry, High Priestess. I know this is difficult for you, but we must move forward. The Church needs you.
Mira's quest for understanding, for something beyond her grief, found a spark in Zoldar's revelation of multidimensional beings. Why would we be interested in them?
Because they could provide answers, or perhaps more questions, that could reshape our understanding of reality.
How do we contact them? What do they want? Zoldar's proximity, his breath a whisper of secrets, spoke of challenges both terrifying and tantalizing.
That's the challenge, High Priestess. They communicate through intricate vibrations and may feed on nightmares. We must establish a method to interpret their language and their intentions.
We must decipher this puzzle. Mira's resolve, tempered by her trials, was a phoenix rising from the ashes of her past.
And the challenge would be good for your mental health.
Zoldar's assurance was a bridge to a future unmarred by the spectres of her past. Yes, her agreement was a covenant, a vow to pursue the unknown.
And it will help to ease your grief.
High Priestess Mira's return to the Chamber of Cosmic Enlightenment was a herald of renewed purpose, the air crackling with the anticipation of revelations yet to unfold. Surrounded by the guardians of knowledge, she resumed her seat at the ancient stone table. Professor Zoldar, with the eager gleam of discovery lighting his amber gaze, could scarcely contain the marvels that awaited.
High Priestess, you won't believe what we've discovered about these entities that feed on nightmares.
Mira, her spirit buoyed by the prospect of unraveling yet another cosmic enigma, leaned in. Tell me everything. Opposite her, Professor Santari, the Vortelith scholar, took her position. Her octopus-like presence was accentuated by the vibrant display of her scales and the luminescence of her gaze. At her silent command, the chamber was bathed in the light of a hologram, unveiling the domain of the Mothmen. The spectacle that unfolded was strange. It was a realm inhabited by beings of nightmares. These Mothmen, with their hybrid forms, drifted through their darkened world, their movements an otherworldly grace. This is truly remarkable. But what are they doing in that realm? How do they eat nightmares? Mira inquired in awe. Professor Voranda, his linear array of eyes locking onto hers, offered a window into the Mothmen's essence.
We believe they exist primarily in the metaphysical realm of Lumina, where dreams and nightmares take shape. The Mothmen feed on the psychic energy from nightmares.
The revelation from Professor Antari's translation device painted a vivid picture of interaction between these entities and the nightmares of the dreaming.
They emit vibrations in the metaphysical realm, resonating with the nightmares of dreamers. These vibrations seem to enhance the nightmares, making them more intense. It's as if the Mothmen are amplifying the negativity.
The High Priestess found her voice. So, they thrive on the suffering of others. But why? What do they gain from it? The excitement in Professor Zoldar's response was palpable.
That's the most fascinating part. The heightened nightmares generate powerful psychic energy, which the Mothmen can absorb. This energy sustains them and enhances their abilities. It's like a source of power for them.
Professor Santari's scales were a dynamic display of emotion.
It's a rather parasitic existence, and they can latch on to the nightmares to travel to different dimensions, influencing sentient beings to create more nightmares.
Mira, her mind billowing with the potential implications, posited a critical query. This is a significant discovery. But how can we use this knowledge for the benefit of the Church? Professor Veranda, his visage marked by thoughtful contemplation, hinted at a path forward.
With the right research and technology, we can harness the Mothmen's abilities and psychic energy for our own purposes. It could provide us with a powerful tool.
The High Priestess recognized the path laid before them. We shall continue to study these entities more. The High Priestess of Oort 45 lounged among the shimmering holographic images in her bedchamber. Her loyal spider companion, Annabelle, dutifully massaged her tense muscles with its metal legs. Harder on the shoulders, Annabelle, Mira commanded. The spider obliged, increasing its pressure as Mira let out a contented moan. But then, the topic of conversation changed to more serious matters.
Can you truly trust your spies?
Annabelle asked in its high-pitched female voice. Enough about that, Mira dismissed, flexing her fingers. Let us not dwell on such things and instead focus on my plans for Captain Jaxon Orion.
Ah, yes, the powerful captain,
Annabelle replied knowingly.
You wish to create clones of him and have a child with his genes.
Mira's eyes glinted with a mix of desire and mischief as she spoke. Think of the power such a being would possess. A tiny superhero carrying both our bloodlines.
The clones will be ready soon,
Annabelle chirped happily. And with the nano-nexus I kept from Corrigan, they will become our trusted and reliable spies. Later, High Priestess Mira gracefully made her way through the clone chamber, her robes billowing behind her and her steps muffled by soft slippers on the marble floor. She surveyed the rows of incubation chambers with keen interest, each one containing a perfect replica of Captain Jaxon Orion in suspended animation. Dr. Elara Brooks approached, her blonde hair pulled back tightly and icy blue eyes gleaming with intelligence.
High Priestess, their development is progressing well,
she reported. Mira nodded in approval. Excellent. They must be prepared to fly my Quantum Dreamweavers once they are fully grown. Dr. Brooks hesitated before speaking again.
High Priestess, what is your plan for the clones once they are infected with the nano-nexus? Will you keep any uninfected as friends?
Mira's gaze never left the clones as she considered the question. I had planned to have them all under my hive mind control. Dr. Brooks' pale skin paled even more.
But High Priestess, what if they infect you? There is a cure, but it is not foolproof.
You make a valid point, Mira conceded. Perhaps I will spare some of them from infection, but how will they communicate without being connected to the hive mind? Dr. Brooks tilted her head in thought.
We could use an accelerated learning program to educate them. With their intelligence, it should not take long for them to adapt.
A sly smile curled Mira's lips. Yes, that would be perfect.
And those who are infected by Corrigan's nano-nexus must be kept quarantined at all times.
Agreed. Good doctor. Our plan shall move forward, as discussed. Before unleashing our clones onto the unsuspecting world, we must ensure their minds are sharp and their skills honed.
Of course. Shall we educate them in the ways of the realm before introducing them to the power of the nano-nexus?
Dr. Elara Brooks tilted her head to the side. Yes, that is what I desire.
Chapter 6. Crystal Jungle Squad. Under the luminous gaze of the colossal full moon, which took up a quarter of the sky, Jaxon and his small squad pressed on. Above the crystal trees, they marveled at their weightlessness caused by the reduced gravity and lunar pull. The wind sang as the hover jets sailed through the night sky.
Look at the ocean.
Robert's voice rang out, distorted and warped.
Whoa, man.
Cruz yelled back, a grin splitting his face as he looked over at the giggling teenager.
Each wave is like a tsunami. It's no wonder Corrigan built his fortress in the highlands.
Mark hollered above the wind. Jaxon swallowed the lump that had been in his throat since Chloe's abduction. The moon's ethereal light bathed the alien landscape below. Keep your focus, he reminded everyone.
Look at those amazing trees,
Seer exclaimed from her hoverjet next to Kaida's.
I've never seen anything like them.
Cruz nodded vigorously.
They look like they're made of crystal. This would shock people back on Talos if they saw.
The dense foliage of the towering trees extended in every direction. Their multifaceted boughs and leaves diffracted the moon's radiance into a sparkling mosaic of colors. Kaida, navigating her hoverjet nearby, added her own awe-filled observation.
It's like something out of a fantasy realm.
Because it's untouched by humans,
Seer said, with a hint of sadness in her voice. Let us not forget our mission. Jaxon cast a glance at the navigation interface, which displayed real-time tracking data for their drone. The drone has reached its destination, he announced to the group over the roar of wind. He grimaced, wishing he had thought to bring helmets with built-in microphones. We must push forward. Seer, still occupied with her own thoughts, responded with a sense of wonder.
The mountains are massive.
The rugged peaks loomed ahead, their summits reaching towards the heavens. The colossal full moon only accentuated their jagged silhouettes, and Jaxon couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding as they drew closer to their destination. Jaxon's heart thudded in his chest. As their small party soared over the treacherous Myjar Mountains, they finally reached their destination, the lair of the legendary beast. With their laser rifles at the ready, they approached with caution. Their guide, Jaxon, could feel his shoulders hunching instinctively as he braced himself for the gruesome sight that awaited them. The moonlight illuminated everything with an eerie glow, casting shadows across the rugged terrain. And there it was. Perched high atop a jagged outcrop of rock was the creature unlike any they had ever seen before. It resembled a pterodactyl from ancient tales, and its piercing reptilian eyes were fixed on Chloe, lying helplessly in its nest. Seer's voice quivered as she spoke.
We should be prepared for anything, but let us not act rashly.
As they drew closer, Chloe's screams echoed through the air. But to their surprise, they were not cries of fear or pain, but pleas for mercy.
Wait, please don't harm it. It thinks I am its young.
She pointed to a pile of fruits, nuts, and flowers in the nest.
See, it has been feeding me.
Jaxon's mind reeled in shock as he took in the scene before him. Not one bone lay amongst the food scraps in that nest, only peels and husks of various fruits and vegetables. With cautious optimism, Jaxon said, "No one makes hasty decisions. Seer, do you have any fruit we can offer it?" Seer nodded and flew off on her hoverjet. Moments later, she returned with a bag full of round, soft objects that she held out to the creature. The beast extended its massive wings and slowly descended towards them. Tension hung thick in the air, but it seemed to relax as it chomped on the fruit. And then, to their amazement, it nudged some towards Chloe with its long beak. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, and Jaxon couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I never thought I'd see the day when we negotiated with a prehistoric creature over fruit. Chloe tittered.
It appears I've been taken in as the ward of a pterophrudactyl. Thank you all, but stow your laser rifles now.
The hoverjet settled down into the nest. With careful watchfulness, they continued to offer fruit to the creature. Over time, it grew more comfortable with their presence, and its once aggressive stance softened. When it was time to depart, Chloe sat behind Jaxon on his hoverjet and bid farewell to the beast. But as they flew away, it followed them with mighty flaps of its massive wings. As the group soared over mountains and forests, victory filled the air. They had saved Chloe and not only gained a new ally, but also a formidable one at that. Their jubilation was cut short, however, when Seer's hoverjet sputtered and its engines let out a high-pitched squeal. Her face tightened with worry as she fought to maintain control.
We're experiencing engine trouble. Hold on tightly, everyone.
Jaxon gripped his handlebars tightly as they descended with their friends. They landed in a nearby clearing. The malfunctioning hoverjet made an unsteady landing, skidding across the ground before coming to a stop. Fortunately, no one was harmed. They touched down near a whitewater river, where the sound of rushing water filled the crisp and refreshing air. Towering crystalline trees surrounded them. Jaxon inspected Seer's hoverjet and rubbed his neck thoughtfully. Looks like we'll have to leave it here. You can ride Pillion. Their newfound friend, the pterophrudactyl, landed beside them and gave a squawk.
Apologies, oh boy. We'll be ready in just a moment.
Chloe bellowed with mirth.
Do you think it will follow us back?
Well, I didn't see any eggs in its nest.
Seer replied.
So there's a chance it may want to join our company.
I just pray it doesn't make off with you again.
Mark interjected.
Or anyone else, for that matter.
It is still a wild animal,
Robert said, standing. Jaxon's mouth went dry as he stared at Robert, unable to find words.
Please tell me you've walked before.
Kaida rushed over and offered her forearm. Robert took it and grinned.
No, this will be my first time.
Tony, Diane, and Kelly will be thrilled.
Kaida's eyes sparkled. Robert stumbled around, practicing his steps while Chloe petted the head of their new friend. The pterodactyl closed its eyes and smiled, its long beak splitting into a grin. And when they all laughed at the absurdity of their situation, even the creature let out a screech of amusement.
We can't leave the jet here,
Seer declared after inspecting it.
I have a small toolkit and can fix it in no time.
She rolled up her sleeves and crouched down beside the vehicle, which lay upside down, exposing its underbelly. A deafening hiss filled the air. Jaxon tightened his grip on his weapon as a monstrous three-headed serpent slithered out from the crystal trees. Cruz screamed for his father, who stood frozen in fear.
Dad!
Cruz pleaded, but the snake was already lunging towards him, its venomous fangs dripping and ready to strike. Jaxon hesitated, knowing that his plasma gun could potentially harm his ally. But Cruz's cries grew more desperate, urging them to save his father. In a burst of speed and precision, Chloe's guardian swooped down from above, engaged in a fierce battle with the serpent. Plasma beams clashed with savage talons as they fought for dominance.
We have to help them,
Chloe cried out, but Mark's legs were badly injured and Cruz was trying to stop the bleeding. Jaxon rushed towards the fight, taking aim at the snake. The loud blast of his weapon sent it retreating with one head blown off, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. But their victory was short-lived as they were surrounded by a tribe of hostile lizard people armed with spears and bows. Jaxon's hand twitched towards his gun, but he knew that one wrong move could put Robert's life in danger, as there was a blade pressed to the boy's throat. Their leader, adorned with bones and feathers, stepped forward and growled something unintelligible. "We mean no harm." Jaxon spoke through his interpretation pendant, uncertain if the AI would pick up their language of growls. The alien leader ignored him and ordered his tribe to capture the wounded flying creature and the injured Mark. All they could do was follow in apprehension as they were led away into the unknown.
We must pursue them,
Kaida declared. Seer hesitated.
But what about our hovers? Should we bring them?
Kaida firmly shook her head.
No need, mine has a homing beacon. And grab your necessary belongings for the journey.
Together, Jaxon, Sia, and Kaida hoisted the supplies onto their backs, prepared to follow the reptilians and their group into the treacherous crystal jungle. Chapter 7. Quantum Threads.
The scientists of Oort 45 had finally completed their task of creating 10 clones of Captain Orion. As they prepared to begin the experiment, High Priestess Mira oversaw from the observation window, flanked by its specialists Dr. Huang and Max Cypher. The trio monitored various holographic displays showing network diagrams and biological interface models. Mira nodded to her colleagues, implying they proceed. Let us establish the connection. Huang began a series of sequences on her holographic interface while Cypher adjusted settings on his screen.
First, we will establish a neural link between the clones and our localized network,
Huang explained.
Then we will enhance their neural activity with bioenhancers and connect them to the interface in the quarantine zone,
Cypher added. Mira observed as they worked. And how will their interactions be controlled within my hive mind without risking compromise? She asked, concern etched on her face.
We will need to fit you with a brain-to-machine interface as well,
Huang responded.
Are you ready?
Mira took one last look at the clones before turning back to the digital displays. Yes, she said determinedly. Proceed, Dr. Huang explained.
Once the brain-to-machine interface is installed and connected, we will gradually introduce the nano-nexus code through limited information nodes.
Max nodded in understanding.
And then their neural networks will integrate the data, allowing the clones to share collective experiences.
After Dr. Peters fits your cybernetic appendages, we will ensure the hive mind's loyalty to you while granting access to a subset of data,
added Dr. Huang. As the group observed, biotechnological connections were established within one of the sterile chambers of Oort 45. High Priestess Mira sat calmly in a medical chair, surrounded by holographic interfaces projected by an AI assistant. Dr. Peters prepared his tools while Huang and Max monitored the procedure. Mira remained stoic as the surgeon placed a neural interface on her temples.
Are you sure you do not want general anesthetic?
Local will suffice. She wanted to be fully conscious throughout the process of receiving her cybernetic enhancements. With a deep breath, Dr. Peters began drilling into her skull. Once the brain was connected to the equipment inside each temple, he handed her a mirror. The computer components had been seamlessly integrated, but they also glimmered above her ears, replacing sections of her dark skin. The surgeon moved the mirror from right to left, causing Mira's mouth to go dry with anticipation. She couldn't turn her head or smile. Her skull firmly strapped to the back of the headrest, but she knew that the cybernetic enhancements they were installing were quite attractive and wouldn't protrude noticeably. "I look charming," Mira slurred, as the double chins of the surgeon nodded in agreement. As technicians connected her to the hive mind, a powerful hum filled the room. It was a bridge between her and her first 5 clones. Sensing the start of synchronization, Mira braced herself while Horn and Max monitored her vitals. In that fleeting yet eternal moment, their minds merged and the link was established. After undergoing brain surgery, High Priestess Mira consumed her sleep potion and rested for a few days. When she woke up, she returned to the quarantined chamber where her 5 clones stood waiting. Dr. Huang made notes on her spherical holographic interface, while Max Cypher monitored the screens and data feeds.
"Let us proceed with the next phase of integration,"
Huang announced, tapping the screen with precision. Mira, dressed in a hazmat suit, approached her infected clones and nodded to each one. "Are you all ready?" The clones nodded in unison, their eyes showing a mix of obedience and emerging awareness. With a few keystrokes, Huang initiated the next stage of integration. Complex algorithms and codes flowed across the holographic displays, outlining the pathways that would connect the clones to the central HiveMind network. Max adjusted some settings on his console, ensuring a smooth flow of information and neural synchronization.
"We're expanding their network access for a deeper integration,"
he declared.
"This will give them access to restricted areas within the network."
As they worked, Mira stood back and observed the holographic visualizations displaying the intensifying connection. She could feel her fingertips tingling and her temples pulsing as the network expanded. Huang and Max exchanged nods, their focus intent on the monitors tracking the assimilation process.
"Everything is proceeding smoothly,"
Huang reported.
"Their responses are within acceptable parameters."
Through the faint echoes from the clones, Mira's consciousness became attuned to their experiences. Some felt hunger pangs, others fatigue. As the complex procedure progressed, Mira's unwavering focus remained on the constantly shifting data and holographic projections before her. Her body suddenly went rigid as a surge of energy coursed through her. Huang let out an audible gasp, and even with her tense posture, a small smile graced her lips.
"We've reached the next stage of integration,"
Huang said.
"Their connection is expanding while their neural synchronization remains stable."
Mira felt elation wash over her, momentarily forgetting her grief. This new family, this hive mind, was now her primary concern, replacing her late sisters. In the hangar for the Quantum Dreamweavers, the High Priestess sat surrounded by a group of scientists, priests, priestesses and guards. On either side of her stood 5 infected clones, each wearing quarantine suits that mirrored Ansantari's own outfit, flexible, tight-fitting, and transparent. Mira had made certain they were all fed, cleaned and housed in their own isolated apartment. When they had met in the hangar before anyone else arrived, Mira had affectionately kissed each one, wishing they didn't have to wear their helmets for their safety. Mira had expressed her desire for intimacy, but her scientists warned it could be dangerous for her health. She had proposed quarantining herself in her bedchamber and using a cure if she got infected, but her IT specialists were concerned about the potential risk to their hive mind. Now, Mira sat beside her 5 Jaxon Orions in the hive, feeling a strong sense of lust and desire. Professor Zoldar stood before them all, his amber eyes gleaming with excitement as he prepared to share his latest discovery.
"Esteemed colleagues,"
he began with a dramatic flair.
"Esteemed scientists of the Church of the Celestial Body, I bring to you a revelation that will change our cosmic quest forever."
A hush fell over the room as everyone leaned in closer to listen.
These multidimensional entities, known as Mothmen, are connected to nightmare realms in the metaphysical Lumina dimension.
Zoldar continued, gesturing to a holographic display that shimmered into existence. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience as they watched footage of these mysterious beings in their eerie realm.
The Mothmen possess an intrinsic ability to feed on the energies of nightmares, amplifying and influencing the negativity tied to these nocturnal experiences of sentient beings.
Even Mira was enthralled, leaning forward with bated breath.
The visuals you see here are haunting, displaying the Mothmen in their own dimension. They seem to exist beyond our conventional 3-dimensional space, traversing multiple dimensions using nightmares as their means of transport.
Zoldar continued to paint a picture of these fascinating creatures.
Many outside of our church may dismiss the imagination as an intangible concept. But we know better. Thanks to our Quantum Dreamweavers, We affirm that the realm of imagination holds its own inherent reality, on par with our once invisible multiverse.
One of the junior scientists, a redhead with bright blue eyes, raised her hand and spoke up.
Do these Mothmen live within a specific dimension or parallel universe?
The Church of the Celestial Body holds knowledge beyond the understanding of others. Our minds can transcend dimensions and explore parallel universes through conscious thoughts and dreams. The 10 dimensions act as barriers between these universes. Do you not already know this?
Her face flushed red.
I do.
She stuttered.
I was merely wondering if they can exist within the fabric.
No, our ships can only enter different parts of the multiverse by penetrating dimensions. We lack the microscopic ability to explore the boundaries of its fabric.
The blue-eyed redhead blushed even more when all eyes turned to her. She chuckled nervously.
Thank you.
Our studies have shown that the Mothmen are drawn to nightmares, using them to navigate through the maze of passageways between dimensions.
Zoldar explained.
That does sound like an interesting journey.
A jolly green-skinned alien remarked.
It certainly does.
Zoldar agreed with a nod. A tall Martian woman in a lab coat furrowed her brow in confusion.
How did you come across these Mothmen? How do you know they attach themselves to nightmares?
We have discovered a unique thread that connects the Lumina dimension to sentient beings' dreams. We call it a soul thread. This thread allows us to follow the dream or nightmare into relevant points in the multi-dimensional threads of the multiverse.
The Martian woman pointed to a black and white image on the screen, showing 3 Mothmen feasting on what appeared to be a dark cloud.
And this is what your Dreamweaver recorded?
Yes, QD1 has captured this phenomenon multiple times. This discovery,
Zoldar emphasized,
opens up possibilities for accessing the Lumina dimension and harnessing its forces.
A petite Rondorian scientist known as Professor Emizi stood up with an intricate contraption of levers and dials in hand. The object clattered noisily in her grasp.
Subject 3 is dreaming,
she murmured, uncertain.
I cannot decipher if it is a pleasant or nightmarish dream.
Orion 1, Priestess Mira, declared with a radiant smile, it is now time for your first mission, as Orion 1 met her gaze. He couldn't help but grin uncontrollably. For a moment, the display of emotion took aback Mira. Was it because she was their controller? Corrigan had been nothing more than a machine, but with emotions running through her veins, she was all too human. Could she be unknowingly transferring some of those emotions to Orion 1? Oh, my dear child, I will miss you dearly.
But you will watch over me, won't you?
Orion 1's voice echoed through the hive mind.
We all will, brother.
The other 4 Orions chimed in unison. Grinning from ear to ear at their comrade, Mira slowly turned her head from side to side, taking in the sight of her creations. She could feel them pulsing with joy and excitement. I am so proud of how happy you all are, she said to them telepathically. He is ready. With that, Mira rose from her seat and strode towards the golden orb. She gestured for Orion 1 to follow and nodded approvingly as he walked forward, still learning to use his physical body. For the sake of our observers, Mira said aloud, can you recall how I taught you to control the vessel?
Yes.
Orion 1 replied confidently, before squeezing his eyes shut. A hole appeared in the bottom of the craft and the large orb levitated up, hovering above his head. And do you remember how to guide the intention craft using Subject 3's soul thread?
The intention craft.
Orion 1 repeated, mulling over the instructions in his mind.
Yes, I remember.
Gasps filled the room as the intention craft swiftly sucked Orion 1 up and disappeared. Professor Zoldar, with his yellow skin and elongated fingers, approached Mira with a welcoming gesture.
High Priestess Mira, may I suggest you recline now? Your hive mind will send images to you during the mission.
Mira nodded and reclined on a plush sofa, especially brought for this momentous occasion. As the hologram shifted to a new live feed, she watched intently and then closed her eyes. In her mind, she replayed the identical footage from Orion 1's perspective, captured by the craft's view screen camera. It was like watching an angler cast his line into the realm of Lumina. The bait, a dark and turbulent shadow, was being fought over by 5 enormous moths. But one stood out. It was stronger and blacker than the rest. It viciously attacked the others, its antennae vibrating as it sucked up the entire shadow through its elongated feeding tube. As soon as it finished, the moth flew off. Mira sat upright with a jolt, glaring at the 4 remaining Orions. Tell your brother to follow that moth, she commanded.
Chapter 8. Reptilians. Jaxon and his crystal jungle squad moved stealthily through the dense forest, their eyes scanning for any signs of danger. Ahead of them lay an open clearing, a strange sight amidst the thick foliage. The perimeter was lined with peculiar structures made of fungi, forming a perfect circle. As they approached, the group could see figures lounging around a crackling fire in the center of the clearing. They were tall and reptilian, their scales glinting in the warm light as they reclined on cushions made of moss. But what caught their attention even more were the white fungus homes that reflected the light of the fire. Without hesitating, they cautiously sat down among the bipedal creatures. Jaxon, Sia, and Kaida exchanged worried looks as they took in their surroundings. Jaxon's previous assumption that there were no natives on Microxus who could create fire had been proven wrong. Cruz broke the tense silence with a question directed at Jaxon. "Where's my dad?" Jaxon shook his head. "I don't know, but I'm hoping he's being taken care of in one of those buildings."
"Do you think these creatures know how to heal?"
Cruz scoffed.
"They live in mushrooms, for crying out loud."
"Quiet," Jaxon warned him. "We don't want to anger our hosts." The group huddled together, their voices tense and anxious. All around them, the sinister lizard men and women watched with cold, calculating eyes. Jaxon leaned in close to Seer and Kaida, his words barely audible above the crackling of the fire. "We must find out what they have done with Mark." Seer nodded, her jaw set with determination.
We will use our body language to make it clear. We cannot leave this to chance.
Agreed.
Kaida stared at the reptilians.
But we must be cautious not to anger them.
As they strategized, Cruz's eyes brimmed with tears. The tormented teenager could not contain his grief any longer. He sobbed silently, his shoulders shaking with each heave. Jaxon struggled for words as he placed a reassuring hand on Cruz's shoulder. Kaida crawled towards one of the lizard men and attempted to communicate with gestures, but soon the group was forced into a nearby dwelling by their captors. Inside, they found woven blankets, bamboo mats, and pillows lining the walls and floors.
"It appears they want us to rest,"
Chloe said, her voice echoing in the fungal chamber. "I can't believe we just let them take Mark like that." Jaxon murmured, his frustration evident in his tone. Chloe shifted uncomfortably on the fibrous ground.
"We couldn't have fought them off. They had us outnumbered."
"And they had me at knife point,"
Robert added, his posture still slightly crooked despite his limbs being healed. Cruz let out a deep sigh.
"I can't sit here and do nothing,"
Kaida suggested.
"Perhaps someone else could go outside and try to reason with them. They might understand our concern for Mark."
"It's worth another attempt."
Seer agreed.
"We cannot abandon our friend."
The group cautiously approached the entrance of the dwelling, where two fierce guards stood with spears at the ready. Jaxon and the others tried to convey their worries, but the aliens only responded with snarls and aggressive posturing. With heavy hearts, they retreated back into the fungal shelter, their minds filled with apprehension for Mark's well-being. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the fungal dwelling, the group emerged, wrapped in borrowed animal skins and woolen blankets. Jaxon's numb toes practically melted in the warmth of the smoky fire as they huddled around it. The chilly mountain air reminded them of their precarious situation and made them grateful for the fire's heat. They waited eagerly for the sun's ascent, knowing that its warmth would bring much-needed relief from the cold. But at this high altitude, they found themselves delayed in its appearance. Jaxon couldn't tell the gender of their reptilian hosts. Their bodies were devoid of any genitalia, despite wearing no pants or loincloths. The lizard men offered strange barbecued creatures on sticks for them to eat, and although hesitant, the group was famished and accepted the food gratefully. As they nibbled on the bizarre cuisine, Cruz tried to convey his worry for his father's well-being through gestures and body language. Surprisingly, the reptilians seemed to understand and motioned for them to follow into a nearby structure. Inside, the pungent smell of wood resin and spices filled their nostrils, tantalizing their senses. But what they saw inside left them all in shock. Mark lay on a raised platform, while a wounded pterodactyl-like creature perched nearby, a seemingly unlikely companion. The intense blue of Cruz's eyes visibly widened as he caught sight of Mark, who, though conscious, appeared weak and feeble.
"Dad,"
he bellowed.
"You're alive."
A faint smile tugged at the corners of the blue man's mouth.
"I thought I was a goner when that serpent attacked me."
A reptile figure approached Mark, adorned in a jacket of feathers and jewelry crafted from precious gems and sharp claws. Jaxon couldn't determine whether it was male or female, but noticed the medicine person diligently applying a poultice while muttering unintelligible prayers. Despite their foreign words, the compassionate expression in their eyes conveyed a sense of healing. Seer gasped as she took in Mark's appearance.
Mark, you've lost a leg.
Mark nodded, his expression resigned.
It was a small price to pay for survival.
Dad,
Cruz sobbed, dropping to his knees beside Mark and grasping his hand tightly. The medicine person shooed the teenager away, its jewelry jangling as it moved around Mark to continue their work. Jaxon leaned in closer to Mark. We can't stay here for long, Mark. Anika has proper medicine back at the colony. Mark winced, shaking his head.
I know, Jaxon, but the shaman's treatment is working. I can feel it. I just need a bit more time to recover. The venom from that snake is no joke, and I'd rather not risk it flaring up again.
I understand, Jaxon said with a sigh. But we have antibiotics back at the colony that could help. Mark grimaced.
Unfortunately, I regret not bringing any with us on this journey.
Same here.
Cruz agreed.
And you're the doctor.
Mark let out a weak chuckle.
Well, I know better than anyone how vital antibiotics are for preventing infection in a leg stump.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. That's quite the wound you have there, Mark. Mark shifted on the platform, wincing at the movement.
You don't understand. The shaman did something incredible. He amputated my leg and stopped the bleeding. It's nothing short of a miracle that I'm still alive. I just don't know if their medicine and techniques will translate to what we have back at the colony.
Jaxon's mind was a tempestuous sea, torn between his loyalty to the group's mission and Mark's desperate need for healing. His inner conflict manifested in a hesitant pause before he turned to the others, seeking their input. Kaida stood with her arms crossed and a determined look on her face. Sia, always the voice of reason, carefully weighed in with her thoughts. And as they discussed the risky plan to leave some members behind and bring back medical help, Jaxon could feel the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. But they had formed a bond with this indigenous tribe, who showed a remarkable ability to manipulate their surroundings. As the days passed, the humans learned more about their lizard-like alien neighbors. For in this strange habitat nestled within an alien world, an unlikely understanding and friendship had blossomed, guided by mutual respect and genuine interest in each other's ways of life. The reptile people, the fungi, and the light source were intrinsically linked to their environment, as evidenced by their symbiotic relationship. The group communicated through drawings in the sand and gestures, sharing stories about their respective worlds. Robert and Chloe introduced the lizard people to their hoverjets, causing quite a stir among the tribe. Though the children eagerly wanted a turn on the jets, the adults denied their requests. Instead, some of the adult reptilians were brave enough to ride with Jaxon at the controls, soaring above the treetops and eliciting laughter from all. As Mark announced his readiness to leave, a wave of relief washed over the group, who had grown tired of the unfamiliar diet and living arrangements. However, as they prepared to bid farewell, the chief stepped forward and made it clear through gestures and melodic hums that he had taken a special liking to Seer. She instinctively held her arms protectively around herself, not wanting to cause any conflict after becoming friends with these alien beings. But Jaxon's possessive declaration, "No, my woman," caused a stir among the rest of the group. The chief let out a booming laugh, one that they had become accustomed to during their time with the tribe. His amusement was evident as he shook his head in response to Jaxon's words. The chief gestured gracefully, putting an end to any remaining disputes. He beckoned to the group and signaled for them to depart. The rest of the reptilian community joined in, waving farewell as they watched their newfound friends leave. Cruz assisted his father onto a hoverjet, while Jaxon securely tethered Mark to his son and the vehicle for added support. Kaida approached the circle of reptilian inhabitants with a grateful expression on her face. She motioned towards the pile of food they had brought, saying,
"This is for you, our new friends. Thank you for your kindness."
Chloe followed suit, leaving a small offering of fruits and nuts.
We are grateful for your assistance.
As Seer and the others prepared their hoverjets for the journey home, she revealed that she had fixed the one that had broken down earlier. With a smile, she presented it to the tribe as a gift, saying,
"May it serve you well."
The reptilians laughed and cheered with excitement at this gesture. Robert also had a gift to give to the tribe, a unique and rather personal one. He handed over his old hover chair, which Voss had given him after throwing away his rusty wheelchair.
I no longer have use for this, but hopefully someone here can benefit from it.
As they departed, the tribe waved and laughed with joy at their new gifts. Chapter 9. Hexagonal Vault.
As Orion 1 ventured deeper into the heart of the palace in the realm of the Dream Eaters, Priestess Mira's consciousness remained firmly tethered to the Quantum Dreamweavers' sensory apparatus. The grandeur of the Mothman's throne room unfolded before her, observed from afar yet experienced as if she stood there herself. The Mothman on the throne exuded a dominance that was palpable even through the layers of technology and psychic connection that linked her to Orion 1. Every detail Orion 1 absorbed was simultaneously experienced by Mira and the other Orions, from the ethereal light cascading around the spiraling bridges to the delicate movements of the luminaries. The contrast between the Mothmen and these radiant beings captivated her. The larger Mothman on the throne, surrounded by his kin, seemed to hold court in a manner that suggested governance or ritual far beyond her initial understanding. The lesser Mothmen moved with purpose, their actions an intricate weaving of living shadow amidst the glowing architecture of the palace. Mira's presence, though virtual, felt almost tangible as she observed the Mothmen's interactions. The sense of being a voyeur into a world so drastically different from her own was exhilarating. The throne room, a nexus of energy and power, seemed to center on the Mothman King, with streams of energy converging upon him. Orion 1, stay undetected, she instructed, her voice a silent command that bridged worlds. Observe everything. We need to learn their secrets. As the Mothman acknowledged his subjects, Mira felt a shiver run down her spine. The connection between these beings and the realm of Lumina, the way they harnessed and interacted with its energy, held implications she could barely begin to comprehend. In the pivotal moment, as Orion 1 stealthily navigated the shadows of the throne room, a revelation of paramount importance emerged. Lord Xylothor, the monarch of this shadowy domain, revealed his deep-seated obsession with the Chronomeld Stone, a mystical artifact believed to grant its holder dominion over time itself. This confession, transmitted through the Quantum Dreamweaver directly into Mira's consciousness, illuminated the Mothman's ambitions in a new light. His desire for the stone was not merely a quest for power, but an existential pursuit to transcend the boundaries of the multiverse and achieve a form of godhood. Document everything, Orion 1. This knowledge could change everything. The mission within the Lumina, guided by her silent will, was more than an exploration. It was a journey to the very heart of existence itself. Priestess Mira's venture into the Lumina realm took a dramatic turn when Mira's experience was disrupted abruptly. The serene connection to the Mothman's dark domain was shattered, plunging the chamber into immediate turmoil. Mira was jolted back to reality with an intense shock. The sudden transition from the mysterious allure of Xylothor's vibrations to the unmistakable distress of her own body was unexpected and violent. Around her, the reaction was mirrored in the Orions. The scientists, tasked with overseeing this bold foray into the metaphysical, found themselves thrust into emergency responders roles. The scene, once a controlled environment for interdimensional exploration, became a chaotic flurry of medical intervention. The convulsions that seized Mira also affected the Orions, and the men screamed, holding their heads hunched on the floor. Marked by the alarming sight of foam at their mouths, the disaster highlighted the unforeseen dangers of their mission. This physical manifestation of the psychic backlash served as a painful reminder of the exploration's risks in the unknown and untested realms of consciousness. As the medical team sprang into action, addressing the immediate health crisis, the chamber echoed with the urgency and gravity of the situation. This incident, while momentarily halting the exploration, did not dampen Mira's aim. Her encounter with Lord Xylothor and the revelation of the Chronomeld Stone's existence had only fueled her desire. Despite the physical repercussions, positing such monumental knowledge and power was a temptation too great to ignore. Upon regaining consciousness, Mira found herself in a hauntingly familiar scenario, eerily reminiscent of her past ordeal with a mental breakdown. Yet, in contrast to before, where despair had clouded her senses, now a spark of hope flickered within her. Professor Zoldar's examination, though brief, pierced the fog of her awakening with the sharp light of reality. "What happened?" Mira demanded, her voice echoing with both confusion and a commanding need for answers. Zoldar's hesitance prefaced the gravity of his news.
"Quantum Dreamweaver 1 is now missing,"
he revealed, a statement that sent a chill through Mira's spine. "Along with QD5?" she asked. Mira grappled with the implications of losing not just one but two of her Quantum Dreamweavers.
"Yes,"
confirmed Zoldar, his voice heavy with the burden of the revelation. A profound sense of isolation enveloped Mira as she realized her connection to the others was severed. Zoldar's admission that the hive mind might have caused this disconnection only deepened her despair. Her concern swiftly turned to the fate of her clones. The news that Orion's 6 to 10 remained unaffected brought little comfort as she learned of the dire state of Orion's 2 to 4 their descent into madness, a consequence of the hive mind's collapse, and entering the realm of the nightmare eaters, painted a grim picture of the potential dangers of such deep psychic connections. Mira's initial desire to re-establish control, to bring back those lost to her through the hive mind, clashed with the reality of their current state. As despair threatened to overwhelm her, Mira clung to the hope that Orion 1 might return, yet the possibility that he might not spurred her to action. The decision to send QD2 to the Lumina realm in pursuit of the Chronomeld Stone was made in desperation. Professor Zoldar's caution did little to deter her. The choice of Cindy as the pilot for this perilous mission underscored Mira's willingness to take risks, to trust in the face of uncertainty.
In the void where universes braid and unbraid in an endless cosmic dance, Lord Silathor, a specter of darkness and ambition, moved with purpose. His journey, a relentless quest for the Chronomeld Stone, was not merely a pursuit of power but an odyssey towards divinity. The dimensional corridor, with its vast expanse and the convergence of realities, served as both a pathway and a barrier to his aspirations. The ether entangler and nano-nexus catastrophes, events that rippled through the fabric of nightmares and fear, had inadvertently enriched the Mothmen's hunting grounds, making Xylothor's quest even more challenging. The rise in nightmares and fear had led to a sudden surge in the population of the Mothmen, consequently resulting in significantly intensified competition. His single-minded focus on the stone left no room for distractions, his essence so intertwined with his aim that everything else blurred into insignificance. As Xylothor approached the Chronomeld vault, his anticipation reached a fever pitch. The vault, a hexagonal enigma spanning all 10 dimensions, was the final barrier between him and his coveted godhood. But then, he stumbled upon a crazy travel mishap that sparked his curiosity and ruined his plans. The appearance of a golden orb, etched with intricate patterns and emanating a peculiar energy signature, was an event so unprecedented that it momentarily shifted Silathor's focus from the stone. The presence of a human woman with golden hair within the orb, struggling to interact with the vault, presented a mystery so compelling that Xylothor could not ignore it. Their exchange, a blend of fear and fascination, revealed the orb's capabilities for dimension crossing and time travel, aspects that intrigued Xylothor as much as the stone itself. Cindy's admission of her mission to steal the Chronomeld Stone, driven by orders from her superior, laid bare the complexities and unexpected intersections of their paths. The sudden appearance of a second golden orb harboring a man in possession of the Chronomeld Stone ignited a torrent of emotions in Silathor. The stone's proximity, yet its unattainability, was a cruel twist of fate that left him reeling. As both orbs disappeared, taking with them his hopes of obtaining the stone and understanding the mysteries of the golden craft, Silathor was left to dwell in the silent vastness of the void. How was it that the second golden craft had penetrated the hexagonal vault so easily, while he, the densest of nightmare eaters, could not? The memory of a male pilot's DNA signature lingered in his mind, a solitary clue in the aftermath of their encounter. With resolution hardened by this setback, Lord Silathor was now faced with a new quest, to track down the man who held his obsession in his grasp.
Chapter 10. Moons of Siraith.
In the tranquility of the sunny garden, Anika fiddled with blades of grass beside her chair, her voice tinged with unease. Voss, my concern grows with each passing day. It's been 4 days since Jaxon and the team ventured into the Myjar Mountains. Voss met her worry with a gaze filled with reassurance.
Your worry is understandable. Yet remember, Jaxon and Kaida possess a wealth of experience. They, along with Sia, have navigated through more perilous journeys and emerged victorious.
Anika nodded, her concern manifesting physically. Seer's past as a mercenary only adds to their strength, I suppose.
That aligns with what I know of her.
Voss agreed. The silence that followed was heavy with Anika's unspoken fears, her health a casualty of her fretting. My hope clings to the belief that they will overcome whatever they face. Yet 4 days without a sign, Anika murmured. If only we had a means to ensure their safety.
Worrying will not hasten their return. We must place our confidence in their skills and await their safe comeback.
Suddenly the calm was shattered by a deep, resonant tremor that coursed through the earth and air, a precursor to something significant. The land itself seemed to hum with anticipation, a foreboding yet expectant sign of what was to come.
Alert!
Someone cried out. Anika leapt up, her gaze locking with Voss's. His complexion had drained of color. The rumble intensified, pressing an invisible weight upon the air, building a crescendo of apprehension. With a hand above her eyes, Anika scanned the heavens. Where is this coming from? Birds took flight in alarm as the sound deepened, drawing the colony's inhabitants outside, all seeking the source of the disturbance. Then, a colossal silhouette obscured the sun, casting a vast shadow over their settlement and the surrounding wilderness. "It's a spacecraft," Anika said, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Such magnitude,"
Voss murmured, his voice tinged with disbelief. "It spans the sky," she exclaimed. Could it be the anticipated reinforcements? Voss gaped.
"It's unlike anything familiar. Its approach is too swift, its form unusual."
This vessel, spherical and reminiscent of a full moon, yet on an incomprehensibly larger scale, left Anika in awe. Could this be a command ship? Its size suggests it could envelop an entire civilization. Dave approached hastily.
"Shall I disarm our defenses?"
"Immediately,"
confirmed Voss. Dave hurried back inside. Anika shuddered. Are these newcomers in search of sanctuary, or does their arrival herald something more threatening? Voss watched the vessel intently.
"I suspect we're on the cusp of the unforeseen."
From the behemoth above, smaller pods began to descend, finding places to land with precision around the dwellings of the new colony. Each craft, upon touching down, emitted a serene hum that filled the air, a sound both calming and unusual. The crafts, varying in size but unified in their spectral whiteness, contrasted starkly with the greenery of their surroundings. As the mothership streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of radiant light, it disappeared as swiftly as it had come. A murmur spread through the onlookers, the aura of the landing crafts captivating their attention. The community stood in silent wonder, their eyes fixed on the visitors from beyond, as the reality of this celestial encounter began to sink in. The largest landing craft settled onto the pad, casting a brilliant reflection from the sunlight. Ramps extended smoothly from the spherical vessels, revealing their otherworldly occupants. Kelly, nudging Anika, couldn't hide her astonishment.
"Bloody hellfire. What do we have here, then?"
"Nommo," Anika responded softly, recalling these beings from the Sirius system. The mermaid-like Nommo were rolled around in spherical aquariums, which had been transported in the smaller ball-like vessels. Her eyes traced the elegant descent of the cat and dog humanoid figures from their crafts, too, each step marked with a confident grace. A cat-headed figure approached, its ears twitching with curiosity.
"Hello, please, could you point us in the direction of Captain Jaxon Orion?"
Voss, stepping forward, offered a polite smile.
"I'm afraid he is out on an expedition. But this is Dr. Anika Patel from his starship, the Manticore, and Kelly here is his co-pilot. I am Professor Voss."
A dog-headed individual, surprised, let out a silent woof, which transformed into words.
"You created the neural fix and the cure for the nano nexus."
Anika nodded. The cure for the nano nexus was a collaborative effort from our scientists in Vespera, within the Oort Cloud. Their conversation continued in a mix of barks, growls, and smiles, an exchange marked by mutual fascination and respect.
"Am I right in saying that you are the Seraphis and Anubak people of Sirius?"
Voss ventured. A cat-headed being responded with a meow that shifted through an integrated translator device into clear speech.
"Yes, we hail from a string of fertile moons orbiting a planet called Siraith."
Voss's excitement was evident.
"Ah, the moons of Siraith. I've read about them."
Their exchange, filled with the promise of new alliances and shared knowledge, echoed softly in the air, a testament to the expanding boundaries of their interconnected worlds.
"I'm here to assist in transforming this region for the Nommo of Sarissar and migrants seeking refuge."
The first dog-headed figure stated, his tone conveying both purpose and urgency.
"Is the ambassador of Earth present?"
Regret tinged Anika's voice. "Ambassador Kaida is with Captain Orion on their expedition. What exactly are your plans here?" The Anubak figure, surrounded by his companions, all experts in their fields, explained their mission.
"We aim to construct a lake, a balanced ecosystem to support the Nommo's needs."
Intrigued, Kelly gestured towards the machinery.
"And those diggers are part of your plan?" "Yes,"
replied a Seraphis geologist with evident enthusiasm.
"The project requires a thorough understanding of local geology to create a sustainable aquatic habitat for the Nommo's winter hibernation."
The question of why the Nommo were being brought here hung in the air until it was answered with clarity.
The Earth and Martian Alliance agreed with Sarissar to bring the Nommo here. Their unique abilities will be crucial in establishing an advanced communication system, complementing our satellite deployment efforts.
As discussions of their grand plans unfolded, Voss, squinting towards the sky, abruptly announced Jaxon's return. The sight of the hoverjets descending sparked a flurry of excitement and concern among the onlookers. Rushing to welcome them, Anika embraced Jaxon, overcome with relief and joy at their safe return, though the absence of one hoverjet and the sight of Robert without his disability chair hinted at unforeseen events. The revelation of Voss's son, Mark, suffering from a snake bite and amputated leg during their encounter with the tribe of lizard people in the Myjar Mountains, added depth to their already incredible journey. As the group gathered, tending to Mark and sharing their tales, the arrival of the Sirius systems engineers and their plans momentarily took a backseat to the pressing need for care and healing. The community, united in their relief and bound by their recent experiences, prepared to face the challenges ahead with the promise of new allies in the Sirius and Anubak engineers, architects, and geologists from the moons of Siraith, and the ongoing adventures that awaited them in the vast cosmos.
Chapter 11. Ancient Egg.
Mafdeti stood in the hangar bay of Sopdis Ark, the mothership that had brought them to this mysterious planet. She took in the sights and sounds of their new surroundings through the port window. Over here, she called out to Sirius, the elderly Nommo's pilot she had befriended on their journey. He waved back at her from inside his Astron sphere, a spherical aquarium which slotted into a smaller spherical vessel called a return craft. Their Astron sphere was only designed for 2 passengers, only her and Sirius. Most Astron spheres were larger, able to carry multiple passengers including both aquatic Nommo and air-breathing beings like herself. As they prepared to depart from the mothership, Mafdeti patted her furry chest with a paw, trying to calm her breaths. She sat at the edge of the tank, gripping onto her seat as Sirius piloted them, from the watery center, towards their destination Ambassador Kaida's home. The journey was turbulent, causing Mafdeti to panic and cling onto her seat even tighter, but when they finally landed she was relieved to be back on solid ground. As she rolled the tank away to release Sirius, she took in their new surroundings, a lush landscape with towering crystal trees and a sweet citrus aroma. The landscape was filled with strange and advanced technology, with return crafts of all sizes flying overhead. Mafdeti marveled at the sight. Despite her initial fears about this new planet, Mafdeti couldn't deny how beautiful it was. She couldn't wait to explore more of it alongside her fellow Sirius inhabitants. Mafdeti's heart rate slowed as she rolled Sirius's small tank out of the return craft. He was confined to a small space, with no room to move. She quickly went over to a group of Anubak and spoke through her translator device. "My friend, Sirius, only has a small tank. Can you help him into a larger one?"
"Sure."
3 dog-like creatures rolled his tank towards a massive spherical aquarium, using levitation technology to lift it up and levitate it above a larger tank. The glass walls merged together, freeing Sirius and his water to join the other Nommo in their temporary habitat. Mafdeti let out a sigh of relief and waved at Sirius before going off to find the rest of the Microxus expedition team. She wandered around the gardens, marveling at the diverse array of colors and shapes. Laughter and chatter filled the air as individuals from different races and species mingled in harmony. Some had long hair flowing down their backs, while others had intricate markings that glowed softly as they moved. It was a breathtaking sight, this gathering of different beings united in friendship. Lost in the enchanting atmosphere, Mafdeti couldn't help but smile and feel a sense of belonging. But she knew her true purpose here was as a spy for the secret sect of Sirius. Once she gathered all the information they needed, they would send her on her way to another mission. Hopefully it would take longer than expected to uncover any ancient alien technology. Davy, an archaeologist, waved at her from across the garden. She joined him and others at a table with freshly brewed coffee. Excitement buzzed through the group of archaeologists and explorers as they gathered outside the canteen. They carried advanced tools and scanning devices, all ready for the discovery of a lifetime. Mafdeti settled among them, with her sleek black fur and graceful feline movements, radiating eagerness for what was to come. The leader of the crew, Dr. Vanis, was a renowned archaeologist known for her expertise in deciphering ancient scripts. Her voice overflowed with scholarly enthusiasm as she addressed the team.
"We are on the brink of uncovering an ancient civilization that has long been lost to time. This civilization worships Sopdate, just as our own does. With any luck, we will discover forgotten artifacts that could shed light on our own history and the culture of Sirius."
Mafdeti felt excitement swell within her as she looked at the eager faces of her colleagues, experts in archaeology and ancient alien studies. The lure of discovery was irresistible.
"Departure in 5 minutes,"
announced Dr. Vanis. The team followed her to their levitation discs, preparing to venture into the untamed wilderness of Microxus. Laughter and banter filled the air as they flexed their muscles and readied their weapons. Mufdati's partner, a pug-faced Anibak named Jaslinda, listed off all the equipment they had. "Are you sure we have everything?" Mufdati asked through her translator. Jaslinda's head popped up from the storage compartment of their silver disc.
"It looks like it."
"We only have one chance at this. It will be several days before we can receive another shipment."
"So far, so good."
Jaslinda barked silently while her interpreter meowed.
"We'll report back in a few days."
"How far is the site?"
"Only 500 miles, if we fly directly there. It's just beyond the Myziar Mountains."
"Excellent." The crew members armed themselves with laser rifles and other weapons before entering their levitation discs. The discs lifted off the ground and carried them towards their destination. The team arrived in the barren foothills of the Myziar Mountains, gazing out at the desert and sea ahead of them, their goal to uncover the remnants of an ancient alien civilization. Equipped with visors and advanced sonar devices, they prepared to start their exploration.
"Get those Echovision Gnosis 3 drones ready for deployment,"
commanded Dr. Vanis, her voice silencing over her team's headsets. She gestured towards the spherical devices scattered on the cracked ground beneath her boots. Each drone lifted into the air, emitting pulses that mapped out the intricate layers hidden below the surface. The crew watched with bated breath as the drones maneuvered through the airspace, sending out sonic waves in all directions. Mufdati crouched on the dusty ground, her paws curled protectively around her knees, but when holographic projections appeared on her visor, she shot up in excitement. A 3D grid revealed ancient structures and buried artifacts. "Whoa," she purred. "It's like peeling back layers of history." Dr. Vanis barked twice before navigating through the holographic map, dissecting aerial renderings for all to see through their visors.
"This is it. These readings suggest structures, possibly dwellings or temples."
Jaslinda barked a few times too, and then communicated with the Seraphis using electronic meows and purrs.
"We've got anomalies here, definitely remnants of an ancient civilization."
The crew gathered around the holographic projections, enraptured by the unfolding secrets of an extraterrestrial past. Mufdati's heart raced at the thought of discovering what secrets Microxus hid beneath the surface.
"Let's mark these coordinates and investigate further,"
declared Dr. Vanis, sharing potential entry points for their physical exploration.
"Team, let's move."
She gestured to the marked coordinates on their visors. With that, the crew took off towards their destination, eager to uncover more hidden treasures. Flying over the desert in their levitation discs, the ground beneath them shifted from rough earth to smoother terrain.
"Be careful, everyone,"
Davy advised, scanning the area for any potential dangers. Using their equipment, the archaeologists carefully removed layers of sand and soil, revealing the stone base of an ancient structure. Intricate hieroglyphs and ornate carvings adorned the weathered stone. It was like uncovering a secret world hidden beneath the sands.
"Magnificent,"
said Dr. Vanis in awe, running her fingers over the ancient inscriptions.
"This is the language of the Sirius people from eons past. We have stumbled upon a temple."
The team continued to unearth buried treasures using their advanced robotic tools. Mufdati and her companions were enthralled by the relics they uncovered: ancient scrolls, delicate statues, pottery fragments, and intriguing objects that hinted at a once great civilization. But one large chest-like structure caught their attention.
"This could be it,"
said Dr. Vanis eagerly. The crew gathered around as she and two other Anibak carefully pried open the lid, revealing a collection of cosmic egg-like orbs inside.
"Treasure, indeed,"
exclaimed Jaslinda, marveling at the mesmerizing spheres.
"These appear to be a source of great power. I have never seen anything quite like them."
Mufdati's jaw tightened as she activated the video camera in her cybernetically enhanced eye. The AI within suggested that these orbs could be the original power source for the Quantum Dreamweavers, just as Xanador had suspected. She quickly sent the footage directly to her SSS spy master. His instructions appeared in her mind.
"Steal one and hide it in the ambassador's colony."
"But how can I take it from Microxus?"
she questioned telepathically.
"I will send you a craft,"
came Xanador's response. Meanwhile, Dr. Vanis inspected the orbs closely, studying their gentle pulsating light with fascination.
"This discovery surpasses anything we could have imagined."
The rest of the team exchanged excited glances, all aware that they had stumbled upon something truly exceptional. As they continued their work, Mufdati secretly plotted how to execute her espionage and claim one of these precious orbs for the SSS, all while maintaining her facade as an eager archaeologist. As Mufdati returned to the Microxus colony, the Delta 7 migrants from Earth's moon had diverted much attention, providing her with the perfect cover for her upcoming mission. Using her specialized skills and equipment, she blended into the crowd of newcomers like a shadow, remaining unnoticed as she prepared her special invisibility suit. With advanced technology, it camouflaged her among the busy masses. Quietly heading towards one of the largest astron spheres docked in a secure location, Mafditi navigated through complex security systems. Her fusion of Sirius technology and personal modifications were finely tuned for this specific task. She easily gained access to the initial barriers without triggering any alerts. Biometric scanners, retinal verification devices, and magnetic key locks formed the first line of defense. But with a custom-made gadget attached to the security panel, Mafditi was able to manipulate them into reading her credentials as an authorized individual. The subsequent layers involved intricate encryption patterns and security codes, akin to digital minefields, but Mafditi was well prepared, using advanced hacking tools to decrypt the encoded sequences while simultaneously creating temporary blind spots in the system. A sensor grid mapped out the entire room, ready to sound an alarm if any movement was detected. But with her suit rendering her invisible and incorporating dampening technology to silence her movements, Mafditi glided through the room with ease. The vault's security seal, a complex combination of lasers and magnetic fields, stood between Mafditi and the ancient power orb. With her specialized tool, she was able to intercept and reroute the signals controlling the magnetic fields, creating a momentary gap in the room's protective grid. Moving with precise synchronization to the brief fluctuations in the laser patterns, she slipped through undetected. Inside the vault, she swiftly swapped the original orb with a meticulously crafted replica provided by an agent. The shape was more egg-like than perfectly round. With practiced dexterity, she completed the swap without setting off any alarms. Once the original orb was safely stored in a backpack attached to her specialized suit, Mafditi made sure to leave no evidence of her covert operation. She seamlessly melded into the celebratory crowd as she made her way out of the astron sphere, concealing any trace of her activities. The theft was a resounding success. Now she possessed a vital piece in the SSS clandestine plans, and despite the heist that had just taken place, the astron sphere and its security system were none the wiser.
Chapter 12. Orion 1's Gift.
The air within the clandestine hangar of Oort 45 thrummed with expectation as Mira, flanked by the learned scholars and her courageous team, awaited the return of Cindy and QD2. Suddenly, Quantum Dreamweaver 1 manifested instead of QD2. Mira let out a strangled cry. Orion 1. Then a second orb materialized beside it. Cindy has returned as well, Mira exclaimed, her hands fluttering to her chest in relief. As both crafts shimmered side by side, a wave of ease washed over the assembled group. Mira strode towards QDs 1 and 2. Blonde-haired Cindy and dark-haired Orion 1 emerged from their vessels, their countenances marked with signs of weariness from their journey through the blinding lumina. Orion 1 held a precious, multicolored stone reverently in its grasp. Mira's eyes sparkled with excitement as she welcomed her team back from their journey into the unknown. "Is that the special stone?" she asked, unable to contain her curiosity.
"It is,"
he replied telepathically, the hive mind between them still working seamlessly. Mira called over her shoulder. "The hive mind still connects us, I see." Her focus returned to the unusual crystal in his hands, mesmerized by its power. "Give it to me." He handed it over, and she felt sparkles run through her body as she touched it. Surprisingly, there was no energy emanating from it after that. Much research would be needed to unlock its secrets. She hugged him tightly, relieved that they had returned safely. The chief scientists and technicians quickly surrounded the Quantum Dreamweavers 1 and 2, eager to inspect the crafts and analyze their data logs. The atmosphere was alive with technical queries and discussions about their exploratory venture into the Lumina, Cindy said.
"The journey was both exhilarating and challenging. That Mothman approached me, questioning me in my mind. He was very curious about my craft."
Mira gasped. "And you told him?"
"I did,"
Cindy confirmed.
"But Orion 1 appeared on the view screen. And through his porthole, he already had the stone. The Mothman was mad with rage."
Orion 1 stood beside Cindy, his expression troubled.
"I must confess, madness took hold of me for a day and I lost control of QD1. But eventually I regained my senses and remembered my task. I tracked down Lord Xylothor, the darkest of Mothmen I was following."
"Lord Xylothor," Mira whispered.
"I followed him to a maze hidden between realms,"
Orion 1 went on.
"And there, In a vault guarded by powerful magic, I found the Chronomeld Stone.
Mira's features softened at the mention of Lord Xylothor's name. Did you learn anything about his motives or the nature of the stone? Orion 1 nodded.
Lord Xylothor seeks to control time and feed on the nightmares of the past and future. Ever since the aftermath of the black holes caused by the ether entangler, and since a cure was found for the nano-nexus, there has been a shortage of nightmares for him and his kind to thrive on. The wars and chaos caused by those events brought about a surge in the population of Mothmen, but now they struggle to find sustenance.
As the team continued to study the logs from their journey, Mira couldn't stop worrying about Lord Xylothor's intentions or the potential consequences of her possessing such a powerful artifact. High Priestess Mira languished in her spacious living quarters, accompanied only by Orion 1, her soul remaining linked to the hive mind. The stillness hung thick in the air, a reminder of the absence of the other Orions and their tragic fate. As Orion 1 nuzzled against her, a troubling thought nagged at her mind. Why had her connection to the others been severed? Was it a calculated decision by her team of AI specialists? They had promised it was not, but she knew how fiercely they guarded her well-being. Perhaps they feared subjecting her to the thoughts of a deranged individual would be too much for her to bear. But she could trust no one who lied to her. Max Cypher, Huan, and all the others were not traitors. She believed in their dedication to advancing Oort 45's discoveries in every realm of science. It was a legacy passed down by her mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother before her. A proud lineage of scientists. Orion 1, she said, seeking reassurance from her faithful companion. Do you detect any lingering traces of our severed link within the hive mind? In his calculated and slightly hollow voice, Orion 1 replied through their mental connection.
Negative, High Priestess. The connection remains severed.
A knock interrupted their conversation. Who is it? She called out.
It is Max Cypher,
Announced her guard from beyond the door. Send him in, she commanded. The Sri Lankan IT specialist entered, his stature small because of his Earth-born ancestors. In his hands, he held a case with a gleaming surface and intricate engravings that hinted at complex encryption patterns. He shambled towards them, his steps hesitant and uncertain. Sit, Max, she commanded with a flick of her hand. He lowered himself into the chair opposite, placing the mysterious case on the coffee table between them. What is that? She asked.
I believe it is best for you to place your stone inside,
he replied coolly.
As Orion 1 stole it from a highly secured vault that crosses dimensions.
But I have grown accustomed to feeling the Chronomeld Stone in my hands, she protested, sweat already forming on her brow.
Trust me, High Priestess,
he urged.
The box possesses the power to conceal its energy signature from interdimensional beings. It is a crucial feature to ensure the stone's safety should any entities attempt to track or detect it.
Mira delicately picked up the case, studying its intricate details with a determined glint in her eyes. She ran her fingers along its edges, relishing in the smoothness of its surface. But this box will prevent me from feeling its power. I must know where it is at all times. Max leaned forward earnestly.
You can still carry it with you. It is not heavy.
Mira fixed him with an unyielding gaze. What makes you think I am incapable of protecting it? No one dares to challenge me. Max hesitated before speaking, carefully choosing his words.
The vault where Orion 1 stole the stone from was impenetrable, even for that Mothman creature.
She lifted her chin defiantly, but not for my Quantum Dreamweaver.
True,
Max conceded.
But do you know who or what this entity is that we are dealing with?
Mira scoffed at his question. Of course not.
Well, what if it possesses powers far greater than anyone we know? The box is our best chance at keeping the stone hidden and secure.
Mira's gaze turned to the case, her mind racing with possibilities. I have carried this stone for so long, Max. I cannot simply distance myself from it now.
High Priestess, this is not a matter of personal attachment. It is about your safety,
Max pleaded. But Mira remained steadfast in her decision. I appreciate your concern, Max, but the box is not an option for me. It is my responsibility and I will not abandon it now.
If you ever change your mind, know that the box will always be available to you,
Max said with a bow, before retrieving the case and taking his leave. Mira and Orion 1 made their way to the hospital wing, a place reserved for those tormented by their own minds. The echoes of deranged ramblings filled the halls as they approached the room where Orion 2 to 5 were being treated. The hospital's resident psychiatrist greeted them with a bow.
High Priestess Mira, the Orions remain stable, but their condition persists, and we are still struggling to find a cure.
Mira's brow furrowed in frustration. Can you not determine a potential cause or treatment? The psychiatrist shook her head solemnly.
We are uncertain. It is likely because of the hive mind virus, or perhaps it is linked to their connection with the Lumina. They seem to experience a collective psychosomatic disorder affecting their neural pathways.
How can you be sure it is a collective disorder? Mira pressed on.
Because they all exhibit the same symptoms and show synchronized behavior. Their minds are suffering from the same psychological distress, suggesting that the hive mind virus is at work, corrupting their thoughts collectively.
A surge of determination washed over her as she clutched onto the Chronomeld Stone in her hand. She passed it to each of the 4 troubled Orions, hoping it could provide some relief for their tortured minds. As they held onto the stone, an otherworldly energy seemed to emanate from it. Gradually, their chaotic expressions softened and were replaced with a newfound calmness and focus.
This stone.
Orion 2's voice trembled.
It's as if it's pulling me back from the brink of madness.
Orion 3 looked up with eyes that showed a glimmer of recognition.
The fog in my mind is clearing.
Overcome with emotion, Mira's eyes welled. The once chaotic room now radiated with peace and tranquility. She embraced each of the Orions, feeling their gratitude and relief in her heart and mind. A smile spread across her face. This stone is a true healer. We must bring it to every patient in this hospital. She shook her head and let out a heavy sigh. I am glad I didn't lock it away in that box of Max ciphers.
Chapter 13. Captain Tide.
As the dawn broke over Microxus, Kaida awoke to the comforting scent of freshly brewed coffee. It was a rare occasion for her to sleep in, and she revelled in the solitude of the vast bed, her mind still lingering on the strange spherical motherships from Sirius that had invaded her dreams. Clad in silk pajamas, she followed the alluring arrow through the airy corridors of the opulent mansion. In the elegant dining room, she was greeted by the pleasant sound of hushed conversations and Annika's melodious laughter. The sunbeams streaming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows painted the space with a warm, golden glow.
Good morning, Kaida.
Jaxon's voice boomed through the tranquil ambience as he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her closer. She couldn't help but giggle as he playfully nibbled on her ear. That's tickly, she protested with a smile. Sia entered the room with a purposeful stride, planting a chaste kiss on Annika's lips before taking her seat at the table. Kaida joined them, gracefully settling into the chair beside Annika and kissing her on the cheek. Did you all sleep well? Kaida asked.
Wonderfully,
Sia replied.
Jaxon managed to keep his legs off my shins for once.
I unfortunately had less luck,
Annika interjected with a roll of her eyes. The 4 companions had faced quite the challenge in converting one of the master bedrooms into an enormous bed to accommodate their growing group. After enlisting the help of some envious men, they were able to combine 4 king-size beds together. Kaida and Annika valued their personal space, but Sia didn't seem to mind Jaxon's constant cuddles throughout the night. As they enjoyed their breakfast of pancakes and coffee, informal discussions turned towards important decisions.
I relish this part of the day,
Annika remarked.
Sharing a meal and strategizing how to accommodate more newcomers.
Kaida couldn't agree more, already lost in thought about the logistics of hosting so many people within their compound. The numbers have swelled significantly, she noted. It's truly remarkable how many have found their way here. But we must find ways to expand our housing options. Sia bit into a succulent piece of passia fruit, her gaze nodding in approval.
The Seraphis and Anubak are taking care of everything,
she said, a sense of relief evident in her voice.
They're even constructing new settlements on the outskirts.
Jaxon leaned forward, his eyes shining with curiosity.
Have you given any thought to a name for our colony?
The question sparked a lively debate among the group, each one passionately advocating for their own suggestions. The table quickly became littered with glitter gel and felt tip pens as they scribbled and sketched their ideas. New Horizon Camp, perhaps? Kaida suggested, nodding to the hope that drove these migrants to seek out this new home after their long and treacherous journeys. Annika countered with
Haven Reach.
Sia, always practical, offered
Unity's Haven.
But it was Jaxon who grinned triumphantly.
What about Hope's Crossing?
As they bantered and brainstormed, the sweet taste of pancakes mixed with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. After showering and dressing, Kaida and her partners heard the familiar hum of a spaceship descending. Sia couldn't contain her excitement as she bounced on her feet and pointed at the window.
My family is finally here.
She led the way outside, desperate to catch sight of her loved ones as they stepped off the ship's ramp.
Come on.
She called back to Annika, Jaxon and Kaida. Her bare feet pounded against the soft earth as she ran towards the arriving Thalassians. Kaida's breath caught in her throat as she smiled at the newcomers. The nano-nexus may have never reached Thalassia, but they had faced many hardships before, and there were always those seeking refuge. Annika and Jaxon followed Sia's lead, their own excitement mirroring the Aqua Woman's contagious energy. As the spacecraft descended, Sia clasped her hands in front of her heart, tense and eager to see her sister and children. The Thalassians, with their pale blue skin and jovial demeanor, emerged from the vessel and immediately began interacting with the Nommo, humans, Seraphis and Anibak. Chloe's pterodactyl circled overhead, adding to the cacophony with its squawks and squeals. Amidst the bustling crowd, Sia's voice rang out above all else.
There they are.
With a burst of energy, she sprinted towards three small figures in the distance. Annika, Kaida, and Jaxon followed suit, all three filled with joyous laughter as they called out names and embraced their familiar friends.
River, Marina, Delta,
Sia exclaimed, her voice carrying across the throng. The children were bursting with recognition and happiness as they ran towards their group.
They're 10?
Annika queried with a puckered forehead. Upon closer inspection, Kaida too noticed their youthful appearance. However, she quickly reminded herself that Thalassians lived up to 300 years old. In comparison, Sia's 60 years seemed like nothing, despite her youthful appearance of only 20. The sounds of laughter and excitement filled the air as the children mingled with their newfound friends. Jaxon, caught up in the infectious energy of the little ones, playfully ruffled their hair before leading them towards the waiting Nommo by the lakeside. Without hesitation, the trio eagerly splashed into the shimmering water alongside Jaxon and the others, and for a brief moment Kaida soaked in the scene before her. A beautiful lake glistening under the sun, joyful voices echoing through the air, and different species coming together in unity and merriment. As Kaida waded further into the water with her black hair cascading behind her like a silken veil, a sense of contentment washed over her. This was truly a moment to be cherished. The glittering waters of the lake were disturbed only by gentle ripples as Kaida's thoughts floated aimlessly. Nearby, Jaxon had become the center of attention, surrounded by a gaggle of children. They frolicked and played at his command, drawn in by his infectious energy and light-hearted nature. Together, they engaged in a game involving a brightly coloured orb, their laughter filling the air as they chased and caught it. Even the Nommo children joined in on the fun, their superior swimming abilities no match for the playful humans from Thalassia. But amidst the joyous chaos, one Nommo's approached Kaida with an otherworldly grace. Her long green hair partially obscured her green breasts, and her eyes were large and round. "Hello," Kaida greeted her. The Nommos did not respond with words, but lay down on the bank of the lake, her rainbow tail occasionally flicking out of the water. She touched Kaida's hand gently, igniting an immediate connection between them. In an instant, Kaida was flooded with emotions. She gazed into the Nommo's dark eyes. She saw her father swimming in the depths of the lake, his face etched with sadness and guilt. Their connection was an open channel to his innermost thoughts and feelings. Through this link, Kaida saw images and glimpses of her father's life without her, washing his face in a bathroom sink, before suddenly clutching his chest and collapsing to the floor. Her heart clenched at his silent calls for her return, echoing through their telepathic bond. "What is happening?" Kaida asked urgently.
"If you do not return home tomorrow, he will die. Sorrow and heartache consume him, and it will only get worse, affecting his heart badly."
The Nommos replied empathetically. "When will this happen?"
"If you remain in this world, in 2 years and 2 months, your father will perish."
Kaida fidgeted with her hands, rubbing them anxiously on her thighs. The answer held immense weight for her. She had not spoken to her family in a very long time, a fact that weighed heavily on her heart. The Earth's space marines had notified them of her safety and well-being, but she took some comfort in knowing that they could not respond because of the lack of satellites in the system. Betrayal ran deep in Japanese culture, and Kaida felt it keenly as she remembered her parents, both military members, and how she had brought shame upon their name by becoming Earth's ambassador. The Nommos released her hand, and the images faded from her mind. Kaida's heart swelled with a renewed sense of duty and love for her family, but it also stuttered with a sense of dread and loss. She would have to leave behind Jaxon, Sia, and Annika.
"You will depart tomorrow,"
the Nommos declared, gesturing towards the Thalassian spaceship.
The ship sets sail for Sarasar, where an alliance with the water people awaits. From there, you must catch a flight back to Earth.
Silently and swiftly, Kaida half ran back to the mansion, avoiding the prying eyes of the revelers. Seeking comfort in her quarters, she quickly shed her muddy clothes and stepped into a refreshing shower. Dressed in a clean yellow dress, she left again and wandered through the expansive gardens before seeking the Thalassians and inquiring about their captain. They directed her to the community kitchen, where the scent of fresh marine produce filled the air. Ducking behind a bush at the sight of Jaxon and Sire strolling through the rose garden, Kaida waited until they were out of sight before entering the bustling kitchen. The captain, with his pale blue skin and silver hair, stood out among the Thalassians. He was middle-aged with a long, curly beard and piercing yellow eyes. "Hello," Kaida greeted, clasping her hands behind her back and shuffling nervously. "I am Kaida."
Ambassador Kaida.
He boomed, a wide smile spreading across his face.
It is an honor to meet you. Your reputation precedes you in the interstellar community. Amongst the spacefaring political figures of the Milky Way, your name is well known.
I was wondering if I could have a moment of your time to talk. The captain's sharp gaze assessed her, perceptive and calculating. She told him she wanted to go to her homeworld.
Are you prepared to embark on this journey with us?
He asked, his tone steady and firm. "I am interested in joining your ranks," she replied, trying to keep her eagerness in check. The captain nodded slowly.
We could use an extra hand on our voyage. You were a space marine before, correct?
"Yes, a high-ranking captain," Kaida confirmed.
Excellent. Can you pilot a vessel?
The captain inquired. "I am skilled in piloting Earth vessels, and I have experience with Talosian space vessels as well," Kaida said confidently.
Very good. Thalassian spaceships aren't much different. You'll be able to assist me with piloting the Cerulean Voyager.
Kaida saluted him respectfully. "Thank you, Captain Tide." He nodded in acknowledgement.
We sail at dawn tomorrow, Kaida. Be ready.
Back at the mansion where she had spent the past 2 years with Jaxon and only a few weeks with Annika and Sia, Kaida found comfort in the familiarity of the vast living room. But now, as thick dark clouds rolled in and thunder resounded throughout the mansion, a sense of uncertainty hung in the air. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the stormy landscape of Microxus outside the window. As rain poured down and blurred everything outside, Kaida couldn't help but feel conflicted about leaving behind her friends and loved ones for an indefinite amount of time. Her heart yearned for a different future, but she knew that her family expected her to marry and settle down with a Japanese man. Her parents had already introduced countless suitors to her over the years.
Chapter 14. An Unknown Realm.
The Chronomeld Stone brought a miraculous transformation to Oort 45, erasing the shadows of mental turmoil from the minds of those in the psychiatric care. Mira, in her sanctuary, beckoned to those burdened by sorrow or teetering on the edge of despair. A multitude formed a line, each person receiving the stone's touch, a moment that vanquished their inner turmoil. In the solitary clear dome that adorned her asteroid, Mira orchestrated a festivity for those rejuvenated by the stone's touch, including her 10 Orion replicas, the scholars, healers and spiritual guides of her domain. Beneath the starlit gaze of the cosmos, they shared in laughter, celebrating the dawn of a new era of wellness. Center stage, Mira spun, a whirl of joy and purpose, her life's journey now bearing the fruit of wellness for her community. The spiritual leaders joined in the revelry, their voices united in celebration of their revered guide. Mira's vision soared beyond the festivities. The innovations taken from far-reaching civilizations and the boundless potential of their quantum dreamers beckoned a future of exploration and sharing. Her community, once isolated, now stood on the cusp of galactic benevolence. Envisioning herself as a guiding light of hope across the stars, Mira prepared to begin her journey, the Chronomeld Stone in hand, to demonstrate the purity of her mission. She envisioned drawing souls from across the galaxy to her sanctuary, expanding her congregation. The universe, vast and filled with silent cries of anguish, called to her. With the Chronomeld Stone's power and her resolute determination, Mira embraced her destiny to bring light to the darkest corners of existence, her mission clear to offer solace and sanctuary to all who suffer. An unforeseen surge upset the carefully maintained equilibrium of the dome, causing the lights to flicker. Panic ensued as Mira and her guests experienced an unsettling weightlessness, their bodies adrift amidst the decorative stars that had once seemed so benign. Mira's heart drummed against her chest in alarm. It pounded in her ears, drowning out the panicked cries around her. Her inability to reach any solid ground thwarted, immobilized in the zero-gravity chaos, her instinct to act. As cries of distress sliced joyous tunes, the scene descended into disarray, with objects and people alike caught in dizzying levitation. Struggling for composure amidst the pandemonium, Mira's thoughts scrambled for a resolution, yet she found herself at the mercy of the tumultuous forces at play. With a burst of determination, Mira propelled herself towards a floating table, grabbing hold of its edge. The table spun in the air, sending glasses and plates spinning in all directions. She fought against the weightlessness, her muscles straining as she pulled herself closer to the chaos. A vase hurtled past her, missing her head by inches. She ducked and weaved through the airborne debris, her eyes scanning the dome for any sign of safety. Time seemed to slow as Mira fought against the forces that held her captive. Her mind searched for a solution, an escape. Her gaze lifted to the celestial bodies that now seemed to dance in a dizzying spectacle above. Her skin tingled with dread as she witnessed the collective alarm amplify. The foundation of the dome itself shuddered, a harrowing prelude to a more dire threat. Near the altar, where the Chronomeld Stone was displayed, a formidable vortex sprang to life. Its ominous glow and growing power filled the room with a blinding light. The vortex widened. Its hunger seemed never-ending as it pulled at the fabric of their reality. The stars disappeared. The vacuum of black space around them became infinite whiteness. Screams echoed off the insides of the glass dome as witnesses looked on in horror. Where were the stars? Why was it white outside? Mira extended her hand towards the stone. This allowed her to descend towards it through the chaos. Beside it was Max's case. As she put it in and closed the lid, a subtle click echoed, signifying the sealing of a pact between them and the promise of the stone's safety. The gravity returned, and instead of falling and breaking their limbs, everyone floated gently to the floor. Max Cypher nodded.
We'll safeguard this with our lives, High Priestess. The future may hinge on what we do next.
Mira, surrounded by her hive-mind clones, surveyed the expanse of unrelenting whiteness that now enveloped them. The blackness of space and pinpricks of stars had gone. The silence was profound. Together, they turned to face the boundless void. The sudden emergence of 3 colossal faces from the void transformed the atmosphere from one of bewildered shock to palpable fear. The visages, enigmatic and imposing, hovered in the infinite whiteness, their origins and intentions unfathomable.
We must remain calm,
Max advised, his voice steady amidst the rising panic. Mira, still leaning on Orion 1, tensed. Could they be guardians of this realm? Or perhaps its sentinels? The partygoers who had returned to witness the veracity of the rumors now faced a reality far beyond their wildest dreams. The void, once a canvas of unblemished whiteness, now played host to entities that defied comprehension. A hush fell over the crowd as the faces moved, their expressions shifting in subtle ways that suggested intelligence and awareness. We need to establish communication, Mira declared. Understanding their purpose could be key to finding our way back or surviving this place. Her hive-mind clones nodded, their collective psyche working in unison to plan a strategy. They reached out mentally, attempting to bridge the gap between themselves and the colossal entities with thoughts of peace and inquiry. The faces paused, as if considering the overture. But as the colossal visages vanished, a palpable sense of awe and unease settled over the onlookers. The encounter, brief though it was, left an indelible mark on every witness. Mira, still leaning on Orion 1, felt a mixture of fascination and trepidation. These beings. They're beyond anything we've encountered, she whispered, her voice barely audible in the overwhelming silence that followed the apparition's departure. Orion 1, sharing in the bewilderment, nodded.
Their presence suggests dimensions and realms we've yet to understand. The universe holds more secrets than we dared imagine.
The other Orions, seated in a circle around the case containing the Chronomeld Stone, looked at one another, each processing the encounter in their own way. The knowledge that they were not alone in this void, that entities of such unimaginable scale existed, was both terrifying and exhilarating. Mira straightened up. We must learn more about them. Their existence could change our understanding of the cosmos. The hive-mind clones echoed her sentiment.
We stand with you, Mother. Our journey is far from over.
As the colony regrouped, shaken by the event but unharmed, Mira's thoughts turned to the future. Determined to press forward, Mira rallied her people. but a scientist's eyebrows rose in surprise.
This is unprecedented,
he declared.
We must explore this realm for resources lest we be stranded here without knowledge of what sustenance it may offer.
A priestess voice cut through the murmurs and sparked a cascade of agreement and skepticism.
What about the Chronomeld Stone? It brought us here, perhaps it can return us to our own world.
Attempting to manipulate time and space comes with great risks.
Someone hollered.
We must prepare for unforeseen consequences.
Orion 3, connected to Mira's hive mind, spoke up in confusion.
High Priestess? It was the stone that restored our hive mind and freed us from madness. I do not understand.
Mira soothed her creation with a gentle touch. It's all right, my child. Mother is here. Another priest interjected with doubt.
But how can we be sure the stone is responsible for our current state? There may be other forces at play.
One suggested contacting the beings outside the dome, while another urged caution in dealing with unknown entities. The heated discussion turned into a chaotic debate as different opinions clashed. With composure and contemplation, Mira addressed her people. I appreciate all your insights and suggestions. We will consider all options carefully, but for now, our focus must remain on securing our colony and attending to immediate needs. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, visibly pained by the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. Once the commotion died down, Orion 1's voice resonated within Mira's mind.
I believe our best chance lies in attempting communication with these entities. I can guide us through with Quantum Dreamweaver 1.
Mira nodded resolutely. Time is of the essence. Cindy, the blonde pilot with a voluptuous figure, rushed towards Mira and Orion 1 as they made their way to the exit. Her gaze darted between the door to the inside of the asteroid and the infinite whiteness that had replaced the stars outside of the glass dome.
Where are you going?
She asked urgently. To use QD1. Mira replied calmly. Cindy's eyes lit up.
I'm coming with you.
Mira shook her head firmly. No, Cindy. Your presence is needed here to coordinate our efforts. But Cindy refused to back down, her intense blue gaze unblinking. Reluctantly, Mira conceded, knowing she couldn't dissuade Cindy from her chosen path. Very well, she said. Let us make our way to the hangar. The vast hangar, once bustling with the hum of Quantum Dreamweavers, now lay eerily silent as High Priestess Mira, Cindy and Orion 1 arrived. Coldness hit Mira's bones as she surveyed the empty space. How could this be? Where had their precious crafts vanished to? The reality hit her hard like a blow to the gut. Beside her stood Orion 1, his robotic presence offering little comfort in the face of such an unexplainable situation.
They've all disappeared.
Mira couldn't even muster a reply, weakly throwing up her hands in frustration. They had to find a way, with or without the Quantum Dreamweavers, to reach the beings that had peered at them through the dome, as if they were specimens in a petri dish. Cindy's voice cut through the tense silence.
We can use the normal spaceships.
Mira exchanged a concerned glance with Orion 1 before reluctantly agreeing. The corridors of the asteroid colony were now filled with murmurs of uncertainty as they made their way towards the other hangar. But upon arrival, they found it deserted. All ships gone without a trace. Frustration and desperation coursed through Mira's veins as she clutched onto the metal case in her arms. There has to be something we can do, she declared, her voice determined despite the despair that threatened to consume her. Cindy nodded in agreement. With a jut of her chin, Mira led them towards an airlock that would allow them to walk on the surface of Oort 45. Let's open it, she said firmly.
If the suits are still there,
Cindy added. Thankfully, when they reached the airlock in the West Wing, all essential gear remained intact. Spacesuits, helmets, and gravity boots awaited them in neat arrangement. Mira set down the stone in its box and reached for a familiar silvery spacesuit, running her fingers over the fabric, as if seeking comfort. Orion 1 helped Cindy secure her helmet while Mira readied herself. The rhythmic clicks of locking mechanisms filled the airlock as they donned their protective gear, sealing themselves off from the uncertainties that awaited them on the white expanse outside. In a rare moment of reflection, Mira glimpsed her dark, determined eyes reflecting from the inside of her helmet's visor before nodding silently to her companions. Without another word, they activated the airlock mechanism and stepped into the cold vacuum of space. The doors sealed shut behind them, leaving them alone with nothing but each other in the whiteness of infinity. Their helmets, equipped with advanced technology, displayed a constant stream of data before their visors. Mira tapped the screen on her helmet, bringing up vital environmental readings. The numbers flickered in front of her eyes, showing acceptable levels of air quality, pressure, and gravity. The readings were clear and green across the board. Gravity appeared within normal ranges, air pressure stable, and the temperature a comfortable 20 degrees Celsius. The screen showed no signs of any toxic substances or allergens present in the air. The trio communicated through their helmets, verifying and cross-referencing their findings with each other. They all agreed to remove their helmets. Orion 1 was the first to do so. His face twisted in awe as he bounced up and down on the asteroid's surface with a loud thud.
Is this really what it feels like? A planet with a safe atmosphere and gravity.
He quickly removed his boots and leapt around in just his socks. But as he landed again, he winced in pain. Be careful not to cut your feet, Mira warned between bursts of laughter. Orion 1 grinned sheepishly as he put his boots back on.
I didn't realize how sharp these rocks can be.
Mira couldn't contain her excitement any longer and let out a howl like a wild animal. And there's sound. Orion 1 joined in the celebration, jumping around once more, but with caution this time. Amidst their laughter and joy, Mira's emotions suddenly shifted to tears. This experience was overwhelming and surreal, and Sira and Lyra could not share this weirdness, and she couldn't help but let it all out.
Chapter 15. Departure. Jaxon stood silently alongside Seer and Anika in the vast gardens of Hope's Crossing. The sky above was dark and menacing, with storm clouds gathering overhead, a fitting backdrop for the departure of the cerulean Voyager. The rain continued to drizzle down, its gentle patter adding to the sadness in the air. His gaze was fixed on the towering starship, poised and ready for its journey. The aquatic marvel known as the cerulean Voyager gleamed in the faint light, a perfect fusion of technology and nature. The Thalassian engineers had outdone themselves with this vessel. Bioluminescent patterns embellished its translucent hull, leaving Jaxon in awe. But it wasn't just the exterior of the ship that captivated him. Just the day before, he'd been invited to view its interior. The observation domes, large and transparent, allowed for breathtaking views of the stars above. As he looked upon its smooth design and hydrodynamic fins, anticipation rippled through his body. Like the wings of some underwater deity, the fins were poised for action, ready to carry their passengers through uncharted waters. Sadly, one of those passengers included Kaida, who had been like a wife for the 2 years gone past. He knew her better than Anika and Seer, and he loved her dearly. As they stood there, waiting for Kaida's departure, Jaxon thought back to the night before. Kaida's devastating news had not only broken his heart, but also spurred him to demand a meeting with Captain Tide himself. And though he felt anguish at Kaida's sudden departure, seeing the interior of the starship had brought him some relief. The holographic displays within had been like something out of a dream, as had the artificial gravity systems and bioluminescent communication patterns. And when he had seen Kaida's living quarters, he'd felt a sense of reassurance that she would be in good hands under the care of Captain Tide. But now, as they prepared to say their goodbyes and send Kaida off on her journey, Jaxon couldn't ignore the pang of sadness in his heart. His thoughts were interrupted by a tug on his arm from Seer.
It's time.
He attempted to shield her from the rain, but it was no use against the relentless downpour. Anika stood on her other side, her arm tightly wrapped around Seer's petite frame. He squeezed Seer's hand tightly as they all made their way to the cerulean Voyager, ready to bid farewell to Kaida. Kaida stood at the spaceship's base, her gaze fixed on the ramp with a determined stare. Jaxon grimaced as he watched her, knowing that she was the ultimate representation of a space marine, strong and resilient. As Kaida turned to face them, her ultimate words before boarding the ship etched into their minds.
I will never forget you.
With a hiss, the door to the cerulean Voyager sealed shut, separating them from the Thalassian crew and their beloved Earthling. The spacecraft began its ascent into the sky, its engines purring as it prepared to journey amongst the stars. A shimmering energy shield enveloped it, created by bubbles that seemed almost alive. A lump formed in Jaxon's throat, and he swallowed hard to push down the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Rain mixed with tears fell down his cheeks, and he hastily wiped them away, trying to maintain composure.
Are you all right?
Seer asked, while Anika joined them on Jaxon's other side. He nodded weakly and wrapped an arm around each woman's waist. His gaze followed the invisible path that the spaceship had taken until it disappeared into the horizon. It's strange, he said after a moment of silence. when it was just Kaida and I on Microxus. It almost felt like we were, well, married or something. We went through so much together. It's going to be different without her. Seer nodded.
Anika and I were lucky to have that time together too, on Sirasar and the Manticore coming here.
Anika let out a mournful wail and used a trembling hand to wipe away her tears.
We were looking forward to spending our days with you and Kaida again, Jaxon. We didn't have nearly enough time with her.
Amidst the depths of his fortress, Lord Xylothor seethed atop his throne. A deep, guttural growl echoed from within his kite-earnest exoskeleton. They dared to encroach upon our realm. He glared at the myriad of dimensional screens before him, each a glimpse into a different corner of the multiverse. Pheromones and vibrations wafted through the air, carrying with them news from the Lumini universe. His antennae quivered as the information took root in his consciousness. The Chronomeld Stone. The intention craft. He turned towards his army general of the Shadow Sect. General Major Zithrian, cloaked in darkness, met his gaze without flinching. I seek not only to possess the stone, but also that vessel. The general nodded solemnly. We shall ensnare their nightmares and pursue them. Xylothor's eyes narrowed on the screens. That vessel is a bridge between time and space, an artifact of immeasurable value. I cannot fathom how those lowly humans came into its possession. Xylothor shifted in his seat. These mortals, these foolish trespassers, they must not meddle with forces beyond their comprehension. Send forth the soldiers, unleash the full might of the Shadow Sect, plunder their every nightmare for our own purposes. General Major Zithrian listened, his unflinching gaze steady beneath his hooded cloak.
My lord, our battalions are prepared. We shall only capture nightmares from Dimension 3+1, Parallel Universe 23037.
Make it so. I shall find the gateway to this realm, and whoever dares deny me what is rightfully mine will be exposed. Later, in the throne room of Lord Xylothor, General Major Zithrian approached with a shadowy essence cradled in his palms.
My lord, you sought a nightmare from the Milky Way.
The kite-earnest form of Xylothor shuddered as he accepted the substance, chanting and releasing pheromones and vibrations to unveil a dark channel. Outside the fortress, a legion of moth soldiers floated in formation. Xylothor commanded them through pheromones to sustain the nightmare, their task clear. 3 energy scouts nodded grimly before diving into the billowing shadowmare. With a resounding thrum of energy, they were off to Parallel Universe 23037, following their lord into the heart of the interdimensional abyss. Within the Milky Way, Xylothor unfurled an intricate pattern of DNA strands. Behold, he declared to his entourage, silhouettes of Shadow Sect beings leaning in, with twitching antennae. This is the sequence of nucleotide bases that make up this man's DNA. The Shadow Sect was enraptured by the alien genetic map, recognizing its significance to their cause. His existence traverses across realms, Xylothor continued, and he holds immense power. He, along with the Chronomeld Stone and the Golden Craft, will be essential in unlocking the dominion of the Lumina. With a new song chanted in the vacuum of space, Xylothor reached out through dimensions, finding a spectral trail that led them not to the man in question, but to the Triangulum Galaxy. Undeterred, they followed this pathway as it twisted and turned through space and time. Later, Lord Xylothor went to a bountiful world spinning around a white dwarf. The man from the Golden and Orbital Craft lounged in a comfortable chair in his mansion. He was lost in a virtual reality experience. 2 scantily clad women joined him, sharing in the immersive cinematic journey. The glimmering light played across the man's features as he gazed at the wondrous spectacle unfolding before him. The women mirrored his awe and wonder. For a brief moment, the man was completely absorbed in the VR, oblivious to any other presence. But then, a lone Mothman was sent into the virtual narrative by the army general. However, within seconds of entering, the Mothman collapsed and perished on the floor. Why did he die? Xylothor inquired.
The scenes of joy were too excruciating for our kind to bear.
The general replied.
Master, the web of bliss within this virtual world is overwhelmingly intense for us.
Xylothor contemplated on this as his soldiers combed through the surroundings for the coveted Chronomeld Stone. The Mothman lurked in the shadows, patiently waiting until Jaxon and his companions retired for the night. Jaxon's consciousness slipped into a deep slumber long before the chattering women drifted off, and it was then that Lord Xylothor entered into Jaxon's dream world. Although it began on the world where humans resided, Xylothor expertly weaved and twisted the very fabric of Jaxon's dreamscape, delving deeper into his psyche and conjuring up haunting memories from his past. The scenery shifted and changed at Xylothor's whim, fascinating and enthralling him.
Captain Orion dreamed that night. Jaxon, in his boyish form, allowed his mother to place a tender kiss on his cheek on the street corner as they headed to school. In that moment, with no one watching, he did not feel the familiar pang of embarrassment that often accompanied such displays of affection. But had she attempted to do so in front of the school's entrance, he would have surely cringed. It was difficult enough being labeled a social outcast. The bright white sun of the Orion system shone down upon Idaphia City, a bustling metropolis that thrived off its abundance of light and warmth. The streets and sky tubes hummed with life and activity. As Jaxon pulled away from his mother and dragged his levitating suitcase behind him, he arrived at the street corner where he could finally leave her behind. He stole one last glance over his shoulder, waving goodbye before turning the corner and approaching the grand entrance of his school. Inside, corridors adorned with holographic displays lined the walls. Equations flashed by, historical figures materialized in lifelike forms from across the Milky Way, and diagrams depicting the vastness of space captivated students' attention. The floors glimmered softly, changing colors as students hurried by to their next class. Some lingered in social corners near their lockers, dressed in a combination of traditional and modern clothing styles. Each student wore a holographic badge that displayed their daily schedule and current projects. Those who were deemed popular flaunted interactive accessories that doubled as educational tools. One student proudly sported a holographic armband projecting 3D models of constellations, while another donned sleek glasses that immersed them in a virtual learning environment. Swirling colors and shapes danced around them as they engaged in lively discussions. When Jaxon exited the main door to the school's backyard, he was met with a hovercraft stationed on the landing pad. His fellow 8th graders chatted eagerly in groups, their levitating suitcases by their side as they prepared for their summer vacation in the mountains. In an instant, they found themselves in the mountains. He was dreaming, and he knew it. Jaxon and his dorm mates unpacked their suitcases, preparing for a summer of adventure and relaxation. But at that moment, Jaxon realized something else. The awareness that tomorrow would bring destruction and loss to his loved ones, and the city of Idaphia weighed heavily on his heart, as he knew this wasn't just a dream, but a memory. From the shadows emerged a figure with wings made of darkness. The atmosphere thickened as the being approached.
Lord Xylothor let out a relieved breath, the spaces between his thorax vibrating softly. Jaxon had become lucid in his dream. In that moment of clarity, Xylothor sifted through the boy's thoughts, learning of the tragic loss of his parents. Stepping out from the shadows, he spoke to the boy. "Do you remember the Idaphia sky bombs?" Jaxon sniffled and nodded.
"Yes, my parents. They will die tomorrow."
Tears welled in his eyes. "But I can prevent it," Xylothor offered. The boy's face lit up with hope.
"How?"
"Like this." He raised a hand, and all the children around them froze in place like statues. "Look outside." Jaxon crept towards the window, peering out at the frozen world beyond. Even the birds paused their flight across the sky.
"Why don't they fall?"
he asked. "Because I have stopped time," Xylothor explained.
"But this is just a dream,"
Jaxon countered. Xylothor chuckled. "Ah, you know that?"
"Yes,"
Jaxon replied sheepishly. "I can prevent the sky bombs from taking your parents' lives. All I need is for you to tell me where the Chronomeld Stone is." Confusion clouded Jaxon's young face.
"I don't have a stone."
Xylothor's expression darkened. "Do not play games with me, child. You took it as an adult, didn't you? You used a golden spherical craft to steal it from the vault in the nether regions."
"The golden orb spaceship,"
Jaxon repeated uncertainly. "Do you remember now?" As Xylothor pressed.
"I remember,"
Jaxon admitted reluctantly. Xylothor released a slow, deliberate breath through his thorax and abdomen.
"Only Oort 45 possesses those crafts,"
Jaxon said. "Oort 45.
"In the Oort Cloud, within the Sol system."
Jaxon clarified. "In the Milky Way," Xylothor confirmed.
"Yes."
"Now tell me, why did you fly it to the nether regions?"
"To the nether regions."
Jaxon looked confused. "Yes," Xylothor prompted. Jaxon's face twisted in confusion.
"What are the nether regions?"
Xylothor paused, unsure of how much to reveal to the young boy. "Do you have the Chronomeld Stone with you now?"
"I don't have a stone. I never stole one,"
Jaxon insisted, tears welling up again. "I see," Xylothor trailed off. If this was true, then who had taken the Chronomeld Stone? And why? The thief was identical to him and had the same genetic sequence, the same phenotypes and genotypes. The dream shifted suddenly, pulling Jaxon away from them. Xylothor reached out instinctively, but it was too late. The force that tethered Jaxon's astral form to the multiverse pulled him away into another dream. Frustration bubbling within him, Xylothor turned to his battalion for guidance. We must go to this Oort Cloud and see for ourselves.
Chapter 16. Rebellion.
Mira, Cindy, and Orion 1 darted to the control room, urgency propelling their steps. Upon entering, Mira, gripping the case containing the Chronomeld Stone tightly, proceeded straight to the main intercom. She paused for a moment to collect her thoughts before activating the system. Residents of Oort 45. We have returned from the surface of our asteroid. I must impart some unsettling revelations. Our Quantum Dreamweavers and all of our spaceships have vanished from the colony. We do not yet understand how or why this occurred, and our situation remains an enigma, Mira announced, her voice echoing throughout the colony. As the announcement concluded, the quiet anticipation in the control room was shattered by the sound of knocking. Mira, momentarily startled, called out, "Who is it?"
"Your hive mind, Orion's,"
came the unified reply, a mental chorus that only Mira could hear. "Enter," she commanded. The door swinging open, they gathered around her, a council of trusted advisors and extensions of her will.
"It's hard to imagine how someone could have taken our Dreamweavers and ships without a trace,"
Orion 2 voiced aloud for Cindy's benefit, echoing the thought he had shared mentally with Mira moments before in her mind. Mira affirmed the need for a comprehensive exploration of their options and the asteroid's mysterious exterior, the suggestion from Orion 5 to retreat to the temple and meditate, focusing on the Chronomeld Stone's potential to establish a communion with the colossal beings, sparked a glimmer of hope. "You are clever. I am so glad you are autonomous," Mira said. The prospect of using their combined psychic abilities to potentially communicate or negotiate with the giants presented a new avenue of exploration. As the group deliberated on revealing the existence of the Chronomeld Stone to these beings, the tension in the room was palpable. The decisions made here, in the heart of the control room, could very well dictate the future of Oort 45 and its inhabitants. Upon reaching the temple, the group was joined by Ansantari, whose presence was as commanding as it was luminous. Her vibrant scales changed colors and patterns as she communicated, translated for all to hear from a device attached to the helmet which fitted over her octopus-like head. Ansantari, a figure of scientific prowess and universal connectivity, offered a perspective that broadened the scope of their potential interactions with the cosmic entities. Mira's recognition of Xantari's unique ability to bridge worlds, both literally and metaphorically, underscored the significance of her role in their current predicament. Orion 1's observation that Xantari's less threatening presence might facilitate a peaceful dialogue with the celestial beings highlighted the strategic advantage of leveraging diverse strengths within their group. As they stood in the temple, the group's collective focus turned towards establishing a connection with the colossal beings that had so profoundly impacted their reality. Xantari's readiness to engage in Mira's contemplation of the scientific and unknown boundaries they were about to navigate marked a moment of unity. They were on the cusp of reaching out to entities whose understanding and capabilities far exceeded their own. Xantari's body language conveyed her readiness to engage with the unknown. "If these beings are reaching out, it's an opportunity for discovery," Mira said. "We'll accompany you to the edge of the dome. From there, you will attempt to establish a dialogue with these entities. We'll monitor and intervene if necessary." The group nodded in agreement, united in their decision to seek out a peaceful engagement with the cosmic entities. With Antari at the forefront, they journeyed through the maze of the asteroid's tunnels to exit into the only above-ground dome on the colony. They headed to the dome's edge, the boundary between their known world and the vast, uncharted expanse beyond. The potential for groundbreaking dialogue, or perilous confrontation, loomed large as they stepped forward into the unknown. Xantari conveyed Mira's question with a calmness that belied the tension in the air. Her scales shifted to a serene blue, signaling her deep connection with the entities. Those faces appeared again with no apparent features, and patterns and colors and shapes morphed constantly across their billowing surfaces. After a moment that stretched like an eternity, Xantari's form shimmered with a response.
"They say the vessels were reclaimed to prevent misuse and to safeguard the fabric of the cosmos. Your possession of the Quantum Dreamweavers disrupted the balance they were meant to protect."
A storm brewed beneath Mira's composed exterior. "Misuse? We've only sought to explore and understand the universe, to heal and protect our people." Centauri flickered in shades of green and yellow, a visual echo of the entity's caution and concern.
They acknowledge your intentions, but assert that the Dreamweaver's power extends beyond your current understanding. The potential for harm, intentional or not, is significant.
The revelation hung heavily in the dome, a sobering reminder of the vastness of the universe's mysteries and the limitations of human and vortelith comprehension. Then how do we proceed? Mira pleaded. How do we ensure the safety of our people and continue our quest for knowledge without the Dreamweavers? How do we return to the Sol system in our Milky Way? Centauri's scales danced with a spectrum of colors.
They say they want their Chronomeld Stone, which you stole.
Tell them I did not steal it and I do not have it. Mira jutted her chin towards the white expanse beyond the dome.
Why are you lying?
Cindy asked. I want to keep it. Don't tell them I have it. The beings who called themselves the Celestial Architects were confused and said they didn't believe her. Although Mira knew she was lying, the accusations were relentless, piercing the air like shards of glass. Mira's anger and disgust towards these beings and Centauri swirled within her. She felt exposed and vulnerable, her every decision and action under scrutiny by these superior entities, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and frustration. In an effort to compose herself, she took a deep breath and tried to steady her nerves. A wave of energy rippled through the vortelith, causing Mira to tense even further. Centauri, she commanded through gritted teeth. Tell them to take us back to Oort 45.
The cosmic beings refuse.
Centauri replied, her tentacles quivering with fear.
They demand the return of the Chronomeld Stone before they will comply.
But I don't have it. Tell them I don't. She sobbed and stared at her shoes. Mira retreated to her bedchamber, seeking refuge in the solitude of her thoughts after the disastrous meeting with the Celestial Architects. But her respite was short-lived as a booming voice crackled through the intercom, delivering a shocking revelation that shook her to the core. The voice exposed Mira's treachery and selfishness. The voice exposed the truth. The High Priestess sprang to her feet, propelled by a potent mix of rage and confusion. Every step she took reverberated with urgency, her mind reeling from the announcement that had laid bare her deceit. As she stormed through the corridors, discontented murmurs swelled into a symphony of dissent. The sound of doors slamming shut echoed around her, creating an oppressive atmosphere thick with tension and unrest. But Mira pressed on, pushing through masses of disgruntled colonists. Their once loyal faces now contorted with betrayal and anger, they chanted for her downfall. Down with High Priestess Mira, their voices rang in her ears like a death knell. She tried to fight against the crowd, but it was too much for one woman to bear. They dragged her down to the ground, tears streaming down her face as someone ripped the metal case from her hands. Amidst the chaos, Mira found herself being carried through the halls until they stopped outside a dark dungeon cell. With one final push, they thrust her inside and slammed the door shut behind her, leaving Mira alone with only her thoughts, fears and the Chronomeld Stone she had taken out of the case moments before and hidden under her robes.
Chapter 17. Vanished. Under the first light of day, the beams cascaded through the transparent ceiling, bathing the community kitchen in a glow that seemed almost ethereal. It was a morning like any other, yet charged with an unspoken anticipation. Amidst the hustle, Voss and Jaxon shared a moment of peaceful respite, their breakfast a simple affair under the grand spectacle of dawn. Voss, cradling his cup with hands that had seen the rough edge of many a harsh winter, leaned in, a conspiratorial glint in his eyes.
You won't believe what the Seraphis and Anubak have accomplished. They've created a factory close by where they are assembling something extraordinary.
Jaxon took a leisurely sip of his coffee. Oh yeah.
Don't you want to know what it is?
Tell me then. His chuckle, a low rumble, did little to hide the curiosity now alight in his gaze.
Their first satellite, Jaxon. A brilliant project. They're preparing for the launch.
Voss's voice, barely contained excitement threading through each word, was a beacon of wonder in the dim morning light. A satellite? Here.
Yes, they've been working tirelessly, employing technology and skills we've never seen before. The advancements they're bringing could immensely benefit our growing colony.
His words spilled forth, a torrent of excitement and awe.
They're launching it today.
The notion of a satellite being launched from their humble colony sparked a fire within Jaxon. I'd love to see it. Voss's smile was all the answer he needed.
Then it's settled. Let's head there once the preparations are complete.
As the news of the satellite launch wove its way through the heart of the colony, and excitement took hold, binding them together in a shared eagerness. Jaxon found himself surrounded by a fellowship of faces, each marked by the same passion that now thrummed through his veins. The day unfolded like a dream, the jungle canopy a vivid portrayal of the untamed beauty of Microxus. The air was alive with the buzz of preparation, as a motley crew of Hope's Crossing's finest set forth, each mode of sky transport a marvel of this newfound era. Upon reaching the cusp of a valley, a vantage point a world away from the life they knew, they waited. Voss spoke of the marvels of entangled transmitters, of particles bound across the expanse of space and time, a promise of connection in the vast solitude of the cosmos.
Wait.
Kelly said, the dawn of comprehension breaking across her face.
So, does it mean that messages sent from, say, Microxus could reach the farthest moon of Sirius instantly?
Exactly.
Voss confirmed.
Anywhere in this universe, which also has a photon-entangled communication system, my dear. Once encoded and transmitted, it relays these messages. It is like a virtual wormhole for information, if you will.
Robert's query cut through the anticipation like a knife.
But doesn't quantum entanglement defy the law of causality?
Voss, ever the teacher, embraced the question with the enthusiasm of a scholar sharing a great secret.
Ah, a brilliant observation. It doesn't violate causality but exposes a phenomenon where the two entangled particles share a unique connection, even across vast distances.
As Voss delved deeper into the strange world of quantum entanglement, each word he spoke seemed to weave the very fabric of the future before their eyes. Seer, Annika, and Jaxon, armed with their binoculars, became sentinels at the threshold of discovery, watching as the guardians of this new technology. Those cat and dog-headed technicians and engineers performed their sacred rites of inspection. Then, the moment of truth arrived. The countdown echoed, a mantra for the ages, culminating in the ignition of the launch vehicle. It was a spectacle that transcended the mundane, a fiery chariot ascending towards the heavens, marking the trail of humanity's relentless pursuit of knowledge and unity. The satellite's ascent was a symphony of fire and aspiration, a visible testament to the power of collaboration across species and worlds. As it vanished into the celestial beyond, Jaxon, rooted in the moment, felt a surge of pride for their collective achievements. Voss's gentle touch on Jaxon's shoulder brought him back to the present.
You all right, Jaxon?
Jaxon's affirmation was lost in the stars, his mind adrift in the sea of possibilities. Yeah, just thinking.
And what might that be?
Voss inquired, his gaze piercing the veil of the future alongside Jaxon. The simplicity of Jaxon's admission belied the depth of his contemplation. I don't know. It feels like there's something big on the horizon. Voss's laughter was a light in the fading light of day.
Well, if anyone can sense it, it's you, Jaxon. You always had a knack for feeling the pulse of the new world.
The reassurance in Voss's words was settling. Thanks, Voss. I just hope whatever it is, we'll be ready for it.
We will be. We've come this far, but we still have a long way to go. But with each new achievement, we're one step closer to our goal.
And what is that? Jaxon asked.
To create a home where all species can live in harmony and thrive. A place where we can put aside our differences and work together.
The flutter of hope in Jaxon's heart was a flame rekindled. I believe we can do it. Voss's smile was a mirror of that hope.
So do I, my friend. So do I.
Together, they returned to their hoverjets. The horizon before them not just a boundary to be crossed, but a promise of what lay beyond. As Jaxon and the other colonists returned to Hope's Crossing, they were greeted with grim news from the Sol system. The Oort Cloud, a massive debris field that once surrounded the Sol system, had vanished into thin air. Fear and sorrow spread through the colony like wildfire as they realized the devastating implications of this disappearance. Gathered around a holographic globe in the marketplace, Jaxon sat with his friends and neighbors, struggling to process the loss. The once bustling hub was now filled with hushed whispers and mournful sobs.
All our friends, gone.
Kelly's mother, Diane, cried. Robert tried to offer a hint of comfort.
We were lucky to have left when we did.
But the reality of their friend's fate was too much for Kelly's mother to bear. She broke down into uncontrollable tears, joined by many others in the crowd. Voss's one-legged son, Mark, sat beside them in his hover chair.
So many people vanished.
Voss's face was etched with pain.
The scientists on Oort 45 and Vespera, they helped us all so much. If it wasn't for them, I would never have found a cure for the nano-nexus.
He buried his face in his wrinkled blue hands, speckled with darker blue-age spots and freckles.
It was a joint effort.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. remembering how the scientists from Oort 45 had saved Seer from her brain damage and aided those who had been held captive with him. But now, they were all gone. A newcomer, a Sirius woman, approached Jaxon and asked about the Oort Cloud. She had black fur, bright green eyes, and white paws. He tried to explain what it was, but his words caught in his throat as he thought about all the lives lost within its invisible walls. "It's where our friends used to live," he finally managed to say. The Sirius woman expressed her condolences before taking a seat next to Jaxon and Voss. As Voss tried to give her a detailed explanation of the Oort Cloud, Jaxon's mind wandered to the worst possible scenario. Had they been attacked? Was the entire Sol system in grave danger? Fear and uncertainty gnawed at him as he searched for answers that may never come. Voss scanned Jaxon's face and reached out a comforting hand.
"We cannot presume to know what has transpired."
"But here, in these remote lands, we are safe, yes?"
queried the Sirius Catwoman anxiously. Jaxon nodded grimly, his thoughts racing with ideas on how to defend themselves. They could not rely on any outside aid if things went awry. The arrival of security forces from Sirius, Sol System, and Centauri C were delayed. As evening descended, the group took a leisurely stroll through the lush public gardens enveloped by crystal fruit trees and the tranquil lake. Echoes of merriment and music filled the air as they wandered beneath crimson lanterns, breathing in the sweet fragrances of blooming flowers. At every corner, vendors peddled sticky toffee berries on skewers, bubble tea, barbecued meats, and toys for children. The soothing melodies of traditional music wafted from various bands, celebrating their diverse planets and cultures. Jaxon gazed upon the smiling faces around him and was reminded that even amidst death, life continued. As he gazed up at the starry sky above, he offered silent thanks for the safety of his loved ones. Suddenly, the Catwoman grasped his arm excitedly.
"Look,"
she exclaimed, pointing at two shooting stars streaking across the night sky before vanishing beyond the horizon.
"Make a wish."
"I wish for eternal safety for us all," Jaxon proclaimed loudly for all to hear. The others echoed his wish until their voices blended into a chorus that resonated through the night. A blood-curdling scream pierced through the air from the center of the lake. It reverberated through the ground below. It was a noisy mixture of hundreds of voices screaming in unison. The group froze in shock, unsure of how to react. Jaxon could see fear and bewilderment deeply ingrained on the faces around him as they frantically searched for the source of the disturbance.
"The Nommo,"
cried out the Catwoman as she bolted towards the lake. Jaxon watched in awe as she leaped over a throng of people to reach the water's edge, where she engaged in conversation with 3 Nommo women on the shore. Meanwhile, the other Nommo in the lake and on land continued to scream and thrash about. The noise was unbearable, causing everyone to cover their ears in agony. Word quickly spread that the Nommo were going mad. Nommo filled the entire lake. There were hundreds of them, flailing about frantically, stirring up waves and colliding into one another. They rose above the water's surface on their massive fishtails, swaying like weeds in a tempestuous wind. Their bodies glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, their eyes reflecting terror and anguish. Jaxon's heart pounded furiously in his chest as he weaved through colonists to reach the Catwoman's side. "What are they saying?" he demanded urgently.
"They blame you for bringing this upon us,"
she replied solemnly.
"They claim that in the future, you will bring the War of Shadows."
His brow creased in confusion. What?
"The Mothmen."
Mothmen. He had no recollection of such creatures. But then he remembered his dream.
"Yes, of course,"
declared an elderly Namus man with a curly white beard. The old merman sat on the muddy shore, staring up at him.
"You are Jaxon. It is you who has seen him in your dream, is it not?"
"Seen who?" Jaxon asked, bewildered.
"That shadowy silhouette, like a messenger of doom,"
clarified the elderly merman. Jaxon's mind raced as he struggled to remember. And then it all came back to him. He had dreamed of a shadowy being who had requested something called the Chronomeld Stone from him.
"The Quantum Dreamweaver,"
the merman stated.
"Do you have the stone he seeks? Did you steal it from them? Did you get it in a Quantum Dreamweaver?"
"No, I never stole anything. I don't have the Chronomeld Stone the man in my dreams wanted. But how do you know about the Quantum Dreamweavers?"
"I am anonymous,"
he replied, his voice dripping with ancient wisdom and power. "I swear on my life, I am innocent. I don't even have a Quantum Dreamweaver. I only borrowed one. I have never laid eyes on that stone. He may believe it to be me, but he is mistaken."
"He speaks true,"
all the Nommo announced, joined in unison by its brethren.
Jaxon Orion speaks only truth.
The cacophony grew, a thunderous chorus of creaks and moans like an old gate being pried open by some unseen force.
Jaxon Orion speaks the truth.
Over and over, the sounds blurred together in a deafening symphony, each note more agonizing than the last. Screams and shouts rang out, rising to a fever pitch that threatened to drive him mad if it did not cease. Chapter 18. Unseen Tide. Jaxon's head pounded as the Nommo chanted their eerie tune, drowning out his thoughts. Despite their insistence that he spoke the truth, Jaxon couldn't rid himself of the overwhelming feeling of dread creeping up his spine. The colony was in chaos. Who was the shadowy figure with dark wings that haunted his dreams? What did the Chronomeld Stone and Quantum Dreamweaver have to do with it all? Voss rushed over, trying to make himself heard over the uproar.
Jaxon, what is happening here? Why were they accusing you?
But the Nommo continued their chant of Jaxon's innocence.
He speaks true. He speaks true.
Huddled on the muddy shore, the Catwoman watched him with piercing eyes. Voss took in the chaotic scene and turned to Jaxon with a grave expression.
We need to put an end to this madness. Find out what's causing it.
Desperate for answers, Jaxon grabbed Voss's arm. The Nommo believe I am connected to whatever is happening. They mentioned a dark man in my dream.
A dream?
Voss asked, skeptical. Jaxon recounted his visions of the shadowy figure demanding the Chronomeld Stone and Quantum Dreamweaver. The Sirius woman leapt towards the elderly Nommos before returning to stand before Jaxon and Voss.
They want you gone from Microxus. You wished for safety forever, so now we must leave.
But they're chanting that I speak the truth. Jaxon winced at the deafening noise. The Catwoman's claws grazed against his t-shirt, but didn't break through the fabric.
It will not matter. The Shadow Man does not believe you, and soon he will unleash madness upon this colony.
What will he do?
Voss asked.
Drive everyone to madness. That is what the Nommo foresee. Without their guidance, you would be unaware.
Voss looked skeptical.
Can we trust them?
Jaxon met the Catwoman's unwavering gaze. We have no choice. If not for them, I would never have known that Corrigan escaped to Microxus and took Kaida with him. They have the second sight.
The Nommo want you to leave with me in a return craft,
she added.
I have already sent for a Soptit arc from the Triangulum Galaxy.
Sorry, Jaxon said. What is an arc? The looming Sirius mothership cast a foreboding shadow over the gardens, blocking out the equally gigantic moon. Its arrival was accompanied by screams and chaos, but it didn't land. It floated above Hope's Crossing. Amidst the panicked colonists and wailing Nommo, the Catwoman's voice cut through.
Don't take the Manticore. You'll need the 3 psychic Nommo on Soptis arc to assist. The docking bay won't accept anything other than a return craft.
Captain Orion felt Voss's hand firmly grip his shoulder before he gave the order.
Go, Jaxon. Your friends need you to leave.
The Catwoman sprang into action, scooping up the elderly Nommos who had spoken to them with ease.
Hurry, Captain Orion,
she called out above the chaos.
We must leave at once.
Jaxon frantically looked around for Anika and Seer, but Mark informed him they were likely tending to the children.
We'll tell them,
Voss assured him.
We'll manage here. Go.
Jaxon followed the Catwoman towards a small, spherical spacecraft nestled among the herb patches. Its pristine white exterior mirrored that of the looming mothership. As they boarded, Jaxon glanced back at his home and companions. He made a promise to return. Inside the craft, the elderly Nama's man lay struggling on the floor without a tank to support him.
I'm so sorry, Nereus.
The Catwoman apologized.
We didn't have time to retrieve one.
It's no matter.
Nereus rasped, his tail flapping weakly.
Just get me on that arc.
Nereus lay propped up on one elbow, his eyes trained on the holographic view screen.
This is madness,
he grumbled, his fingers tapping the screen. The Catwoman teased him.
I do believe you were just complaining about the monotony of Microxus.
Nereus grunted in response.
That's beside the point, Maftati.
Hardly.
Maftati laughed.
You should be grateful for this adventure, you grumpy old man.
Nereus cracked a small smile at her words before muttering.
Grumpy old man, am I?
Just a tad.
She playfully replied.
But don't worry, the Seraphis and Anubak will make sure you're settled in no time.
As they docked into the massive mothership, Maftati scooped Nereus up once more and exited. A dog-headed porter offered to place him in a water tank, but Nereus insisted on being carried instead.
Send me on up,
he gruffly commanded.
Don't be foolish.
Mafdetti chided.
You'll only hurt yourself without an astron sphere.
The porter rolled a hollow glass orb over to Nereus, who effortlessly slid inside. As soon as he was settled, a small opening appeared, and the porter attached a hose to fill the orb with water. Nereus glanced irritably around, his eyes reflecting annoyance. Once the orb was full, the porter positioned it on a cup-shaped disc and activated the suction from an opening in the ceiling. The orb, with Nereus safely inside, ascended and disappeared into the aperture above. Jaxon blinked rapidly, trying to process what he had just witnessed. Where did he go? Is he going to be all right?
Don't worry.
Mafdetti reassured him.
We'll see him later. For now, let's make our way to the central hub.
She gestured with a white, furry paw for Jaxon to follow her, and they hurried across the vast bay towards 3 elevators. As they rode up in one, they entered a realm of unearthly beauty. The doors opened onto a breathtaking environment that resembled an idyllic paradise. A crystal-clear lake sparkled under the radiant light, surrounded by lush forests. Geodesic domes dotted the hillsides, harmoniously integrating with the scenery. Jaxon rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is inside a spaceship. Mafdetti smiled at his reaction.
This is the habitat within our mothership. It caters to the needs and comfort of beings from the Sirius system.
It's incredible. Jaxon's gaze skimmed over the picturesque vista. I wish Anika, Seer, and Kaida could see this. It's unbelievable that a spaceship could house something so beautiful and vast. How many miles does it stretch?
The expanse of water and land extends in every direction for a radius of 200 miles.
As he took in the peaceful landscape, troubling thoughts filled Jaxon's mind. The Nommo's unsettling words, the disappearance of the Oort Cloud, the Shadow Man, and the chaos at the colony. He turned to Mafdetti. Do you think we can find out what happened? Mafdetti nodded confidently.
I have brought you here to consult with the most psychic among psychics.
Jaxon felt a calming peace in Sopdad's arc. How could a mothership hold such a natural habitat? He shook his head in wonder. Mafdetti's voice broke through his thoughts.
Everything has returned to normal on Microxus now.
How do you know? Jaxon asked.
Nereus told me.
You're telepathic.
No.
Mafdetti replied with a slight smile.
I have an earbud in.
So, are we going to seek guidance from the most powerful psychics right at this moment? She nodded. Are they Nommo?
They are a crossbreed of Nommo and Ongu.
Mafdetti answered, leading Jaxon across a bridge that arched over the shimmering lake at the heart of the central habitat. Are they genetically modified?
Yes, they are.
The breathtaking view made it feel as though they were in a different world, not aboard a spaceship. The air was brimming with the sweet chirping of birds and gentle fluttering of leaves, carried by a crisp breeze that held a hint of floral fragrance. As they strolled along a high walkway, taking in the natural beauty of the lake and its surroundings, they descended a ramp and entered a chamber adorned with cosmic murals depicting distant civilizations. The tranquility within this celestial sanctuary was a remarkable difference from the turmoil plaguing their recent experiences. The halls they moved through were adorned with vibrant paintings, intricate sculptures, and stunning fabric designs that showcased incredible talent and creativity. Each piece told its own unique story. Continuing their exploration, they stumbled upon Nommo, Anubak, and Seraphis along the way. Ethereal sounds echoed through the chambers, further adding to the otherworldly atmosphere. Nommo swam through the depths of aquatic passageways, bordering the shimmering chambers for bipeds. The merpeople darted through cave stream outlets, their graceful movements mirroring the currents and streams that intertwined every corner. It was a sight to behold, as they embodied the fluidity and freedom of their surroundings with every twist and turn. But before Jaxon could fully take in the mesmerizing scene, a peculiar sensation washed over him. A ripple in the air and a distant hum that echoed through the corridors.
We have arrived at the den of the most powerful psychics,
Mafdetti stated, her voice firm and commanding. Together, they entered the chamber, where soft hues of blue and purple bathed everything in an enchanting aura. At the center of it all sat 3 gray beings in a pond. The 2 females had small breasts, and the male had a muscular chest and abdomen. They really were a cross between Ongu and Nommos. Along with their gray Ongu skin, their other Ongu trait was the third eye between their brows. Though unlike the Ongu Jaxon had known, his dear late engineer, Visky, their third eyes were the color of sparkling amethyst. Jaxon's stomach churned as he avoided direct eye contact with these strange creatures.
Our minds touch yours.
They spoke to Jaxon and Mafdetti telepathically, their voices reverberating in their minds.
Welcome. Maftati and Captain Orion, you have come seeking answers.
A laugh escaped Jaxon's lips. He had never experienced telepathy like this before, not even with his fellow Ongus. The only time he had encountered anything similar was when the elders had taken control of his body.
That is because we are Nommo.
The muscular, three-eyed, and gray-skinned merman explained.
We possess traits from both species.
We seek guidance.
Maftati spoke respectfully.
Information about why the Nommo of Microxus believe Jaxon is in danger, and what this mysterious Chronomeld Stone is that the Man of Shadows demanded from him in his dream.
The three Nommongu exchanged silent glances before communing with the higher dimensions, causing ultraviolet light to radiate above their heads, channeling the light into the pond and their tails. The Nommongu spoke together in hushed tones, their words carrying the weight of ancient knowledge and dire warnings. Jaxon could feel his fists clenching as he listened to their revelations about High Priestess Mira's treachery and thirst for power. Why would she want this crystal? He asked, struggling to control his anger.
She seeks a power beyond comprehension.
A female Nommongu replied, her voice resounding in Jaxon's mind.
A power capable of manipulating time itself.
But she already has the Quantum Dreamweavers. Jaxon retorted, his betrayal at Mira's actions spurring him forward. They can do that already. The Nommongu confirmed his suspicions, revealing that Mira had sought to clone Jaxon's essence and use it for her own selfish desires. And now, he was paying the price for her crimes. He felt sickened by her blatant disregard for life and her pursuit of ultimate power. But before he could process everything, the Nommongu warned him that Mira's actions had set forth ripples that threatened to throw the multiverse into chaos. They revealed that the only way for him to stay alive was to hide in a Quantum Dreamweaver, constructed from the same materials as the ancient vault where the Chronomeld Stone resided.
But the spells of the Spellmasters protect the Ark, too,
Maftati said. The Nommongu were unsure about this. They could not see past the veil of the Spellmaster's incantations. They said if the worst came to the worst, then Jaxon must hide in a Quantum Dreamweaver. Jaxon and Maftati returned to the peaceful lake, but their minds were spinning with fear and uncertainty. Even as they sought refuge in a lakeside restaurant, Jaxon couldn't escape the impression of impending danger and loss. He reached out to his girlfriends on his comm band. Anika and Seer confirmed that Microxus was once again safe. But for Jaxon, the thought of being confined to the Ark or a Quantum Dreamweaver for his own protection was a devastating blow. Didn't only High Priestess Mira possess the Quantum Dreamweavers anyway? Chapter 19. Catastrophe.
In the silent void where stars watch over the cosmos, Lord Xylothor and the Shadow Sect ventured close to the Sol system, anticipation running as deep as the surrounding darkness. What met their gaze, however, was not the familiar icy embrace of the Oort Cloud, but a void. An unsettling emptiness where once countless fragments of ice and rock had danced in the distant reaches. The absence of the Oort Cloud cast a pall over Xylothor, General Major Zithrian, and their entourage. This void in the cosmos, a missing piece of the celestial puzzle, whispered of mysteries and alterations unfathomable to their understanding. It was as though a majestic masterpiece of the universe had been unraveled, leaving behind a blank canvas that mocked their expectations. As they made the decision to retreat to the safety of Microxus, the fabric of space itself seemed to betray them. In an instant, a cosmic anomaly ensnared their vessel, redirecting their course in a dizzying leap through the stars. They found themselves not among the familiar orbits of Microxus, but at the towering gates of Xylothor's dark citadel. This abrupt return, a jarring end to their journey, was a clear sign. Their passage through the nightmare had been severed by an unseen force. A dreamer awakening from slumber. The universe, in its infinite complexity, had rejected their path and set them on another. Lord Xylothor, ever the master of his own fate, saw not defeat but a momentary obstacle in this unexpected conclusion. With the vast expanse of space as his domain, he was undeterred. "Find another nightmare," he commanded, his voice a dark ripple across the void. His words were a directive that sent them into the depths of space, each member a messenger of their Lord's will. They dispersed with a singular purpose, to ensnare new nightmares, to weave the threads of fear and despair into a fabric that would blanket the worlds in their dark embrace. Where dimensions intersect and galaxies whisper secrets to one another, Lord Xylothor ventured once again into the ethereal corridor of the Lumina to the distant reaches of the Triangulum galaxy. This pathway, nestled within the folds of Dimension 3-1, held the promise of his quarry. Yet upon his arrival, the man he sought, Jaxon, was a specter, elusive and shadowed, beyond his grasp. With a gesture as ancient as the stars themselves, he extended his hand, weaving Jaxon's unique essence into a beacon, a tether reaching across the expanse towards its origin. The Mothmen, those custodians of psychic prowess, lent their strength, tracing the delicate threads of being that connect all existence. Yet, as the shadow of their pursuit fell upon a moon-like craft, a sanctuary where Jaxon lay hidden, they encountered an unseen bastion. The air around the vessel shimmered with potent enchantments, a labyrinth of spells that denied entry to those who bore malice. This shield, forged from the essence of ancient magics, was despised by the Mothmen, repelling their every advance with an indomitable will. Even Xylothor, whose power had unmade stars and cast worlds into shadow, found himself adrift before this arcane barrier. A rare moment of vulnerability overtook him as he floated in frustration before the mysterious vessel. His hands, instruments of untold devastation, cradled his head as he contemplated the impervious nature of the spells that protected his adversary. Confronted with a hurdle that defied his might, Xylothor retreated, not in defeat, but in calculation. The galaxy itself seemed to hold its breath as he pondered, his mind a tempest of dark thoughts. With determination as unyielding as the void, he commanded his legion. They were to unravel the secrets of these ancient protections, to find a breach in the unbreakable, to forge a path where none existed. Thus, with a scheme, Xylothor turned his gaze homeward. In the chess game of cosmic power, Xylothor was undeterred. In the heart of Lumina, where darkness and light entwined to tell tales of ancient power and forbidden knowledge, Lord Xylothor's stronghold loomed. Within its depths, the obsidian library was lit by candles whose flames danced like ghosts in the silence. An emissary, shrouded in the mysteries of the universe itself, stepped forth, a figure of omens and portents. The air stilled as he spoke.
My lord, we've uncovered a counterspell, a key to infiltrate Sopdit's ark.
The generals and advisors drew closer. Xylothor, his gaze piercing the veil of the future, commanded, "Explain." The emissary revealed a scroll, its glyphs a language of power forged in the crucible of the multiverse.
We can undermine the spells that guard the moon-like spaceship from the trinary, Sirius star. I've unraveled the ancient incantations hidden in the cryptic texts. We have the means to shatter the protective wards.
The revelation stirred the chamber, a whirlwind of dark anticipation. Xylothor, turning to his top general, acknowledged the gravity of their discovery. This discovery changes the game. We must strike and claim what we seek.
If you are ready, you can read the incantations now,
the emissary said. Surrounded by his generals, a circle of unbreakable will, Xylothor began the incantations. The throne room was transformed, bathed in darkness and light that seemed to warp the very fabric of reality. The edges of the library became a gathering storm of shadows, birthing forms of nightmare that twisted and screamed in anticipation. Drawing upon the abyssal depths of his being, Xylothor channeled the cosmic power through the fluttering of his wings and the unseen forces of his mind. His hands weaved the air into a canvas of dark energy, the glyphs springing to life around them, pulsing with the promise of unleashed chaos. The generals, their voices rising in a chorus of dark fervor, amplified the potency of the ritual. The air hummed with the power of their collective will, driving the incantations towards their zenith until the final word, a syllable of destruction, rent the protective warding asunder. Before Xylothor, the rift yawned wide, a gateway wrought from the very essence of their will, a breach into the heart of Sopdit's ark. The library, a witness to countless schemes and conquests, held its breath as the Lord of Shadows stood on the cusp of the gateway, the arcane energies swirling around him like a cloak of destiny.
Jaxon's gaze fell upon the glimmering lake within the fabricated moon, his mind billowing with the recent revelations. Before he could even begin to process the truth about the Oort Cloud and its otherworldly location, a deafening explosion shattered the tranquil air. Shadows slithered through the holographic sky, threatening the fragile peace. High above the lake, Jaxon recognized the winged figure of the Shadow Man. But this time, his head was not that of a human, but a twisted insect. The Dark Lord had taken on the form of a monstrous moth. Crimson mist seeped from beneath his wings, swirling like a raging hurricane. His legs were gnarled and clawed, and his torso was a grotesque fusion of muscle and segmented plates. Jaxon's breath caught in his throat as he sat frozen in terror. The Mothman beckoned for the shadows to merge before they descended into the lake's murky depths, turning it into an abyssal black void. Another explosion rent the sky apart. Columns of matter plummeted towards the lake at sharp angles, as if flung by some colossal hand. The water churned and boiled, scorching any Nommo who could not escape in time. Their dying screams echoed through the air. Jaxon remained transfixed as heaven was transformed into hell before his very eyes. The stench of charred flesh and acrid chemicals hung heavy in the heat. A shadow army bore crossbows and spears. At their leader's signal, they launched into a coordinated attack. Sirius, a new back, and Nommo were their targets. Even Soptet's arc, once thought to be impenetrable, now trembled under their dark powers. Cracks and fissures marred its once flawless surface.
Quick,
Mafdeti urged.
We must flee.
Jaxon's adrenaline surged as they hurried back to the cargo bay, guided by Mafdeti. There, amidst the chaos, a golden Quantum Dreamweaver awaited them. But Jaxon was hesitant. What is this doing here?
Hurry, get inside.
Mafdeti cried. But if we take it, we risk handing it over to the Shadow Army, Jaxon argued.
We cannot let that happen.
Mafdeti insisted. But if we do not, this entire mothership may be destroyed, Jaxon countered, caught between two grave choices and their dire consequences. Jaxon followed her into the Dreamweaver. As they were transported away from danger, a deafening explosion shook the mothership behind them. Jaxon was suspended in an inky void, his senses dulled by the absence of light. But amidst the darkness, a familiar voice called out to him. Mafdeti's voice. It echoed through the emptiness, distant yet crystal clear.
Jaxon, can you hear me?
Mafdeti asked.
We made it. We're safe.
He blinked several times, trying to orientate himself in this strange place. What happened?
The Quantum Dreamweaver brought us to safety,
she explained.
But the mothership, it's gone.
Gone? How?
A battalion of shadows tore through it like it was nothing,
she said with a heavy sigh.
There's nothing left.
Jaxon's stomach heaved at the thought of the powerful enemy they faced, and Sirius.
They're all dead,
Mafdeti said grimly. The pressure of those words crushed him. It's my fault. Mafdeti's voice cut through the darkness like a knife.
It's not your fault. None of us could have predicted the Shadow Army's arrival.
I wish I could go back and do things differently. If I had just talked to him.
Stop blaming yourself,
she scolded gently. Jaxon couldn't let go of his guilt easily, though. Who stole the Quantum Dreamweaver? What happened to the Oort Cloud? Whose fault is all of this?
It's High Priestess Mira's doing,
Mafdeti replied bitterly. Why was the Quantum Dreamweaver on that accursed ark?
One of Mira's spies betrayed her and sold it to the captain.
And where are we now?
In a parallel universe.
One that you're familiar with?
Yes,
she confirmed.
I've been on this craft once before.
Where are we headed?
Soptet's arcs travel through different universes, but...
How is that possible? They're not intentional crafts.
They still have billions of years to journey through the multiverse,
Mafdeti said. And will that shadow entity be able to find us here?
The three psychics assured us that no entities can track Quantum Dreamweavers. They're made from the same material as the Chronomeld Stone's vault. Astra Core.
She hesitated, then continued on.
One of your clones was able to enter the vault because he was in a vessel made from the same substance.
But if two solid objects collide, they cannot pass through each other, Jaxon pointed out.
It's not solid in that dimension,
she countered. Jaxon knocked on the inner shell of the craft. This feels pretty solid to me.
Only in this dimension,
Mafdeti reiterated. With a heavy sigh, Jaxon asked, so the Nommo didn't know where the Oort Cloud was, or what happened to those colonies?
No, they didn't.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't,
she said with a hint of exasperation.
But there's something else we need to do.
What? Jaxon asked warily.
We need to travel to the realm beyond realms and plead with the Makers to stop the Shadow Army.
But we don't have any coordinates for it, Jaxon pointed out.
That's where you come in.
The low thrum of the Quantum Dreamweaver provided a haunting background to the growing tension between Jaxon and Mafdeti. He had observed a faint glow emanating from her pack ever since their escape from the screeching Nommo of Microxus, but had not brought it up until now. Restless within their cramped hiding spot, he finally turned to her. What treasures do you carry in your bag? Her feline eyes met his gaze.
That is none of your concern.
His jaw tightened. None of my concern. We have faced a life-threatening situation together. We are currently evading a deadly Mothman with extraordinary powers. for the sake of the galaxy and even the multiverse. I believe it is time for you, to be honest. She let out a weary sigh, and her interpretation pendant transformed her meows into an electronic voice.
Jaxon, you know I am not here to cause trouble, but there are some matters that are more important than our current predicament.
Trust is a two-way street. A tense silence hung between them, while the Quantum Dreamweaver continued its soft hum.
I am here to protect you as well,
Mafdati finally said.
but I am not yet ready to reveal this other side of myself.
You stole it, did you not? Her expression remained unchanged, but with a cat's face, it was difficult to read her emotions.
Yes.
She admitted at last. His muscles went numb, though he forced himself to relax in order to hide his shock. It had only been a guess.
I took it during an archaeological excavation.
An excavation?
Beyond the Maijao Mountains.
On Microxus.
Well, yes.
He had no idea that even the Seraphs were conducting digs there. The beings from Sirius seemed to have taken over after forming an interstellar alliance with Qaeda. He tilted his head and drew in a deep breath. Why steal it? What is it?
It is something that my employer desired.
Your employer?
I am a spy, all right.
You are not an archaeologist.
I posed as one, but the truth is, I am not.
Is that why you were so prepared to flee with me?
In part, yes.
Is it true what the Nommo could see?
Yes.
How can I trust you?
I do not expect you to trust me. All I know is that the Dreamweaver will conceal you from those shadow moths.
Because the Nommo said so.
To some extent. Look, I must deliver this to my employer and see what we can do about you, and this whole mess involving the Chronomeld Stone, whatever that may be.
So you promise you do not know what it is?
I swear it. Can we go to where my employer awaits?
Will the shadow moth not find me there?
You must remain hidden here, within the Quantum Dreamweaver, and inside the mothership's hangar.
We are traveling to another Sopdi's ark.
Yes, you must stay concealed here while I meet with my superior. I don't know how those dark entities evaded the other Sopdit's ark, but they shouldn't have been able to.
Jaxon let out a resigned sigh. Very well.
Trust me.
Her words held sincerity, despite their uncertain circumstances. Fine. As Mafdati meditated to transport them to their destination, Jaxon reclined in the cramped confines of the Quantum Dreamweaver, mulling over her words. He had never expected to become entangled in interstellar espionage. Once they arrived at the grand hangar of another Sopdet's ark, Jaxon watched as Mafdati vanished into the gleaming architecture of this space, which now held secrets of his own future. However, Mafdati did not remain gone for long before she reappeared, panting.
The Oort Cloud has returned. Let us see if we can locate the church colony on Oort 45.
Chapter 20. Church's Origins.
Mira's cell was a bleak and chilled chamber, with only the faint glimmer of a torch lighting the way through the iron bars. She stood alone in the center of the room, her hands bound tightly behind her back, her eyes desperately searching for any sign of salvation. Someone emerged from the shadows, its features obscured by a veil of darkness. Mira's heart fluttered nervously as she struggled to keep her composure. Was it fear or fury that coursed through her veins? The figure remained silent, observing her with an unreadable gaze. As Mira's eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could make out the sharp gleam of a weapon gripped tightly in the figure's hand. "Who are you?" Mira spat defiantly. The figure shifted its weight, but made no move to answer her question. Mira could sense a twisted amusement emanating from its shrouded form.
"Does it matter?"
came the reply. Mira recoiled instinctively as she felt hot breath on her skin. "If you've come to cause harm, you'll get nothing from me." The woman let out a soft chuckle.
"I am not here to kill or torture you, High Priestess. I have come to offer you an escape."
Mira was taken aback by this sudden change in tone, but her suspicions lingered like a dark cloud. What kind of escape? With slow steps, the figure advanced closer until Mira could make out 3 piercing eyes staring back at her.
"You still possess the Chronomeld Stone, do you not?"
Her heart quickening at the mention of the powerful relic, Mira tried to hide any trace of emotion. "Why would you assume such a thing?"
"Because I am an Ongu and can read your mind,"
came the reply.
"and I believe that you must use the stone to go back in time if you wish to reclaim what has been lost."
Mira weighed the risks of this proposition. But what if I make a mistake and only make things worse? The figure let out a dry laugh.
"Such is the danger of meddling with time, High Priestess. But sometimes one must take a gamble for the chance at redemption."
But what of the stone? "If I change events, it may never come into my possession again."
"That stone is a dangerous weapon,"
the woman said.
"It has already transformed you into a monster."
Mira bristled at this accusation, but could not deny its sobering truth. She had become consumed by her desire for power and lost sight of herself. Yet, could she truly risk altering the past with such profound consequences? As if sensing her inner turmoil, the mysterious Ongu spoke once more.
Think well on it, High Priestess. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose. The stone holds the key to your salvation and the salvation of your colony.
With closed eyes and a deep breath, Mira made her decision. Slowly, she nodded her head in agreement.
Very good,
said the woman, stepping forward.
Now touch the stone concealed in your cloak, close your eyes, and focus on your life before. Trust in its power to guide you.
Mira's eyes fluttered open, and she found herself back in her bedchamber. The stone weighed heavily in her cloak pocket.
Mira,
Lyra's voice called out, interrupting her thoughts.
Supper is ready.
Her sister's beautiful face appeared in the doorway, a bright smile on her lips. The High Priestess Mira couldn't help but feel relieved. Lyra, you're alive.
Of course I am,
Lyra replied with a raised eyebrow.
Why would I not be? Did you have a nightmare?
Yes, it was a nightmare. Mira stood and pulled her into a tight hug. She kissed her forehead, grateful to have her sister by her side. Where's Sira?
Oh, around.
Is she okay?
Why wouldn't she be?
Lyra asked with a small laugh.
What's got into you?
I'm just thankful for my baby sisters, Mira said with a smile.
Well, someone's in a good mood.
Lyra teased. How many Quantum Dreamweavers do we have left? Mira held her breath as she awaited the answer.
5, like always,
Lyra replied. Relief flooded through Mira's body, and she clutched onto Lyra's arm. And they're all accounted for in the hangar. Lyra's brow furrowed in confusion.
No, Carolyn is out flying one right now, remember?
Oh right, Mira said with a nod. They were still in the recent past. She wouldn't have to make any difficult decisions or execute anyone today. Lyra's voice broke through her thoughts.
Since you're in such a good mood, can I ask you something?
Anything, Mira replied with a smile.
Can Sira and I each have a Jaxon?
Lyra asked eagerly. Mira hesitated for a moment before pulling her into another hug. Of course, my darling. You can have Orion 9 and Sira can have Orion 10. Lyra's eyes widened in shock.
Really?
Absolutely, Mira confirmed.
Yippee.
Lyra exclaimed with a squeal of excitement. It was frustrating that they would have to infect their hive mind again, but at least they still had the stone and each other. But Mira knew she needed to retrieve the metal box from Mac's cipher as soon as possible, so the celestial architects wouldn't detect it again. I need you to tell the guards to bring me Mac's cipher with that metal box that makes us undetectable, Mira instructed Lyra. She winced, wondering if he already had the box before their clones were created and the Chronomeld was discovered. I'll eat here, Mira continued. You go join your sister and tell her about your new Orions. Once she had the box, Mira knew she needed to leave Oort 45 and find a more remote location to test the true power of the stone. Later that evening, Mac's cipher entered with the case, causing Mira's tense muscles to relax. She eagerly took the stone and consumed her supper in her chamber before calling a meeting with her team of scientists. They needed to connect her 10 Jaxons back to her hive mind, which meant repeating the cybernetic implant procedure all over again. As Mira strode to the meeting room, she mentally prepared herself for the usual polite greetings from her team, but instead, she was met with icy glares and cold silence. What's amiss with you all? Mira strained a smile and forced a laugh.
We have not forgotten,
Father Paul, an elderly priest, said.
Indeed, we still remember how you deceived us and the celestial architects in that barren white dimension,
added Huang. Mira felt a knot form in her stomach. You all remember what happened?
Yes.
Well, there's no need to be angry. We're back now. I brought us back. Only the stone could do such a thing, you see.
Do you still possess the stone?
Father Paul's eyes almost bulged out of his face. Don't fret, Mira reassured him. Max has given me his special case once more, ensuring that no entities can detect it.
And where are this precious case and stone now?
Father Paul asked.
In her chamber,
Max interrupted.
And where are the sisters?
Father Paul turned to a guard.
Where you commanded them to be, High Priest. In their cell.
A wave of panic washed over Mira as she struggled to maintain her composure. No, you can't imprison them. I demand.
You have no right to demand anything.
Father Paul sneered.
Your title has been stripped from you. Guards apprehend Priestess Mira and lock her up, yet again, but this time with her sisters.
Mira crouched in the filth, huddled with Lyra and Sira. They were all at the mercy of their captors. The sound of footsteps reverberated through the tunnel outside their cell. 2 silhouettes appeared at the barred entrance, one with pointed cat-like ears, a Seraphis, and the other was Jaxon Orion, captain and betrayer. Captain Orion. Mira's voice trembled as she spoke.
Yep, it's me,
Jaxon said, sounding distant and unfriendly.
Paul, the high priest, told me what happened.
Please, Mira pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. Help us escape this place. Jaxon muttered something to the shadows, and soon the jangling of keys could be heard. Mira's heart leapt with hope as 3 guards entered the cell and took hold of Sira and Lyra.
Come on.
One of them barked.
You're coming with Captain Orion.
Tears of relief streamed down Mira's face as she thanked Jaxon profusely.
Can I come, too?
A timid voice emerged from the darkness. Mira and her sisters gasped as that same Ongu from before stepped into the torchlight.
Why did Mira imprison you?
Jaxon asked, his tone filled with disgust.
I do not know,
the woman replied wearily.
I am a scientist who was visiting this place. I said something that angered Mira and she locked me up.
Jaxon recoiled at this revelation, his hatred for Mira clear even in the darkness.
How long have you been here?
He asked, shining a light in her face.
I do not know. It has been a long time.
It was you who suggested using the stone to return home. Mira cried out in realization.
Yes, I thought you would free me, but it seems you forgot about me once more. And now you are all prisoners once again?
The woman's voice was filled with exhaustion.
You must take this poor woman to the hospital.
Jaxon commanded a guard.
And then arrange for her safe return home.
Delta 7.
The woman mumbled. Jaxon scratched his chin in thought.
There is much for you to learn,
he said.
Perhaps it would be best if you stayed here or at a mental institution on Earth until you have recovered. You look ill and undernourished.
But won't they hurt me again?
The Ongu woman asked fearfully.
No, there have been changes made. Mira no longer holds power here.
Let me out as well. Mira tried to push past the guards.
You are staying.
One of them snarled, shoving her back into the cell and locking the door.
We cannot allow someone like you to roam freely.
No, Mira screamed, desperation and anger consuming her. Jaxon, do not do this. Where are you going?
Your High Priest Paul agreed to grant us all the Quantum Dreamweavers,
the Catwoman said nonchalantly. Mira's reaction was immediate and disgusted. No, those belonged to my great-grandmother. She found them here on this very asteroid during an excavation.
She lied about that.
The Catwoman interjected, an air of smugness in her tone.
It was all a fabrication.
What? The history. What do you mean? Mira turned to face her, brows furrowed in deep thought.
Have you ever heard of the Eclipse Enclave?
The Catwoman flicked her tail casually. Eclipse Enclave. It sounds familiar. Like something from our church's lore, Mira mused.
It's no mere myth. In fact, it is the very foundation of your church,
the Catwoman revealed with a sly smile.
You see, the Church of the Celestial Body did not originate on Oort 45 as everyone has been led to believe. It began as a secret colony on one of Saturn's moons, the Eclipse Enclave.
Mira could hear gasps of surprise and shock from her sisters, who each clutched onto one of Jaxon's hands for comfort. Jealousy flared within Mira at the thought that her sisters might sleep with him again, as the 3 of them had done on that night of drug-induced passion. But could she trust everything the Catwoman was saying? A sense of doubt crept into Mira's mind as she gritted her teeth. But our teachings always trace back to Oort 45 and my great-grandmother's discovery of the Quantum Dreamweavers.
Of course, that is the belief passed down through generations.
The Catwoman nodded sagely.
But the Eclipse Enclave was actually a colony of space pirates and thieves. They stumbled upon a secret. One of Saturn's moons was not a moon at all, but a Sopdis arc.
Sopdet's arc. Mira froze in shock.
Yes, indeed.
The Catwoman continued, obviously relishing in the attention of her captive audience.
This rogue colony was planning on revealing to the Earthlings, the Venusians, and the Martians that there were spies from Sirius hiding within a fake moon orbiting Saturn. But before they could do so, the powerful beings known as Nommo, Anubax, and Seraphis approached them. These beings provided them with Quantum Dreamweavers, hoping to sway their intentions.
Mira's mind reeled with this new information. But why would they go through all that trouble for a colony of thieves and pirates?
Ah, well, that's where things get interesting.
The Catwoman smirked knowingly.
You see, these rogues formed the Church of the Celestial Body specifically as a cover-up, and the spies from Sirius encouraged it.
The Catwoman explained with a knowing smirk.
The inhabitants of Sirius attempted to contain the Quantum Dreamweavers by transporting them to an asteroid and disguising their presence with the Church of the Celestial Body.
The Catwoman explained.
This was done while educating the bandits in fields of science and technology.
Mira's mind raced with questions, but before she could utter them, the Catwoman continued.
The rest of the fleet of Quantum Dreamweavers, those in a fake Saturn moon, served as the Sirius Secret Service's intelligence and exploration arm. Unfortunately, a rebellion within the SSS ranks scattered them across the universe. In response, the SSS and the Church formed a compact known as the Orion Quantum Compact.
A shiver ran up Mira's spine at the mention of these powerful entities. So Saturn and the SSS all have a part to play in our Church's hidden past.
Yes,
replied the Catwoman.
But your Church has been deceived about its true origins. Even your double agents and the colony of Vespera were aware of this knowledge.
But we weren't.
Sira interjected.
Your lovers knew,
corrected the Catwoman. Mira's heart sank at this revelation.
Are we free to leave now?
Sira asked.
Yes.
Came the simple reply.
Can we stay with our boyfriends?
Asked Lyra hopefully.
No,
said the Catwoman firmly.
You will be banished from Oort 45.
Why?
Demanded Lyra.
Because we were spies.
No,
retorted the Catwoman Seraphis.
Because you might try to rescue your sister.
Mira's head spun at this news, tears welling up in her eyes.
Will she remain here indefinitely?
Lyra said, sobbing.
She will until we can return the Chronomeld Stone to its rightful owners.
Jaxon responded sternly. But I didn't hurt anyone. Protested Mira. We made it back safely.
But others did not.
Countered the Catwoman.
Because of your selfish actions, the pact was broken and one of Sopdate's arcs was destroyed. 5,000 lives were lost, including innocent children.
As Mira tried to process this information, Jaxon wrapped his arms protectively around her sisters. He gave a nod to the Catwoman.
Let us leave this place.
Jaxon, please. No, begged Mira.
We are taking the clones as well,
declared Jaxon.
They will not be infected with the nano nexus or used for your vile orgies. Chapter 21. Farewell to a Titan.
In the cozy embrace of River, Marina, and Delta's bedroom, Anika found herself enveloped in the warmth of family and the magic of tales untold. The den, a makeshift sanctuary assembled from mattresses, blankets, and pillows, became a vessel for the enchanting stories that Sia, with a voice as gentle as the evening breeze, shared with eager young minds. The fairy lights, suspended as if by magic, cast a soft glow, their luminance echoing the stars of distant worlds and ancient times. Anika, though wearied by the day's adventures and the unforeseen tumult brought on by the Nommo's outburst, felt a serene calm settle over the room. The escapade at the lake, marred by chaos and the abrupt departure of Jaxon aboard a return craft, seemed a world away. Now, as peace reigned, the exhaustion that had gripped her began to ebb, replaced by a quiet contentment. Seer, with the art of a seasoned storyteller, crafted a vivid portrayal of ancient Egypt and celestial beings from Sirius, whose existence along the river Nile was marked by mystery and magic. Her tale of the Nommo, beings endowed with ethereal powers that lit the waters with the brilliance of 1,000 suns, captivated her audience. As she spoke of the luminous spectacle and the soothing ripples that followed, a hush fell upon the room. The children, once a bundle of uncontainable energy, now lay still, their faces alight with wonder, and their spirits calmed by the enchanting descriptions. Siai's tale held them in a gentle grasp, the room itself seeming to listen in rapt attention. As the story reached its end, the atmosphere lingered, a shared moment of silence wrapping around them like a warm blanket. Delta's voice, soft and filled with awe, broke the stillness.
That was really beautiful, Mommy.
Seer's smile, a reflection of the joy and satisfaction storytelling brought her, illuminated her face. At that moment, the room was more than just a space within their home. It was a haven of imagination, of peace, and of shared wonder. A deafening roar shattered the silence. Screams from outside pierced the night, rousing Siai to her feet. Anika was at her side in an instant, both drawn to the window by a foreboding intuition. Seer, with a tremble in her voice, pointed to the heavens, where a trail of smoke painted a dire omen against the dark sky. The remains of what once was a mothership were descending in a fiery torrent upon their world.
Jaxon,
Seer whispered. Anika felt the stirrings of panic, tempered by a firm commitment to protect those in her care. Let's go downstairs, she commanded, her voice steady despite the fear that clutched at her heart. The children, their eyes round with a mix of terror and wonder, complied without question, shepherded by Seer's reassuring presence. The air grew tense as they descended, the distant clamor of chaos a foreboding sign of the night's toll. Annika, propelled by a need to witness the extent of the catastrophe, flung open the front door. The sky, marred by smoke and the intermittent glow of embers, told a tale of destruction that chilled her to the bone. "We must ensure the safety of all." Annika turned to Seer, her gaze imploring. "Guard them. I must see to our neighbors." Seer watched as Annika disappeared into the night, where the cries of the stricken and the sight of homes laid low by calamity awaited. Amidst the rubble, Annika found her purpose, lending strength to those trapped beneath the weight of their shattered lives. With the Anubak and Seraphis at her side, she delved into the heart of the devastation, freeing a man from his prison of debris. The night wore on, a relentless march of rescue and relief, as Annika and her unlikely band of saviors toiled among the ruins. They bore the wounded to a clinic where the injured were tended with care born of necessity and compassion. As the sky lightened with the approach of dawn, Annika's thoughts turned homeward. Weary but undaunted, she sought the comfort of a shower and clean garments before venturing next door, where the weight of a new sorrow waited. The door creaked open to reveal Seer and the children, their joy dimmed by the shadow of loss. "What's wrong?" Annika inquired. Seer's voice broke as she spoke of her sister Quilla, the woman who had brought up Seer's children since they were infants, only to hand them over at their arrival on Microxus. Her sister's life had been cut tragically short by the chaos that had rained from the sky. In that moment, the remnants of the night's terror were distilled into a single, unbearable loss. Annika, feeling the cold distance between them, hesitated for a moment before she stepped forward, trying to close the gap with her presence. But as she drew near, the children's response, or lack thereof, was a visible obstacle, a clear sign of their deep, unspoken turmoil. Quilla's role in their lives had been monumental, shaping their childhood with love and guidance amidst the endless blue of Thalassia. Marina's sharp words cut through the somber quiet.
"I knew we shouldn't come to this stupid place,"
she hissed, her voice laced with grief and anger. Annika exhaled slowly, her own heart heavy with the memories of her parents, lost to the ruthlessness of space pirates on Valos. "I'm so sorry, Seer," she said, struggling to convey the depth of her empathy. "I know how much Quilla meant to you and the kids." Seer, overwhelmed by the enormity of her loss, nodded, her eyes brimming with tears.
"She was everything to us. I don't know how we're going to go on without her."
Annika sat close to Seer, her hand gently resting on her shoulder, a silent message of support and understanding. The room was thick with the silence of mourning, punctuated only by the soft sound of cocoa being sipped by the children, their youthful faces obscured by grief. Turning to Marina, whose hand lay clenched on the table, Annika reached out, enveloping it with her own in a gesture of shared strength. "I know this is hard, but we have to stay strong for each other," she urged gently, her eyes meeting Marina's in a plea for unity in the face of their shared tragedy. The morning light did little to illuminate the confusion that awaited Annika as she approached the hospital. The sight that met her eyes, a vast pyramid, incongruous against the backdrop of their colony, constructed seemingly overnight, left her momentarily speechless. The practical part of her marveled at the efficiency of the Sirius people, their architectural feats far surpassing the capabilities of any known to Earth, Mars, Vestoria, or Talos. Yet, as she drew nearer, the purpose of such a structure in their peaceful settlement gnawed at her curiosity. Her steps were hesitant, and she was stopped in her tracks by the emergence of two Anubak guards. "What's going on here?" she found herself asking, her voice echoing her bemusement. The guard who stepped forward offered an explanation that seemed as puzzling as the pyramid itself.
"This is a new project the Sirius Council has allowed. It's a research facility that is going to focus on studying the local flora and fauna."
His words, intended to reassure, only served to deepen the mystery. Annika doubted what he said. Why the need for armed guards? The uneasy shift of the guard was telling.
"There have been reports of hostile species in the area. We're here to ensure the safety of the researchers,"
he elaborated, but his justification did little to allay her concerns. The mention of spies and the need for additional security measures did not sit well with her, the weight of her suspicion growing heavier. "Well, I will inform the rest of the community about this development," she declared, not ready to let the matter rest. The guard's assurance that an announcement was forthcoming did little to quell her unease. His inquiry into her identity prompted her to reveal her role as a doctor, a fact that shifted the conversation momentarily towards a more familiar ground. The news of new medical personnel arriving was a welcome one, yet the mysterious circumstances of the pyramid's construction and the apparent secrecy surrounding it lingered in her mind. The mention of Voss struck a chord of urgency within her. The knowledge that he lay ill, possibly gravely so, propelled her towards the hospital with a renewed sense of purpose. As she made her way, the pyramid and its mysteries receded into the background, overshadowed by the immediate concern for Voss and his family. In the tranquility of Voss's private hospital room, where the sun's rays dared not disturb the serious atmosphere, Anika found herself amidst a display of grief and love. The sight of Voss, once a figure of vitality and wisdom, was now reduced to a shadow of his former self. The machines that surrounded him, with their relentless beeping and whirring, were the only indicators of the battle raging within his failing body. Judah's grip on Anika's hand was a silent plea for hope. Mark's voice, tinged with desperation, broke the heavy silence.
Doctor, please, can you help him?
With a professionalism born of necessity but softened by empathy, Anika assessed Voss's condition. The signs were undeniable. His journey was nearing its end. The weight of the words she had to deliver to Mark, Lisa, and the rest gathered around Voss's bedside was almost unbearable. I'm afraid the situation is critical. His body is shutting down. Pain etched deeply in Mark's eyes. Voss's lucid moments were fleeting and strained. His query for little Faye, his concern for his family, even in his waning moments, spoke volumes of the man he was.
The pyramid. It's preparing them. The war of shadows.
Voss whispered, a cryptic message that hung in the air, its meaning shrouded in mystery. His declaration of love for his family was his final farewell, a love undiminished by the approach of death. As Voss's life ebbed away, the room became a sanctuary of mourning where love and grief intertwined. Cruz's farewell was both a goodbye and a beacon of hope when he said Voss could join Cruz, Judah, and Faye's grandmother in heaven. Anika, witness to this intimate farewell, offered a silent prayer for the soul embarking on its final journey. Her departure from the room, a gesture of respect and understanding, allowed the family the privacy to navigate their grief in the wake of Voss's passing. In the solitude of her own thoughts, Anika reflected on the permanent impact Voss had had on their lives and the enduring mark he would leave on their hearts. The legacy of Voss would endure.
Chapter 22. Smash the Moon.
Sia sat sorrowfully on the edge of the lake in the late afternoon sun. The joyous sounds of children playing in the nearby park and the attention given to disaster zones in Hope's Crossing were meaningless to her now. Her sister, Quilla's recent passing, hung like a dark cloud over her soul. Her mind was a flurry of memories, both happy and bittersweet, each one like a fresh wound on her already grieving heart. As she sat there lost in her thoughts, her 3 children, Delta, Marina, and River, approached her. Their silver hair shone in the sunlight as they gathered around their mother, their tiny forms silent with grief. For them, the loss may have been even more devastating. Quilla had been their mother for far longer than Sia, while Sia's salary had provided them with food and shelter. Delta clutched a wilted flower, a symbol of their shared pain. Sia pulled her children close, seeking comfort in their embrace. They nestled into her. Marina rested her head on Sia's shoulder as tears streamed down her cheeks. In a small voice filled with fear and confusion, River asked,
"Why did Aunt Quilla have to go?"
Sia struggled to find the words to explain such a tragedy to her young children. "The meteors," she finally said. Marina looked up at her.
"Is she in heaven now?"
Sia nodded sadly. "Yes, my sweet girl. She'll always be watching over us."
"But I miss her,"
Marina cried. Sia kissed the top of Marina's head tenderly. "We all miss her, darling. She was very special to us." Delta's fingers gently brushed the petals of the wilted flower.
"Mommy, why did this happen?"
Sia's heart ached at the innocence in her children's questions. She struggled to explain it in terms they might understand. "Sometimes these things just happen, and we have to be strong for each other."
"Did a bad person smash the moon in the sky?"
River asked with wide eyes. Tears continued to fall as she held her children tightly. "Yes, my love. I don't know how or why, but yes."
"But your friend Jaxon went there,"
Delta said, trying to make sense of it all. Sia nodded, grateful for the reminder of one small piece of hope amidst such tragedy. Jaxon escaped. He's safe. In the midst of their mourning, the sun sank low, painting the sky in regal hues. 3 Nommo children emerged from the water, their movements fluid and graceful like sea creatures.
"Hey Marina, you want to play?"
A girl with hair and skin the color of turquoise asked.
Can I, Mommy? Can I?
Sia looked on as the children splashed and laughed. She helped them undress so they could swim freely, wishing she had brought a towel. As they frolicked in the water, their mother Nommo approached Sia with a calm demeanor. She was plump and preparing for hibernation, her skin also tinted with shades of turquoise. The woman leaned against the shore, her gaze fixed on Sia with an unsettling intensity.
I offer my condolences for your loss,
she said solemnly. The sun continued its descent beyond the forested horizon, and small rainbows glinted from the crystal trees. The large moon rose from the opposite forest, casting a patch of twilight over the scene. Sia couldn't help but mistake it for another mothership from Sirius at first glance.
Seer.
The Nommo spoke in a voice that seemed to echo like gentle waves upon the shore.
My name is Niraqua, and there is something you need to know about the chaos and the Mothmen.
Sia wiped a tear from her eye, fear and confusion creeping over her. Mothmen.
Interdimensional beings who feed on fear and nightmares,
Niraqua explained calmly.
And they are hunting your lover, Jaxon.
Sia's spine tingled at the mention of his name. But why him, she asked, desperate for answers.
One particular Mothman, a wealthy lord, seeks an ancient relic that would grant him the ability to travel through time. And he believes Jaxon Orion possesses it.
Does he have it?
No.
Niraqua replied firmly.
It is not your lover, Jaxon, who holds this relic. The High Priestess of Oort 45 ordered one of her cloned versions of Jaxon to steal it.
Sia's mind reeled at this revelation. The High Priestess cloned Jaxon.
Yes.
Niraqua confirmed.
And this is the reason Oort 45 disappeared, and why it has now returned.
The news hit Sia like a punch to the gut. Jaxon was already on Oort 45, gathering an army to fight the Mothmen. She couldn't believe it. Mira's clones, the Quantum Dreamweavers, the relic. They were all in his possession, and now he had even taken Mira's two sisters. Sia struggled to process everything. Part of her wanted to lash out at Jaxon for risking his life for mere clones and the lost relic. But she also knew that it was more important for him to stay alive, for his return meant hope for their family. As she asked questions about the situation, her frustration grew. Why hadn't the Moth Lord punished Mira and her clones instead, and why did they have to suffer because of Oort 45's actions? But amid the uncertainty, one thing was clear. Jaxon needed her. The mysterious mermaid told her to go to the pyramid and pilot Quantum Dreamweaver 12 to Oort 45. It was a daunting task, but she was willing to do anything for Jaxon. However, her concern for her children weighed heavily on her mind. The woman assured her that she would look after them, but could Sia trust her? She was torn between wanting to keep her children safe and fulfilling this mission for Jaxon. Her thoughts were interrupted by her children swimming up to her. They begged to stay with their friends while she went on this space trip. Sia hesitated, but ultimately gave in to their pleading. Sia hurried through the bustling hospital, desperate to find Annika and deliver the news of her impending departure. Annika wasn't happy, but she had too much work to do and could not physically stop Sia. The Aqua woman sprinted to the newly erected pyramid, heart racing with anticipation. As she entered, she was met with a surreal sight. 6 towering Quantum Dreamweavers stood before her, glowing with an otherworldly light. Sia had only been in one once before, after High Priestess Mira healed her from near death within a watery tank on Oort 45. The 6 Anubak pilots were dressed in their military uniforms, their sleek black attire and shiny boots hinting at their skill and discipline. They moved about the vessels with such grace and precision that it was clear they had a deep understanding of the advanced technology within. The words of the Nommos echoed in Sia's mind, reminding her of the importance of these ships and the potential role she would play in piloting one. As she watched, a group of artisans caught her eye. They were working on a piece that seemed to radiate with power. Molten gold dripped from a vat, flowing into a delicate mold that held a colorful orb at its core. The heat emanating from the molten metal filled the air, creating an atmosphere that was both exhilarating and dangerous. With meticulous attention to detail, the artisans expertly directed the liquid gold over the orb, imbuing it with pastel hues as it pulsed and shimmered. Unable to resist her curiosity, Sia cautiously approached the artisans. "Excuse me," she began. "What is this orb and why is it being encased in molten gold?" One of the artisans, a wiry dog man with silver fur, paused in his work to acknowledge her presence with a small nod.
"This, dear visitor, is a relic of great significance. It is said to contain ancient energies from the very core of existence itself. These are the energies that power our Quantum Dreamweavers, and you must be Sia LaCroix. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival."
Sia's eyes widened in surprise and confusion. I had no idea that the Quantum Dreamweavers were powered by such magical orbs. The artisan chuckled, shaking his head.
"No, my dear. It is not magic. Just a science that we mere mortals do not yet understand.
But the Church of the Celestial Body—
They are nothing but thieves."
He spat out bitterly. "Thieves?" Sia repeated, shocked.
"Yes, the Celestial Architects gave the Quantum Dreamweavers to Sirius, but the Celestial Church blackmailed us into giving them up centuries ago."
"And why encase the orbs in gold?"
"The gold serves as both a conductor and a shield, channeling and protecting the powerful energies within. It is an ancient art, combining the strength of the metal with the beauty of the colors imbued by the astracore."
"Astracore?" Sia swallowed nervously.
"Indeed, a rare element. This orb will be yours, Sir LaCroix. Let us hope that Captain Orion does not leave Sol's Oort Cloud anytime soon."
As the seventh Quantum Dreamweaver took shape, the Anubak artisans and guards ushered them through the front entrance of the pyramid towards the nearby lake. Sia's heart fluttered as she spotted Anika conversing with the Nommo's mother. She hoped they were discussing childcare arrangements for her Thalassian children, who were accustomed to modern conveniences despite their aquatic upbringing on a small island. Sia rushed to the water's edge and embraced her 3 children and lover one final time. Anika clasped her hands and gazed deeply into her eyes before uttering a somber command.
"Stay alive."
Tears welled in Sia's eyes, but she composed herself and entered the craft without looking back. She settled onto the meditation platform, attempting to relax and focus on reaching Jaxon. She focused on the coordinates in the Sol system's Oort Cloud, too. After several attempts, darkness overtook her. When she emerged from the Dreamweaver, she saw Jaxon surrounded by people in the hangar of Oort 45. He looked up at her, surprise evident on his ruggedly handsome face.
"Seer, I didn't expect you to come."
Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. "What's going on, Jaxon?" 6 other Quantum Dreamweavers materialized behind her, and their 6 male Anubak pilots disembarked from their crafts, exchanging barks in their native language before engaging with scientists and priestesses in Orion. Sia surveyed the rest of the hangar, taking note of familiar faces such as Mira's sisters with their distinct afro hair, a black Seraphis cat woman, scientists, and 10 other copies of Jaxon. Her skin prickled uncomfortably. "So the Nommos was right. Mira cloned you." Jaxon sighed.
"Yes, that evil woman did. So you spoke to a Nommos."
"That's why I came. She said I had to protect you." Jaxon pulled her into a hug.
"Wow."
Sia held herself tightly as she spoke of her sister's death and the destruction brought upon their world by the attacking Moth Lord. The Ark was decimated, and Sirius was left to fend off forest fires caused by the chaos. "We would have perished if not for them." Jaxon's face fell at her words.
"Your children."
"They're safe," she reassured him.
"Anika."
"Working at the hospital, but unharmed. Professor Voss sadly passed away." He let out a loud sob.
"Voss, how did he die? Why?"
"The pollution from the fires brought on by the meteor shower. It worsened his respiratory issues, leading to organ failure."
Fitting that Mira's ego and selfish actions led to this.
Jaxon turned to the nearby priests, priestesses, and scientists.
"She will pay for this. Her arrogance cost thousands of lives, including my best friends and Seer's sisters."
He collapsed onto the floor, hugging his knees and crying. Sia sat beside him, holding him close.
"Seer, there's something else you need to know."
Jaxon whispered urgently between sobs.
"The Mothmen, they're after me. They believe I possess something valuable."
"The Nommos told me about a relic. Is it what powers these Dreamweavers?" "No," an elegant black Seraphis woman interjected, offering them both her paw to help them up.
"Those Dreamweavers belong to us. Did the Anubak craft them with the orbs they found?"
Sia nodded in confirmation. "I saw them pour gold around one of the orbs."
"We used 7 of those orbs to create our 7 Dreamweavers."
One of the Anubak confirmed. Jaxon pointed to a nearby box.
The relic is in there. We need to return it to the celestial architects.
Before more blood is shed, the Seraph's woman added, let us all go to Phoebe.
Phoebe.
Jaxon raised an eyebrow.
The 10th moon of Saturn.
Is that where the SSS comes from?
One of Mira's sisters asked.
It is.
SSS. Seer furrowed her brow.
The Sirius secret sect.
The Catwoman clarified.
Chapter 23. Saturn's 10th moon. Jaxon sat aboard the Quantum Dreamweaver, with Seer tucked tight between his thighs. Inside, a storm of emotions and thoughts raged, most of them consumed by his burning hatred of Mira. The 10 Jaxons and 3 Oort 45 women were considered too untrustworthy to be left alone in the Dreamweavers without armed guards, so they were spread between the QDs and the Anubac pilots. The fleet of Quantum Dreamweavers moved gracefully through the glittering waters within Phoebe, Saturn's constructed 10th moon. Jaxon was mesmerized by the smooth purr of the craft, envisioning one of those elusive Astracore orbs beneath his meditation platform. He had caught a glimpse of one pulsating inside Mafdetti's bag, and she had eventually confessed to stealing it from an archaeological dig on Microxus. Seer later revealed that she had witnessed the orb being crafted within their vessel, QD-12, before she had come to find Jaxon at Oort 45. She told him it had been created with the others, inside a pyramid, which the Anubac and Seraphis had erected overnight after the catastrophe. As they descended into the murky depths, a city appeared before them, contained within a gleaming metal sphere. Brass structures rose majestically and intertwined with bioluminescent walkways, resembling a supernatural coral reef. Seer's heartbeat pounded against Jaxon's chest as she pressed her back into him. The Quantum Dreamweavers glided with graceful precision while Mafdetti communicated with the other pilots over the intercom, relaying crucial information and navigational commands. Seer placed her hand on Jaxon's arm and gazed at him with wonder in her eyes.
It's truly magnificent, isn't it?
Jaxon locked eyes with her and nodded. As they navigated through the underwater cityscape of Phoebe, glowing orbs illuminated their path, guiding them through the towering metal structures. Schools of vibrant aquatic creatures swam by, while the industrious Nommo bustled about their tasks. Among them were peculiar amphibian creatures unlike any Jaxon had encountered before. If he stood next to one, those frog-like men with silver scales would tower over him by 3 or 4 feet. Some must have easily been 10 feet tall. He couldn't help but compare them to the Aquilorians of Syrisar, and notice how different they appeared from humans. Suddenly, Mafdetti's voice crackled through the intercom, breaking through Jaxon's thoughts as they entered the Eclipse Enclave. The central structure loomed ahead, adorned with impressive arches and domes made of what looked like emerald or jade. According to Mafdetti, this was where the Spellmasters resided, powerful psychics who could protect them against the Mothman's dark magic. As their Quantum Dreamweavers came to a stop above the platform and the water drained away to reveal breathable air, Jaxon marveled at the serenity and danger that surrounded them. Seer expressed concern about the pressure, but Jaxon reassured her that if the Anubac and Seraphis could handle it, so could they. Joined by other versions of himself, Oort 45 guards, Mira's sisters, and a blonde woman named Cindy in a brown pilot suit, Jaxon stepped onto the platform. The architecture reminded him of ancient temples he had seen in historical documentaries on various worlds. The stone walls etched with intricate designs were awe-inspiring and surprisingly clean, considering their underwater location. A faint whir filled the cavern, vibrating through Jaxon's bones and causing the ground to tremble. With weapons at the ready, everyone cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Even Seer, usually composed and sure-footed, tightened her grip on Jaxon's arm. Mafdetti looked on edge as she readied her handgun. Suddenly, a massive dark figure emerged from the depths of the cavern with a deafening roar, its jaws gaping wide in anticipation of their arrival. The Anubac and Seraphis scrambled for their weapons, but it was clear this creature was too powerful for them to handle alone. Just when all hope seemed lost, the creature abruptly stopped in its tracks. Its jaws snapped shut with a resounding clang. A deep, rumbling voice echoed throughout the cavern.
"You dare trespass into our domain, land dwellers."
Jaxon searched for the source of the voice, and he glimpsed movement from the shadows. A group of amphibian men appeared before them, their silver scales glinting. With frog-like faces and webbed fingers and toes, they exuded an air of power. Their glowing purple eyes surveyed Jaxon's group before one stepped forward. This particular amphibian man stood out from the rest with a green turban atop his head. After listening to their pleas, he said,
"Why should we aid you?"
Mafdeti said.
Our galaxy. No, the entire multiverse is under threat. Only your protection spells can save us.
The silver amphibians deliberated among themselves before addressing Mafdeti.
You are already protected by your Quantum Dreamweavers.
I know,
Mafdeti replied.
but Sopdit's arcs are supposed to protect us as well, and that one failed.
The group of amphibian men exchanged concerned glances before one spoke again.
So what spells do you seek? Do you even know?
I am not well versed in magic,
Mafdeti admitted.
but I know enough to want to destroy the Mothman and his army of shadows.
From the realm of Lumina, you say?
Yes,
Mafdeti confirmed. The amphibian with the green turban turned to confer with his comrades in a language that Jaxon couldn't understand. Jaxon could feel himself holding his breath, waiting for their decision. At last, the frog man with the turban turned back to Mafdeti.
We will offer our assistance, but it shall not come without a cost.
Mafdeti arched a brow.
And what price must we pay?
We require something from you, to be retrieved by your Dreamweaver. This item will serve as protection for Phoebe.
What is this item?
It is known as the Interstellar Synergy Node,
he revealed.
With its power, we can erect a barrier around Phoebe and around the arcs that even the darkest magic of Lumina cannot breach.
Mafdeti hesitated, torn between her duty and her own desires. But there was no other option.
Where must we retrieve it from?
She inquired.
The Dreamweaver alone is needed to reach it.
But I require coordinates for my intention craft to function.
You must seek counsel with the queenfish or kingfish of Asopdit's arc, or if fate smiles upon you, an encounter with a Nommo would prove most advantageous. Will you do this for us?
Mafdeti nodded resolutely.
We will retrieve the interstellar synergy node for you.
The amphibians observed her intently, their blazing eyes reminiscent of purple flames.
Do you swear it?
I swear it,
she declared firmly. Satisfied, the amphibians nodded.
Then we shall lend our aid. We shall impart upon you the spells necessary to vanquish Lord Xylothor.
Jaxon exhaled a sigh of relief.
Thank you,
Mafdeti said. Both Mafdeti and Ci grasped onto one of Jaxon's arms, while Sira and Lyra gazed at him longingly. The turban-adorned amphibian inclined its head.
But heed this warning, surface dwellers. The spells we impart upon you hold great power. It is up to you to choose whether to wield it for good or for ill.
Mafdeti and the 6 Anubak nodded in understanding.
We shall choose wisely,
Sira affirmed. The amphibians led them deeper into the central platform, where they were met with a chamber adorned with ancient texts etched into stone pillars and gilded artifacts. It was there that the Silver Frog men revealed their true identity as a genetically modified race created by the SSS, the Amphilians. Under their guidance, the group learned the spells necessary for their quest.
All you must do is master these 10 distinct songs,
the principal spellmaster explained, his turban gleaming in the dim light.
Remember, proper intonation is just as crucial as rhythm. Do you comprehend?
Wide-eyed, everyone nodded in agreement. The Amphilians' chants reverberated through Jaxon's core, the pulsing energy of their protection spells coursing through his veins. It took them all a long time to master these powerful incantations. Gratitude overflowing, Jaxon and his companions thanked the amphibian beings for their assistance, pledging to return with the coveted interstellar synergy node in hand. Before leaving, new demands were placed upon them. The amphibians insisted that they have possession of the interstellar synergy node before Jaxon and his friends tried to return the Chronomeld Stone back to the celestial architects. Furthermore, they insisted that Seer remain in their care until her friends returned with the interstellar synergy node. Jaxon's fists clenched in frustration. First it was the lizard chief, now this spellmaster. What was it about Seer that seemed to garner such attention from men? Why must she stay? He questioned, his love for her fueling his defiance. Seer is a warrior. She should be fighting alongside us.
We simply wish to ensure your loyalty. Your bond is strong, and we believe Seer's presence will ensure your cooperation, and perhaps we can teach her a thing or two about our own lore and legends.
Seer squeezed Jaxon's hands reassuringly, planting a gentle kiss on his lips before turning to face the Amphilians.
I will stay,
she declared. Jaxon's frown deepened as he glanced between Seer and their hosts. I will retrieve your bag, he said curtly before casting a wary glance at the frog-like beings. What will she eat?
Do not concern yourself,
the principal spellmaster assured him.
We have a delightful establishment on one of our man-made islands that caters to all appetites and tastes. There are other foreigners staying there too, so she won't be lonely.
Jaxon hoped no handsome and overly friendly males lived on that island, though he didn't voice his concern. Chapter 24. Search the Shadows.
Mira, locked away in her cell, found herself ensnared in a maze of regret. Huddled on the ground, the reverberations of her past wrongdoing surrounded her, a chilling reminder of the path she had chosen. Driven by unchecked ambition, she had risked her colony. She had deceived the guardians of cosmic order, hiding the Chronomeld Stone from them, while her actions brought yet more fear to those she was sworn to protect. As High Priestess, she had condemned many to fates they did not deserve. Her tears dampened her sleeve as she sought comfort in the embrace of her own arms. Her spirit was heavy with sorrow. The embrace of sleep eluded her. Fatigued to her core, yet tormented by a conscience too wounded to rest, the night stretched interminably before her. She yearned for the respite of oblivion. Finally, as Mira drifted into a slumber, she found herself transported back to a time of innocence lost. She was once again a child of 10, within the crystalline dome sanctuary atop their asteroid home, witnessing the ultimate days of her mother, the once formidable high priestess of their realm. Her mother's once vibrant presence was now diminished, her vitality sapped by a malady. Despite their society's leaps in knowledge and healing, her mother's affliction lay beyond their reach. The scourge that ravaged her body remained unchallenged, a reminder of their limitations. In her dream, Mira relived the helplessness of those days, not only mourning the imminent departure of her mother, but also grappling with the realization of their civilization's fallibility. On that fateful day, the luster of the glass dome dimmed. The quiet agony etched on her mother's face haunted Mira. Her nightmare unfolded further as she found herself on the verge of assuming the mantle of High Priestess, a role that now seemed a cruel irony in the face of her actions. Mira faced the head priest. Towering above all, his presence was accentuated by the rich, dark blue of his attire, adorned with stars, moons, and diamonds woven from velvet and silk threads kissed by silver. Suddenly, the ritual's solemnity was shattered by an intrusion of shadows. A figure descended upon the central dais, halting time itself, commanding the undivided attention of every priest and priestess present. This being, an amalgam of darkness, bore the scent of decay, an aura of rotting vegetation clinging to him. His visage, unsettlingly akin to a moth's, featured prominent antennae, a bulging forehead, and large, void-like eyes, all resting atop a distinctly human frame that seemed devoid of skin. Silence became his herald. His movement left no sound but the whisper of his tattered cloak against the stone floor. Mira, instinctively shrinking into herself, felt an overwhelming urge to disappear, to become as insignificant as possible under his ominous gaze. His antennae twitched, and his voice chilled Mira to her core with a question about the fatal consequences of dying within a dream. Paralyzed with fear, she found herself unable to flee or even call out for help. The Mothman's approach marked the narrowing gap between nightmare and reality. His next action saw a bolt of lightning cleave the air, a warning that spared her but promised a lethal intent for future defiance. His demand for the Chronomeld Stone's whereabouts resurrected a turmoil within Mira. Her mind was torn between the desire to protect Jaxon and the guilt of her past actions, which had killed so many. Cornered, with desperation lending her limbs the strength to flee, she claimed to have relinquished the stone to the celestial architects. This statement provoked wrath. A desperate struggle ensued, Mira's will to survive igniting a fleeting triumph as she broke free from his grasp. Her flight, however, was cut short when the Mothman prepared another deadly assault. The community living on Oort 45 was rocked by the sudden death of the High Priestess of the Church of the Celestial Body, who had been dismissed from her position. Despite her recent transgressions, she was still revered for her contributions to science and medicine. The scientists, priests, and priestesses who had been close to her were devastated by her passing. They gathered in the inner temple for her funeral, filling it with people of all ages and professions. Each person paid their respects to the fallen High Priestess. The priests and priestesses donned their finest robes and performed intricate rituals and songs to honor their departed leader. The atmosphere was heavy with incense and candle smoke, amplified by the acoustics of the temple. In a somber procession, they followed the virgin priestesses, who gracefully scattered petals and roses at their feet. The procession wound its way through the temple and towards the airlock that led out into the unforgiving vacuum of space. Mourners lined the path, watching in solemn silence as Mira was led to her ultimate resting place. In the great hall, they gathered together and held hands as they bid farewell to their beloved high priestess. With mournful songs and tears streaming down their faces, the priestesses and priests sent their leader off on her inevitable journey through the stars. As her capsule drifted away into the endless expanse, those left behind could only watch from the safety of the dome until it disappeared from sight. It was a day of mourning, but also one that marked a new chapter for the Church of the Celestial Body. After the untimely demise of High Priestess Mira, everything shifted on Oort 45. The rebels, fierce and unyielding, caught the Church of the Celestial Body off guard. In shock and dismay, the Church reacted to this unexpected uprising. The Loyalists banded together and petitioned for a peaceful resolution. On neutral ground, they met with the rebel leaders to settle their differences without violence, but it was not an easy negotiation. The rebels demanded that all followers of the Church renounce their beliefs and stop preaching their teachings. The Loyalists staunchly refused, citing their right to religious freedom. Back and forth, they debated, seeking a compromise that would satisfy both parties. Finally, they agreed that those who wished to leave Oort 45 would be offered refuge on other planets within the Sol system, or even as far as Microxus, a distant world 2.74 million light-years away. With this resolution in place, life on Oort 45 returned to some semblance of normalcy, but tensions still simmered between rebels and churchgoers. The population slowly recovered from the mass emigration and forged new connections with neighboring star systems. And though the Church of the Celestial Body held onto their faith, they adapted to survive in the ever-changing galaxy. Their advanced medicine and cutting-edge inventions were shared with worlds and colonies beyond their own borders.
Within the formidable stone embrace of Lord Xylothor's citadel, a symphony of silent dread played. The air was thick with the scent of otherworldly pheromones as multifaceted eyes reflected the chamber's fraught atmosphere. The Lord's attendants navigated the space with a reverence born of fear. Xylothor's fingers, elongated and betraying a predator's grace, were clenched tightly as he peered into the void that stretched beyond his dominion. The walls of his chamber, inlaid with black crystals that throbbed with a sinister light, mirrored the chaos within his heart. He summoned his military commander with a voice that carried the weight of impending doom. General Major Zithrian. From the gloom, the figure of Zithrian materialized.
My lord,
he intoned, his voice a rumble of loyalty and power. The Chronomeld Stone has been spirited away. That impudent mortal, Xylothor hissed, his disdain palpable, dares to mock us with tales of returning it to the celestial architects. Fabrications. They have made fools of us. And what of the man known as Jaxon, entwined in the High Priestess's schemes? Zithrian's response was measured, his mandibles betraying a hint of unease.
Sire, our scouts whisper of deception. The advanced societies of Sirius may have shielded their machinations from our gaze, hiding the man, their ships, and the stone itself.
Then let us peel away their veil. Leave no shadow unexplored, Xylothor commanded, his decree resolute.
As you will, my lord. Our pursuit shall be relentless.
Zithrian affirmed. Xylothor's proclamation was as cold as the space that cradled his fortress. Let the cosmos witness the wrath they have invoked. This affront shall be met with a darkness that swallows stars. With a bow that spoke of battles yet to come, General Major Zithrian retreated into the darkness from whence he came, leaving Lord Xylothor to brood over the chessboard of the galaxy, plotting his next move in a game as old as time itself.
Chapter 25. Sopdeed's Arc 1110. Jaxon sat anxiously in the Quantum Dreamweaver. His mind was a tumultuous storm of doubts and mistrust as he shared the space with Cindy, a blonde QD pilot whose ties to Mira cast a dark shadow over their journey. He regarded her warily. "I do not trust you," he finally said, his words heavy with suspicion. "You were once a spy for Mira." Cindy's lips curled into a sly smile, her blue eyes sparkling.
Yes, but I assure you I am no longer under her control. I am on your side now.
The tension in the air thickened as Jaxon questioned her further. And what of Mira's imprisonment? How do you feel about it? Cindy's expression softened, betraying hints of sympathy for their former ruler.
I believe it is a harsh punishment. She has made great contributions to our colony, bringing us advancements in medicine and technology. But she has also suffered greatly herself. Her mother died when she was only 10, taken by cancer.
Jaxon grunted in response, still uncertain of where his allegiances should lie now that Mira was no longer in power. Trust was a rare commodity in his world, and he wasn't willing to offer it blindly after all the deception that had been sown by those around him. His thoughts drifted to Sira and Lyra, two others he was unsure of despite their claims of loyalty and despite the fact they had helped him and his friends escape captivity in the colony of Oort 45. And then there was Seer, beautiful and fragile, left behind under the care of the enigmatic spellmasters, whom Jaxon couldn't help but feel uneasy about. But the mission must go on, even if it meant taking risks and trusting those he wasn't sure he could. Seer was a fierce warrior, strong and capable in her own right. Her safety was not his responsibility, yet he couldn't shake off the feeling of dread that consumed him. He took a seat on the meditation platform, awaiting Mafdetti's command.
All you pilots,
the Catwoman said, her voice low and serious.
Meditate on Sopdit's arc 1110, orbiting Europa. Visualize its precise location and coordinates. Right ascension 14 hours, 30 minutes. Declination, -23 degrees, 40 minutes. Picture the arc's position in relation to Jupiter's moons.
Jaxon closed his eyes and focused his mind on Sopdate's arc, allowing it to merge with his consciousness. As the meditation drew to a close, a surge of energy coursed through the vessel. His vision blurred when they arrived at Europa. He took in the icy and rugged terrain of Jupiter's sixth moon, dotted with craters of varying sizes. Beyond the moon, stars glittered against the darkness. Mafdetti's laughter echoed through the Dreamweavers' intercom.
Some of you are outside the arc instead of inside. Imagine a grand hangar filled with return crafts and astron spheres.
Cindy furrowed her eyebrows.
Do you think it's safe to enter? I'm quite confident.
He grimaced slightly. The last time I stepped foot in a Sopdet's arc, it was a disaster. The Shadow Man. It was madness. I'm not sure if we should go in.
I understand your concerns, but Mafdetti knows more than us about this matter. She is from Sirius, and this is serious magic. It's hard to believe that even the Quantum Dreamweavers were once under their control before the rise of the Church of the Celestial Body.
With a heavy sigh, he nodded. Let us proceed with caution. Together, they navigated their Dreamweaver towards the entrance of Sopdet's arc. The interior of the hangar was identical to the last one they visited. They joined the others, where Mafdetti instructed those who were unfamiliar with how to make their crafts invisible. Hey everyone, one of his clones spoke up. We want out. The other Jaxons all nodded in agreement. Mafdetti's expression darkened.
And do you have enough funds to buy your way out?
They were headed to Mars, seeking work and opportunities in the aftermath of the nano-nexus. One of the Jaxons made a crude remark about Martian women, prompting Sira to remind them to bring sun cream. But Jaxon's mind was elsewhere, caught up in thoughts of Raven Fortuna. Jaxon said they could go, and the 10 Jaxons rented a craft from a porter in the hangar. After they said their goodbyes, the real Jaxon and his new comrades went to a nearby cocktail bar, just like in the other Sopdet arc, which the Mothman had destroyed. The cocktail bar was a wooden building perched on the edge of the lake's white, sandy beach. As they sat around a table on a veranda, sipping on drinks and taking in the picturesque view, Cindy offered a reassuring smile to Jaxon. It wasn't long before a Nommo's appeared on the beach. This one had a black tail. The Nommo's welcomed Mafdetti by name, and the Catwoman pounced onto the beach to talk with her. Cindy struck up a conversation with Jaxon, mentioning his infamous reputation and his past connection to the High Priestess. But then she leaned closer and whispered something into his ear that left him shocked and spilling his drink all over her. As they laughed off the incident, Sira expressed her desire to change into more inconspicuous clothes, feeling self-conscious among the other species gathered there. Jaxon reluctantly agreed to join Cindy, Sira, and Lyra on a shopping trip before finding their hotel, following the coordinates Mafdetti flicked into his comm band. The 6 Anubak pilots were having a drinking game and were becoming rather rowdy. They bid goodbye to Jaxon and the women in yaps and howls, but before he left with the 3 women, Mafdeti introduced Jaxon to the Nommos.
This is Shelley.
Mafdeti indicated the dark green woman, her lower half a sinuous fishtail of the deepest black.
She's the queenfish of this arc.
Jaxon offered a wave, his greeting casual. Hey.
I've spoken with Shelley about the amphibians.
Mafdeti disclosed, a hint of urgency underlining her words. Did you tell her about the interstellar synergy node? Jaxon inquired, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Mafdeti nodded, her expression somber. Shelley leaned in.
I know all about that node. My grandpa was an Omungu, and he had lots of stories about it.
Oh, Jaxon said.
Yeah, and believe me.
Shelley glanced around, lowering her voice.
If you want your Thalassian girlfriend back, you'll need to bring it to them before you expose you know. What?
The stone. Jaxon winced at the mention.
Yeah.
Confirmed Shelley. So tell me about it, Jaxon urged.
Let's meet tonight, Jaxon.
Mafdeti flicked another coordinate into his comm band. Tonight? But we could all do with some rest.
I need to talk to a few more people about the interstellar synergy node. I'll tell you everything tonight.
Mafdeti explained, a plan forming. Jaxon scrutinized the holographic map from his comm band, which materialized above his wrist.
I've marked some good shops with clothes for bipeds, too, and an excellent hotel the four of you can check into. See the cat's face?
Mafdeti pointed out the details with the ease of one familiar with the intricacies of their surroundings. He flicked through the hologram, zooming in on the location. Is that where we'll meet?
Yes, 8 o'clock sharp. I hope you like food from Sirius,
Mafdeti said. I love it, Jaxon replied, memories of his time there briefly surfacing. Spent a few weeks there during the production of the nano-nexus cure.
Good. Don't bring anyone else,
Mafdeti cautioned. Okay, Jaxon leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. I'm not sure I can trust these women.
Me neither. That's why they'll be staying here when we fight,
Mafdeti stated. But they'll escape. Jaxon couldn't hide his concern.
Impossible,
Mafdeti assured him, confidence in her voice.
I've tagged them and know their whereabouts. If they try to do anything silly, it'll alert the Seraphis police.
Cool, Jaxon acknowledged, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly.
Yeah. So, in theory, you could let them shop alone.
Mafdeti suggested. It's okay, Jaxon decided, accepting the compromise.
See you later,
Mafdeti asked, her gaze meeting his. See you later, Jaxon affirmed. As Jaxon and the three women from Oort 45 ventured into the bustling heart of the shopping district, Jaxon took in the vibrant life around him. Here, in the midst of life and commerce, Jaxon found himself caught up in a whirlwind of activity. His companions swept along in the excitement of new experiences and the promise of discovery in a land so far from everything they had known. Jaxon, Sierra, Cindy, and Lyra meandered through the throngs of the market, where the women bought matching clothes in the finest silk. They were excited to see what their hotel offered. Their journey halted at the precipice of the valley. Jaxon's breath caught at the scenery before them, the settlement unfurled beneath, reaching towards the forest yonder. The sky of Sopdate's arc towered, not simply a vessel, but a realm unto itself. Descending a precarious staircase that curled by a waterfall, they approached the Coral Village Hotel, hewn into the cliff's embrace. The village, bathed in the waterfall's spray, shimmered with countless rainbows under the sun.
Wow,
Cindy whispered, awe in her gaze.
I've dreamed of nothing like this.
Lyra frowned.
Will our rooms be damp? No.
Sierra reassured, gesturing to a building by the river.
The waterfall's roar may disturb our rest.
Lyra grumbled. But to Cindy, it was music.
A lullaby from the earth.
She smiled. This is a mothership, not a planet, Jaxon corrected. Cindy crouched and stroked the grass.
Yet it contains earth and water and air and fire.
Where's the fire?
Sierra's eyes darted around.
The sun,
Cindy said.
That's no sun,
Lyra said.
And it's certainly not fire. That, Cindy, is an illusion.
Then why does it feel so warm against my skin?
Cindy asked. No reply came. Let's move on, Jaxon directed, leading them towards the hotel. Upon entry, a symphony of scents and sounds greeted them. Its grandeur was unmistakable, adorned with marble and gold, the lobby fountains dazzling in the light. The hotel, a paragon of luxury with its marble and limestone, beckoned them upward to their suite. The apartment was sumptuous, mirroring a familial abode, with all imaginable comforts and a breathtaking view. Cindy rushed to the balcony, exulting in the vista. While the women looked forward to relaxation, Jaxon's mind lingered on his quest. Yet the surrounding splendor was momentarily distracting.
We may never wish to leave,
Cindy said softly, leaning into him.
Let's enjoy it while we can.
Sirius smiled, unpacking. As the women delighted in their acquisitions, Jaxon sought peace in the kitchen with a cup of coffee. Breaking his solitude, they appeared in the kitchen, bare and beaming, a sight both startling and intimate. Jaxon faltered, their boldness unsettling him. Perhaps you should dress, he ventured, discomfort in his tone. Sirius teased.
Are you displeased by us?
Flustered, Jaxon looked away. It's simply not proper, he said. Lyra's dismissal was swift.
We're all grown up here. No harm done.
Cindy laughed.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, Jaxon. You're too prudish.
A sigh escaped him, torn between his duties and the challenge of resisting their allure. But he was a man, and they were three young, attractive women offering their bodies on a plate. They wanted him, and he could not refuse. After an unforgettable afternoon with the three alluring women, Jaxon discreetly dressed and left the hotel. Under the artificial sky of Sopdat's Ark, Jaxon found his way to the Siriusar restaurant. The establishment glowed with floating orbs that cast green and turquoise lights over the patrons, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to pull directly from the dreams of the deep sea. The place hummed with the vibrant life of a thriving eatery, the air filled with the harmonious strains of Siriusar music and the tantalizing aroma of cooking that spoke of alien seas and distant shores. Here, even the Nommo found delight, indulging in dishes that mirrored the bounty of their own aquatic realms. Jaxon, settling by a lagoon that teemed with Siriusar's marine wonders, puzzled over a menu of exotic fare. It wasn't long before Mafdeti slipped into the seat opposite him, her movements betraying her feline ancestry. With an expert eye, she selected shellfish that arrived adorned with spices and marinades, their scents as alien as their presentation was exquisite. As they dined, Mafdeti painted verbal portraits of Siriusar's submerged marvels, its cities beneath the waves, and the cultural treasures that thrived therein. Emptied of his drink, Jaxon broached the subject at the heart of their meeting. So how are we going to get the interstellar synergy node?
It is hidden on a warship.
In this dimension, Jaxon queried, the scale of their task dawning on him.
No, it's in the fifth dimension, parallel universe 320.
Jaxon pressed for more. Do you have the coordinates?
Yes.
And the plan? He ventured, leaning forward to catch every word. Mafdeti's reply was a whisper of conspiracy and boldness.
We need to infiltrate the warship and find it. With your skills, my knowledge, and our Quantum Dreamweavers, we stand a chance.
Jaxon absorbed the information, his resolve hardening. When do we go? Her question was practical, rooted in concern.
Have you slept?
Only for a few hours, he admitted.
Me too.
Mafdeti shared, a hint of fatigue in her admission.
I thought we could leave tomorrow.
Chapter 26. Warship. Descending into the depths of the hangar, the cloaked vessel that was QD3 awaited them. Mafdeti found her place upon the meditation pad, then hurtled them through realms unseen by the naked eye. They materialized, shrouded in the art of stealth, before the imposing silhouette of the warship, its structure a labyrinth of potential peril. The ship's hull bristled with armaments poised for war. Jaxon, faced with the behemoth before them, felt a knot of apprehension tighten within. You sure about this? That's a formidable warship. Mafdeti acknowledged the gravity of their endeavor.
I've seen worse threats, yet this looks challenging. Our invisible ship might not be so invisible in this realm.
Why? Jaxon's voice betrayed his burgeoning concern.
Our cloaking has failed in this dimension, and I do not know why.
And our arsenal? Mafdeti, motioning to her side, revealed her weapon of choice.
The sonic disruptor is right here, ready to shut them up.
And my armament? Inquired Jaxon, seeking reassurance.
The electro-pulse blaster you have is great for breaking through their electronic defenses.
He nodded and sucked in a tight breath. Our course of action? Mafdeti drew closer, her voice a conspiratorial whisper.
We breach their defenses, seize the interstellar synergy node, and vanish before they find us. We must be swift, decisive.
Their vessel, the QD3, crept nearer to the imposing warship, its vastness casting a shadow over them like a dark citadel in the void. Jaxon felt a lump form in his throat, the magnitude of their mission pressing down upon him. At the helm, Mafdeti inhaled slowly and closed her eyes.
The pulse from your blaster is key to throw their defenses into disarray during our entry. As for me, I will seek our passage through meditation. Our greatest hope lies in the chamber housing the node being large enough to accommodate the QD.
But what if things don't go as planned?
Failure to find adequate space will render our efforts to transition into their domain futile.
She replied with a calm that belied the risk. Drawing herself up, she took a moment to gather her focus, her breath deep and even, before her eyes shuddered closed.
We commence in 3, 2, 1.
Jaxon affirmed their course, his hand firm upon the electro-pulse blaster. Let fate decide our course. As their QD-3 craft materialized within the spacious interior of the warship, alarms filled the hangar. Jaxon stared at Mafdeti, whose hands were still poised over her electro-pulse blaster. Is that contraption even firing?
Relentlessly.
Mafdeti responded, though the futility of her efforts was evident. The echo of distant footsteps grew louder. Discarding the ineffective blaster, Jaxon moved his hand towards his plasma rifle, his grip firm and ready.
Our crafts concealed on the ceiling.
Mafdeti's voice barely cut through the din of alarms.
Engage your cloak. We need to move now.
Dropping from their hidden craft, just as the enemy troops flooded the hangar, Jaxon's vision through the helmet synced with Mafdeti's, allowing him to see her cloaked form. Together they skirted the walls, every step taken with deliberate caution. The warship's labyrinthine corridors stretched before them, lit intermittently by the flicker of emergency lights, casting long shadows as if the very darkness conspired against them. Mafdeti broke the tense silence.
I've disabled their surveillance here. We're ghosts to them, for now.
A surge of energy pulsed through the corridor, a blinding cascade of light that momentarily ensnared their senses. Jaxon shielded his eyes, the disorientation noticeable.
Here, this way.
Mafdeti's hand found his, pulling him into a narrow passageway as a squad of space marines hastened by, their language alien to their ears, their presence a fleeting threat as they disappeared into the bowels of the ship. Jaxon caught his breath. How do we proceed?
The core's not far. Trust me.
The ship's interior was a maze, each turn and corridor indistinguishable from the last.
We're near,
Mafdeti assured.
just a bit further.
Their pace quickened. Ahead, the sound of machinery grew louder, a mechanical heartbeat of the ship. Then, they encountered them robotic sentinels accompanied by metallic hounds, their movements synchronized, a threat not of flesh but of steel. The robots marked their territory with white paint, not a bizarre ritual of war, but as a method of finding their invisible adversaries. Jaxon's muscles tensed, the weight of his plasma rifle comforting yet daunting. Together, they concealed themselves in an enclave waiting for the mechanical procession to pass, their mission hanging by a thread in the steel heart of the enemy. Mafdeti, to your left. Jaxon's voice was a razor, his warning slicing through impeding doom. The white paint sprayed them and rendered their invisibility suits useless, a cruel twist of fate. They were visible and vulnerable. Jaxon's plasma rifle hummed with potential destruction in his hands. Mafdeti's blade shimmered with the promise of defense, and offense merged into one. The soldiers, a striking example of the warship's technological might, advanced, emphasizing their impervious armor. Laser beams, precise and unyielding, carved paths through the air, seeking flesh and blood amidst the steel and stone. Jaxon and Mafdeti moved against the storm with instinct and training. Jaxon's return fire painted the corridor with bursts of plasma light and roared as fire burned air. It was a desperate attempt to stem the tide of advancing metal. The enemy, persistent, continued their unyielding pursuit. Mafdeti's confrontation was an exhibition of agility and talent, her blade clashing against the soldier's armor, sparks flying like stars birthed from collision. As Jaxon found refuge behind a doorway, the narrow miss of laser beams a reminder of the thin line between life and death, he unleashed his counterattack. Each shot from his rifle was a prayer. The green blood of a fallen soldier, a revelation of life coursing through even mechanical veins, marked Mafdeti's victory. Her blades severed the Space Marine's head, a grim trophy of their struggle. The third combatant advanced with calculated malice. Mafdeti, still undeterred, met each strike with defiance. The air was still, charged with the remnants of battle as Jaxon and Mafdeti, chests heaving with exertion, surveyed the aftermath. Their brief moment of triumph was swiftly quashed by the sound of oncoming footfalls. Surrounded by military forces, their fate seemed sealed within the cold, unyielding walls of the warship. Forced to relinquish control, they were led through metallic corridors. The chamber they were led into was bare, save for 3 chairs and a table, the fluorescent glare unforgiving. As they took their seats, a figure of authority entered, his appearance as imposing as his attire. His pointed yellow face, and his head like an inverted triangle, was crowned with a tall, crimson hat. His command was simple, direct.
Sit.
Jaxon and Mafdati, though wearied and cornered, maintained their composure. The figure settled across from them, the table between them a physical barrier that seemed to underscore the chasm of their differing worlds.
Who are you, and what is your purpose aboard this warship?
Chapter 27. Frog Spawn.
In his throne room, Lord Xylothor carefully reached out with his antennae towards General Major Zithrian. The general, standing as a figure of command and strategic insight, began to release a series of pheromonal signals. These signals, intricate in their composition, conveyed intelligence gathered through a network of moth spies adept at traversing the elusive domain of dreams and nightmares to uncover hidden secrets.
Our operatives suggest,
General Major Zithrian stated,
that a celestial construct known as Soptit's Arc 1110 may be the sanctuary of the Chronomeld Stone.
Lord Xylothor subtly inclined forward, his antennae moving gently in an expression of interest. Intriguing, he whispered. Tell me about this information.
Immediately, my lord.
General Major Zithrian said. After their meeting, they floated ready. Harnessing the power of nightmares, Lord Xylothor and his legion of shadow warriors transcended the confines of their realm, navigating the complex weaves of the multiverse towards the Sol system. From his fingertips unfurled dark energies, casting a foreboding gaze upon Soptit's Arc 1110, its moon-like form betraying none of the natural imperfections of a lunar body. It floated in the void, oblivious to the tempest that was about to be unleashed. With a malevolent grace, Xylothor transformed, adopting shapes of unspeakable dread, and sent forth his minions to besiege the mothership. A dark miasma enveloped the vessel, seeping into its very bones as shadowy tendrils invaded the sanctuary of its halls, seeking out every hidden corner. Inside Soptit's Arc 1110, the crew and inhabitants were assaulted by their worst nightmares brought to life. A psychological torment that reverberated through the structure of the mothership. The terror fed Xylothor's strength as each fear became more intense, causing the ship's systems to blink and stutter, throwing the community into disarray. Surrounded by this commotion, Xylothor found delight, his anticipation for the ship's complete surrender growing. Yet, at the height of his power, an unexpected turn awaited him. Above the waters of a lake, his essence suddenly solidified, then plummeted into the chilly depths below. A widespread chorus of arcane incantations enveloped everything around him. Struggling against the liquid's embrace, Xylothor tried to locate his companions, only to find them equally ensnared. The merfolk, roused from their enchanted slumber, fixed their psychic gazes upon him, their eyes filled with resentment. Fear, a sensation alien to him, clenched at his heart as he realized the ancient magic at work. A magic potent enough to immobilize him and his spectral army. Despite his efforts to break free, the magical frost claimed him, sealing his fate. Looking out across the lake, he witnessed the dissolution of his shadowy legion, their existence erased as if they were never there. In desperation, he focused on his return to safety. Materializing within his citadel, Xylothor's form was ragged, a shell of his former might. The urgent need to consume nightmares to sustain his life force pressed upon him with a weight he had never known before. Without them, his end was certain.
Sia sat on the sandy beach, feeling useless and small. Once a fierce space pirate mercenary, now reduced to a helpless concubine by her captors. The water trembled before her as a submarine rose from its depths with an eerie grace. The hatch opened, and a ladder extended out onto the shore. A figure emerged from within, his eyes hidden behind tinted glasses. It was a silver-scaled amphibian, and he yelled through a megaphone for Sia to come with him. She knew better than to resist, but as the alien approached, swimming in breaststroke, she noticed another figure ascending from the hatch, this one holding a rifle aimed straight at her. Her muscles tensed in preparation to run, but it was futile against the advanced technology of these creatures. She swam with the amphibian into the submarine, climbing the ladder and entering a chamber filled with strange and timid beings. The atmosphere was tense, with every creature on edge. The sub descended smoothly through the ocean and to the city in the center, encased in a metal sphere. Once inside, the sub entered a massive hangar where they all disembarked onto solid ground and surrounded by air. As with her last visit, Sia was impressed by the futuristic city made of metal. She couldn't even begin to imagine what secrets it hid. The prisoners were led in one direction while Sia was taken in another, guided by two amphibian sentinels through twisting passageways lined with an otherworldly metal that made her skin crawl. Finally, they arrived at a large room with a raised platform in the center. Sia was pushed forward and forced to kneel in front of a group of amphibian leaders, including their president adorned in a turban. He disclosed to Sia, in a grave manner, that her friends had betrayed them by using the sacred chants taught by the amphibians before bringing them the interstellar synergy node. When she asked why her friends would do such a thing, the president revealed that they had been attacked by nightmare beings while staying on the Sopdate's ark. Sia recoiled and covered her face with her pale blue hands. Did Jaxon survive? The president answered, obviously reading her thoughts. He said they had emerged victorious. His frog-like eyes roamed over her form in its tight-fitting jumpsuit. She could feel his gaze lingering on her chest, and she shuddered in disgust.
Stand,
he commanded. She complied, feeling his eyes follow her every move.
Very nice. You will make a suitable wife for me.
Sia took 2 steps back as cold hit her core. How had she gone from being a mercenary to a prisoner, and now this leader was proposing marriage? I am not interested, she declared boldly. The amphibian chuckled, a sound that sent shivers down her spine.
Oh, my dear, but you will be. Your friends have betrayed us, and now you must pay for their mistakes. You will marry me and produce my heirs.
Sia shook her head in disbelief. She had always been a strong, independent woman who made her own choices. She would never submit to this creature. But the amphibian's smile disappeared, replaced with a look of pure contempt.
You will.
He spat.
You no longer have a choice in the matter.
With a wave of his hand, 2 nearby amphibians approached and dragged Sia away from the room and into the darkness below. Despite her struggles and cries for help, they brought her to an operating room and stripped her of her jumpsuit and undergarments. They held her down on a cold metal table as more amphibians in lab coats entered. Sia screamed and fought against the restraints as they approached with various instruments, but it was no use. They were too strong, and soon the room was filled with nothing but the sounds of her screams and their muttered conversations.
Her uteri are severely damaged,
one said.
A full replacement is needed.
We have one ready for testing.
Another chimed in.
Good. It passed the testing phase just yesterday.
And as Sia continued to struggle against her captors, she was aware that her fate was sealed. She would become nothing more than a breeding machine for this twisted society, all because of her friend's mistake. And there was nothing she could do about it. Sia held her breath, eavesdropping on the hushed conversation of scientists in the next room. The thought of impregnating her against her will made her stomach churn, and as if that wasn't horrific enough, they discussed the potential risks and contingency plans for cloning should anything go wrong. Tears streamed down Sia's face as she lay crumpled in her cold, metal cell. The amphibian surgeons had done something to her implanted frog spawn inside of her womb, a cruel and twisted experiment. She thought of Jaxon, the love they shared, but it was impossible for a Thalassian like herself to procreate with other alien species. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of slapping frog feet on the hard floor, a sound that had become all too familiar. It didn't matter. Sia cursed herself for ever listening to the Nommos on Microxus, for taking the Quantum Dreamweaver that eventually led her here. Yes, grieving her sister's death was unbearable, but at least she could have stayed with her children and Annika. She should never have trusted that Nommo's woman, the stranger, who promised to look after her children while she embarked on this journey. Her body shook with sobs as she thought of Jaxon. Was he dead or alive? Did he even know what had happened to her? But now there was no time for sorrow or regret. Frog-like hands grabbed her arms and lifted her up from the ground.
Prepare yourself, Sir Lacroix.
An electronic voice rang out from the interpreter.
For what?
She screamed in defiance.
To become the wife of President Neridax.
Came the ominous reply. Sia's heart dropped, and she winced in pain as she clutched her lower belly. The Amphilyans whisked her away to a grand salon, adorned with glittering mirrors and extravagant decorations. They dressed her in a silvery blue dress that hugged her curves and braided her long silver hair until she felt like vomiting. As they escorted her down a crimson carpet, she couldn't help but tremble at the sight of the metal door looming ahead. Once inside, she was surrounded by Amphilyans in their silver cloaks, their scales glistening in the artificial light. She stood there alone, barefoot and without any undergarments, feeling exposed and vulnerable. Her heart pounded against her chest as she tried to run. But before she could even take a step, an Amphilian guard appeared in front of her with a stern expression.
"Where do you think you're going?"
The Amphilian didn't hesitate to strike her across the face when she protested. The eerie tones of the Amphilyan wedding march filled the hall, bouncing off the cold metal walls like 1,000 echoes. Sia shuddered as President Neredax made his entrance from across the vast hall. Her escort, the same frog who had struck her, led her through the hall, bordered by spectators, and up a flight of stairs to where President Neredax stood waiting. As she stood beside him, another Amphilian spoke up.
"We will now begin the ceremony. You will be our wife. Do you swear to love your husband?"
Sia's nostrils flared in defiance. No. But they continued on, as if they hadn't heard her refusal.
"Do you swear to love your children?"
Her chest heaved with anger. No.
"Then do you swear to love the spellmasters of the Eclipse Enclave?"
Sia couldn't contain herself any longer. She doubled over and clutched her stomach, feeling the foreign presence growing within her. What had they done to her?
Chapter 28. Shelly Blacktail.
Anika remembered that Voss had never aligned himself with any particular faith, yet his spirit was always in tune with the universe's vast mysteries. In the silent stretches of night, he and Anika would delve into profound discussions, exploring the puzzling aspects of science. During one such conversation about the possibility of life beyond death, Voss shared insights from various studies suggesting its potential reality. Voss saw nature as his sanctuary, leading his family to choose the lakeside under Microxus's brilliant white sun for his final farewell. As the fall chill settled over Hope's Crossing, its inhabitants donned heavier clothing against the cool embrace of the season. Nearby, the Nommo creatures, plump from their pre-hibernation feasting, lingered at the water's edge, heavy with sleep. Anika, amid those gathered to mourn, fixed her eyes on the casket that cradled Voss's mortal frame. His family, dressed in somber hues, stood close, their faces etched with grief. Lisa and Mark, their cheeks wet with tears, reflected the deep loss felt by all. A look passed between Anika and them, a silent communion in their shared heartache. The words spoken in remembrance of Voss wove together a narrative of his life, echoing with laughter, wisdom, and the indelible marks he left on those he encountered. Robert, Kelly's brother, lauded Voss's invention, Neural Fix, crediting it with his miraculous recovery from a debilitating neurological condition. He praised Voss as the most kind-hearted person he'd ever met. Flashes of the hospital, the anxious vigils, and Voss's final moments intruded upon Anika's thoughts, tightening her throat with emotion. Despite his age, Voss's presence seemed a constant that should have endured longer on Microxus. His end felt unjust. Tears threatened as she remembered Voss's warnings of a looming war of shadows and the departure of Seer and Jaxon to join the fray. How she wished for Kaida's counsel, yet distance and duty had placed her beyond reach. It was impossible to contact Earth's ambassador while the Japanese cyborg traveled through hyperspace. As the ceremony drew to a close, Anika approached the casket with a solitary white flower. With a delicate touch, she laid it atop, a silent gesture of farewell. After the funeral, the mourners scattered, and Voss's Talosian family went home, leaving Nirakwa and Anika alone by the lake. Anika squatted on the ground, wishing she had something to sit on. She noticed the merwoman's children were already in their underwater pits, asleep until spring.
"My offspring are in their slumber,"
Nirakwa explained.
"It is time for them to rest after a long, difficult year. I'm sorry I couldn't care for Seer's children longer. How are they?"
"They are safe with Voss's daughter's family," Anika said. "I just have so many night shifts at the hospital. Then I must sleep in the day. Lisa's family is kind, and I know Sia's children will be happy there. Why aren't you hibernating yet?"
"I am exhausted,"
Nirakwa said.
"But before I join my children, I must speak with you."
"What is it?" Anika asked, her gaze shifting between the merwoman and the sparkling lake.
Look at the water.
Nirakwa commanded.
Focus on its glimmering surface and let your mind clear.
Anika did as she was told, and suddenly a wave of energy rushed through her body. The lake seemed to blur before her eyes, and images flashed through her mind like fragmented memories. She saw Seer in a cell in Phoebe's underwater city, tears streaming down her face. She saw Jaxon and Mafdeti restrained in an interrogation room on a warship. Their interrogators were fierce and unrelenting. Nirakwa continued to channel these visions into the light and water, and Anika gasped as the information flooded into her mind.
Anika, you have a connection to them,
Nirakwa said.
A bond that ties your fate to theirs. The threads are loosening, but you have the power to weave them back.
Is this about the War of Shadows? She asked.
It is everything to do with it.
Nirakwa confirmed.
Can you prevent the war?
How can I help them? How can I stop the war? Anika pleaded. What must I do?
Go to the pyramid,
Nirakwa instructed.
Tell the guards that I sent you to reclaim your Dreamweaver 13. Have faith in yourself and rescue your lovers. You have a strength within you, born of love and courage. Search your mind for their coordinates, and they will reveal themselves to you.
Anika took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the magnitude of her task. But what if I fail? What if I am not strong enough? Nirakwa placed a webbed hand on Anika's shoe.
You are stronger than you know, Dr. Patel. Believe in yourself and you will not fail.
With a quick nod, Anika rose, her gaze fixed upon the pyramid. I must utilize the technology I acquired on Talos, the very same that allowed me to infiltrate the Novitech Consortium.
Yes, that is the path you must follow.
I shall not fail them. I will retrieve them safely. The Namas nodded with approval.
Remember, Nirakwa will guide your steps. My regrets for failing to connect with Seer and forewarn her. But have courage, Anika, and may the waters of Phoebe shield you on your journey.
Racing against time, the doctor hastened back to her home. Once a bustling abode filled with the vibrant presence of Jaxon, Seer, and Kaida, it now echoed with eerie silence. Without delay, Anika retrieved her Shadowguard stealth suit, its supple fabric soothing against her fingertips. Her trusted ally in times of danger, the self-aiming plasma rifle followed suit, followed by her faithful Magnolift jetpack. Stuffing her gear into a spacious duffel bag, Anika ran to the pyramid. As she neared the colossal structure, two Anubak sentries scrutinized her every move. Nirakwa has summoned me to reclaim my Dreamweaver 13, Anika announced firmly. The guards exchanged a wary look, but upon hearing Nirakwa's name, they relented and granted her passage. Inside the pyramid, an Anubak gestured towards a golden sphere-shaped craft.
Who has sent you?
Nirakwa?
You may proceed.
Once inside, Anika felt energy swirling around her. The door sealed shut behind her as she settled onto the round, golden platform at the center of the chamber. How do I go about this exactly? She listened intently to Nirakwa's voice in her mind and retrieved the information she had unknowingly uploaded. With the Dreamweaver 13's coordinates imprinted in her mind, Anika closed her eyes and focused on projecting her consciousness across space and time. An unseen force tugged at her, pulling her towards her destination. The colossal wedding hall was a sight to behold through the transparent walls of the Quantum Dreamweaver. It was set in stealth mode, so even though she could see them, they couldn't see her. Metal shone around the grand ceremony taking place on the wide balcony at the end of the hall. Seer stood adorned in an elaborate gown, her pale blue skin matching its color. But sudden pain contorted her features as she stood before an amphibian man who towered above her in both size and status. He was draped in a regal gold cloak over his shimmering silver scales, and he held onto her hand with an almost possessive grip. Anika watched, her heart banging with trepidation. She had to act quickly and discreetly. With practiced stealth, she slipped out of the craft without making a sound. As the leader of the frog guards raised a webbed hand, Anika's muscles tensed. Could these creatures possess heightened senses? Would they be able to detect her even in her state of perfect stealth? With a flick of her wrist, Anika activated the controls on her plasma rifle, setting it to stun. With calculated precision, she fired shots at the guards, swiftly incapacitating them while remaining undetected. Chaos erupted in the wedding hall, as the frog guard retaliated with their croaking language echoing through the air. Anika darted between pillars and decorations, using her acrobatic skills to evade their attacks. Her magnetic jetpack propelled her towards the dais where Sia and her amphibian suitor were exchanging vows, the frog husband to be bellowed orders, summoning more guards to converge on Anika. Undeterred, she moved with finesse and agility, utilizing every aspect of the environment to her advantage. As Anika closed in on the dais, the frog president's eyes locked onto hers. She held her breath, wondering if he could see past her amazing Shadow Guard stealth suit. With a simple gesture, he summoned a barrier of shimmering water, attempting to trap her. But Anika was prepared. With a burst of energy from her magnetic jetpack, she soared through the aquatic barrier, disrupting it as if it were mere ripples in a pond. The guards below trembled in shock as Anika descended upon the dais, her plasma rifle trained on the frog priest or king or whoever he was. Release her, her voice boomed through her helmet, commanding attention. The frog king froze, eyeing Anika up and down. The guards below regrouped, ready to defend their leader, but Anika, fueled by love, took calculated shots that brought them down one by one. Amidst the chaos, Anika reached for Seer, their hands entwining in a fierce embrace. "We must flee at once," she cried. Together, they leapt from the dais, dodging the remaining guards. With Seer at her side, they sprinted towards the QD-13, its golden form materializing in the heart of the wedding hall. As they entered the Quantum Dreamweaver and accessed Niraqua's telepathic information, Anika visualized their destination Coral Village, nestled in Soptis Arc 1110, orbiting Europa, Jupiter's sixth moon. Anika's QD-13 materialized in an unexpected location, a hangar surrounded by space shuttles. Sia winced and pressed her lower belly as they exited the ship.
"You need to cloak it."
Sia hissed. "It's cloaked," Anika replied, shedding her stealth suit. Ever since seeing Seer in agony, Anika had been plagued with intense heartburn. "Tell me what happened," she urged. Wanting to ease her lover's suffering, Seer revealed that a fleet of Quantum Dreamweavers had traveled to Phoebe, seeking aid from the Spellmasters. They had held Seer captive in their realm to ensure Jaxon's cooperation in retrieving a valuable piece of technology. But when the Spellmasters discovered that Jaxon and his companions had already used the incantations before delivering the technology to President Neradax, their fragile alliance shattered. "Are you injured?" Anika asked, concern etched into her features.
"They tore apart my insides,"
Seer confessed, pausing to regain composure. Anika hated seeing her once proud girlfriend reduced to such a state. She took Sia's powder blue hands in her own larger, dark indigo ones. "Keep going. I'm here for you."
"They pinned me down and performed some sort of operation on me,"
Seer continued through tears.
"They destroyed my wombs."
Anika's heart burned with rage and fear. She rubbed at her forehead as she held Seer tight against her chest. "And then what?"
"They replaced my wombs with frog seeds."
Seer sobbed. President Neradax, the man Seer was set to marry, had sanctioned this brutal treatment. Anika's arms tightened around Sia's trembling form as her own shoulders tensed with anger. "That vile pig."
"I wish Jaxon was here,"
Seer cried, her voice breaking. Anika knew she had to be strong for both of them. "We need to get you to a hospital. I believe we are currently aboard the Soptis Arc 1110, orbiting Europa."
"How did you know?"
Seer asked, surprised. Anika didn't need to explain, as Seer answered her own question.
"The Nommos."
"Yes," Anika confirmed. "Niraqua sent me to help you. She felt guilty for not connecting with you before."
"Do they still have my children?"
Seer's voice trembled with fear and concern. "No," Anika replied. "Marina, Delta, and River are safe with Voss's family. Lisa and Zach are looking after them. There's plenty of space in their mansion. And they're good friends with Voss's little Faye. And Cruz and Judah see them a lot too. Seeing as they're Faye's cousins, the teenagers are like their big brother and sister, really though, because they're so close with Faye."
"I hope Faye doesn't mind,"
Seer said.
"Being a single child, I know she likes getting what she wants."
Lisa and Zach said it was good for Faye to learn to share. She isn't bored anymore, either, which eases the strain on Lisa.
"I can imagine the children having fun."
Sia let out a relieved laugh.
"Good."
"Yes, you have no need to worry. I only wish Voss was still alive. He was such a good grandfather." Cruz, Faye, and Judah are all very sad, not to mention Mark and Lisa.
"I feel more at ease than living with land dwellers. Even though Thalassians can live underwater like fish and Nommo, we adapted to living on land a few million years ago, and that's what the modern Thalassians are used to."
"The Nommo must hibernate now," Anika explained, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear. "That's why they're there."
"And Jaxon? Is he safe?"
"I don't know," Anika admitted. "But we need to gather the others and fly our Quantum Dreamweavers to his location before it's too late."
"Has he been tortured?"
Seer ran a shaky hand through her silver braids. "I don't know," Anika repeated, feeling helpless. "But first we need to get you medical attention."
Why is it always me who ends up hurt and missing out on all the action?
Not always, Anika countered. Seer scoffed.
Remember when that bounty hunter hit me so hard I ended up in a coma while you, Voss, and Kelly were kidnapped and imprisoned?
Fair point, Anika conceded, but let's focus on getting you healed and back into the action. Seer sighed.
I just can't shake this feeling that someone else is pulling the strings of our lives, that this is all we are destined for.
Anika squeezed her hand reassuringly. Don't worry about that now. Just focus on getting better. At least you're still breathing. But Seer's response only deepened her concern.
They implanted me with his reproductive essence, claiming it to be adaptogenic.
Gods be damned, Anika cursed under her breath. We must seek aid for you immediately. She closed her eyes as images from Niraqua flooded her mind. Come with me.
But I have no invisibility suit, and we may need clearance.
Seer fretted. Niraqua will guide us, Anika assured her. She speaks to me now through visions, like a vivid graphic novel. Then let's go. Seer relented as they stepped off the vessel and onto the docking bay. Taking Seer's arm for support, they traversed without interruption until reaching an elevator that took them to the underwater levels of the mothership. Stepping out onto the shore of a vast lake, they were both awestruck by its beauty and intricate design.
How is this possible within a ship?
Seer marveled, almost forgetting their dire situation. The power of the folk from Sirius is limitless, Anika replied, admiring the blue sky and realistic clouds above. Seer pointed to a group of creatures swimming in the reservoir.
Look, there are Nommo all around us.
Anika's gaze followed Seer's finger until settling on one particular Nommos that seemed to be watching them intently. The merwoman had dark green skin and a black tail that occasionally emerged from the water. She frowned at Anika before motioning for them to approach. We must speak with her. Anika offered Seer her arm once more when they made their way to the shore. Seer leaned heavily on Anika as they sat on the sand in front of the Nommos. Holding a small, intricately carved box, the creature spoke in a soothing tone.
I am Shelley. I have something for you.
The Nommos handed the box to Seer. With hesitation, Seer opened the box, revealing a small red crystal within.
What is this?
She asked.
It is a healing crystal.
The Nommos answered.
It will restore your body and mind.
Anika observed as Seer examined the crystal closely. And what of me? She asked the creature.
You must take care of her.
The Nommos replied, looking directly at Anika.
She may seem weak now, but she will grow stronger with time.
The Nommos' dark green breasts bunched together as she stretched out her hands to grasp Anika's.
You know Niraqua, young one?
She asked. Niraqua? Yes, Anika replied, taken aback by the sudden shift in names. I am Dr. Anika Patel.
I have seen the visions that Niraqua uploaded to your conscience.
The Nommo said, her eyes closed.
It seems that your connection with the Nommos was broken when you heard the chants of the spell masters. They wield a sinister magic.
But aren't you both from the same world?
Seer interjected.
War knows no boundaries.
The Nommos replied bitterly.
Even pure beings like us are not immune to persecution.
Then why did we have to see those dreadful amphibians?
Seer asked.
Because only black magic can counter the Mothmen's magic. Shining light on it does not work in the realm of Lumina.
Shelley explained. But how will this crystal cure Seer? Anika asked anxiously, keeping an eye on their surroundings, knowing that time was running short and Jaxon's life hung in the balance.
Into the water, Seer. Hold on to the box.
Shelley commanded, and Seer obeyed. Shelley took back the box and gestured for Seer to remove her dress.
There is no time for modesty now, young one.
Anika watched nervously as Seer hesitantly undressed, her naked form visible through the clear water. But Anika was a doctor and knew there was no time for embarrassment or discomfort in this dire situation. At Shelley's whispered instructions, Anika left to buy a sarong for Seer, using her comband currency. Upon returning, she wrapped the red fabric around Sia's body as the aqua woman arose from the water. Where is the gem? Anika asked anxiously.
It has melted into my belly button.
Seer revealed with a smile, kissing Anika's cheek.
Now,
Shelley instructed.
You must find your friends Sira, Lyra, and Cindy, and also gather the 6 Anibat QD pilots. Together, with 11 of you and 11 QDs, you must fight against that warship to rescue Jaxon and Mufdati.
But how do we find them?
Seer asked.
Niraqua, from Microxus, will guide you. Anika knows the way, but you must hurry before the moon rises.
Shelley warned. Is there even a moon here? Anika questioned, confused by the statement.
A fake moon in the fake sky.
Shelley scoffed, pointing at the sun.
Just like everything else here.
Anika tightly held onto Seer's hand as they rushed away to complete their mission, their fate uncertain in this strange world. Chapter 29. celestial frustration. After leaving Shelley in the murky green waters of the lake in the heart of Sopdet's Arc 1110, Anika followed the map etched into her mind. "Do you feel any relief now that the gem is inside you?" she asked Seer, her voice filled with concern.
"Much better,"
Seer replied with a smile.
"Shelley said it would completely heal my Thalassian wounds."
Anika nodded, relieved. "I hate to think of you suffering." As they hurried through the bustling market, a chill ran up Anika's spine. "But what about the frog spawn?" Seer chuckled. "How can you find humor in it?" Anika stumbled over her words.
"Shelley healed my mind,"
Seer explained.
"She taught me to view it as a joke. Like hypnosis, I suppose."
Anika still couldn't shake off her unease. But...
"She assured me all the frog spawn had left my body and perished in the water."
Seer reassured her friend with a gentle touch on her arm. Anika let out a sigh of relief before tugging on Seer's hand.
"Let's go. We must gather these pilots."
Their first destination was a hill overlooking a majestic waterfall. They carefully descended mossy steps that wound along its side, the sound of rushing water creating a tranquil melody that soothed their nerves. The mist delicately caressed their skin and seemed to fill Anika's lungs, slowing her heartbeat and easing her worries. The town of Coral had been expertly crafted to blend in with its natural surroundings, and their hotel stood near the roaring Whitewater River. The sunlight danced upon the rippling water as they left it behind, entering the foreboding hotel before them. Anika led Seer up to the next floor and rapped on the door, her mind racing with memories of their previous encounter with Mira's sisters at Oort 45. She knew Jaxon had made love with them and Mira in a drug-induced passionate meeting. She should feel grateful to the sisters for helping her. Jaxon, Damien, and Seer escaped from Oort 45 during their conquest against the nano-nexus, but all she felt was contempt. As the door creaked open, Sira and Lyra emerged. The Martian women were clad in nothing but silk slips, barely concealing their slender and alluring figures. Anika's muscles tensed, her voice dripping with contempt. "You two?" Seer stepped forward into the suite, still dressed in her red sarong.
"We don't have time for this, Anika. The past is the past. Jaxon is in trouble, and we need each of you to pilot a Quantum Dreamweaver."
Sira sighed.
"Just come inside already."
They entered the living area to find the QD pilot, Cindy, dressed in a slip matching the twins. Anika scowled. "Are you Cindy?"
"Yes."
The woman replied calmly. "Did Jaxon stay here with you three?" Anika growled. Cindy's response only fueled their anger further.
"Yes, we all got intimate."
Anika exchanged a pained glance with Seer before turning back to Cindy. "Where are the Anubak pilots?"
"Downstairs."
The blonde answered. As the 5 women hurried out of the room, Anika couldn't help but notice the twins and Cindy still wore barely nothing. "Those are hardly appropriate clothes for a space battle," Anika remarked with frustration.
"Why not?"
One of the sisters shrugged.
"The Quantum Dreamweavers provide enough warmth."
Seer pointed towards the setting sun.
"We mustn't waste any more time. The moon will rise soon."
Together they descended the stairs, searching for the 6 dogmen. The QDs hovered around the perimeter of the warship where Jaxon and Mafdeti were being held captive, and Anika had an ace up her sleeve. A device given to her by the Nomos themselves. The quantum shroud emitter was a marvel of technology from Sirius, capable of creating an invisible cloak around any spacecraft. With this in hand, Anika positioned her own QD on the ceiling of the warship's main hangar, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The others remained outside the warship because Anika had said she wanted to try this alone. Before leaving the Sopdet's Ark, Shelley had infused her with advanced nanotech liquid, strengthening her stealth suit and making it nearly undetectable even by alien scanners. She carried 2 self-aiming plasma rifles, one from Talos and one gifted to her by Shelley from Syrisar. Her jetpack hummed quietly on her back as she padded through the corridors of the enemy ship. With the Anubak, Roger, guiding her through the AI systems from his Dreamweaver, Anika moved swiftly and silently towards the interrogation room where Jaxon and the Catwoman were being held. As she reached for the door handle, a metal-clad guard swaggered down the hallway. Anika quickly set her rifle to stun and took aim. She couldn't kill him. She was a doctor, not a killer like Seer. The stun round hit its target with precision, and the guard fell like a statue. Inside the room, Jaxon and the Catwoman were secured to chairs with thick metal ropes. Bruised and battered, covered in dried white paint and blood, their faces were pale and gaunt. But when Jaxon saw Anika dragging the unconscious guard into the interrogation room, he couldn't help but exclaim,
"Who's that in stealth?"
"It's me."
"Anika? How did you get here?"
he said. "I came with the other QDs. It's a long story," she replied as she closed the door behind her.
"What?"
Jaxon was clearly confused by her sudden appearance. But for now, they didn't have time to explain. They had to focus on getting out of there alive. She quickly whispered about rescuing Seer, leaving out the terrible things President Neridax had done to the Aqua Woman and the part about Shelley's healing gem. Using a small tool, she managed to break their binds. "We have to move quickly," she urged them. "To the hangar. I can't hide all of us with my stealth abilities." Jaxon shrugged, his gaze focused on the ground.
"We don't know if they have our Quantum Dreamweavers or not."
Anika's jaw tightened.
"If you rescued Seer, does that mean we no longer need the interstellar synergy node?"
Jaxon asked. Shelley said it was crucial to protect civilizations from the War of Shadows. Anika replied, her voice filled with urgency. The Catwoman spoke up then, her tone laced with worry.
"But without our invisibility suits, how will we hide while you search for it? They'll know we've escaped if they check on us."
"I had no choice but to come straight here," Anika explained, her gaze flickering between her companions. "The Nommo warned me that you would die if I didn't." Jaxon pulled Anika into a fierce hug.
"You can't do this alone,"
he pleaded. Anika gently pushed him away. "Let me handle this." She jabbed a thumb over her shoulder. On the count of 3. She took a deep breath before continuing. 1, 2, 3. When they sprinted down a dimly lit corridor, their footsteps echoed off the metallic walls. Suddenly they rounded a corner and were faced with soldiers standing like immovable titans in their path. In an instant, plasma rifles were raised and aimed directly at them. The deadly beams streaked through the air, narrowly missing Jaxon and the Catwoman as they dodged and weaved. The sound of the ship's engines roared in their ears, adding to the tension of the moment. Anika's mind raced as she searched for any weakness in the soldiers' armor. Jaxon lunged for an abandoned rifle on the ground, catching their adversaries off guard. The Catwoman displayed her incredible agility, pouncing between the rays with ease. In a split-second decision, Anika circled around the soldiers, using her stealth abilities to search for any vulnerabilities. The fight escalated quickly, with plasma beams colliding and filling the air with blinding flashes and the stench of scorched metal. Despite their lack of weapons, Jaxon and the Catwoman fought fiercely against their opponents. Amidst the chaos, Anika remained cloaked in her stealth ability, strategizing and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. She carefully observed the situation before taking swift, lethal action. Her targets, though armed and armored, showed moments of weakness that could only be the markers of flesh and blood beneath their metal exteriors. Meanwhile, Jaxon surveyed the scene with the keen eyes of a seasoned tactician. His movements were precise as he sought out any vulnerabilities in the enemy's armor. With each passing second, Anika could almost see the gears turning in his mind as he strategized. A soldier lunged at Jaxon, but he evaded the attack with fluid grace and retaliated with deadly accuracy. He struck at the weak points in their armor, rendering them helpless. As one foe swung a plasma blade towards him, Jaxon's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the lethal strike. The soldiers soon found themselves no match for the trio's superior tactics and teamwork. Amidst the battle, Anika admired how Jaxon turned what seemed like impenetrable armor into a fatal flaw. With her and the Catwoman's assistance, they quickly overpowered the remaining soldiers. With their mission accomplished, Anika and Jaxon raced to the hangar, where they found both Quantum Dreamweavers waiting. Without hesitation, they climbed aboard, Jaxon joining Anika in hers while the Catwoman took the other.
Jaxon's blue eyes scanned the vast expanse of space from the Quantum Dreamweavers' geostationary orbit around the alien warship. Anika, one of his 3 trusted lovers and comrades, sat beside him, her own thoughts focused on tapping into the quantum energy that bound their warship to spacetime. But despite her best efforts, they remained anchored in place. Something was preventing them from leaving their orbit around Europa. Their triumph was short-lived. Their fleet was anxious. They had failed to secure the coveted interstellar synergy node. Shelley, their telepathic leader, urgently directed Anika to infiltrate the enemy warship once more. Anika's face paled as she shared the grim news. Jaxon's jaw clenched as he cursed under his breath. They couldn't risk re-entering the warship. Their dilemma only intensified when fighter jets emerged from the warship, their triangular frames cutting through the emptiness of space like deadly weapons. Anika's desperation grew as she felt Shelley's pain and heard Cindy's screams over the intercom. She told Jaxon that she didn't know what was becoming of them, but it felt as if her own brain was searing, too, with the telepathic connections between them. Meanwhile, Mafdati barked orders for evasive maneuvers to avoid the incoming plasma volleys. But as Jaxon watched the enemy fighters closing in, he knew they couldn't outrun them forever. It was time to fight back. With coordinated strikes and intention, they engaged their thrusters and unleashed powerful quantum pulses from their quantum pulse plasma cannons. Explosions rocked through space as shields were disrupted, armor penetrated, and enemy ships destroyed. Jaxon couldn't help but chuckle at Cindy's fierce determination to defend herself against Sierra's unfair stereotype of blonde women. In this moment, it didn't matter who they were or where they came from, they were all warriors fighting for their survival. Together, they pushed back against the enemy fleet, determined to come out victorious. For Shelley, for themselves, and for the future of the universe. The space battle raged on, chaos unfolding in every direction. Jaxon, a skilled strategist, calculated his blast to exploit weaknesses in the enemy's shields while receiving guidance over the intercom from Mafdati.
Focus on their propulsion systems.
Mafdati meowed.
We need to cripple their mobility.
Jaxon relayed this information to his fellow QD pilots, and they followed through. The Anubak hacker, Roger, was tasked with disrupting the enemy's communication frequencies, while Anika executed barrel rolls and sharp turns guided by Mafdati's commands. But as the conflict intensified, the enemy adapted to their tactics. Jaxon gritted his teeth, desperate for a new strategy. They're adapting, he growled. Cindy, any suggestions?
I'm attempting to disrupt their targeting systems with my mind,
Cindy replied.
But it seems they have shields against it.
We need a new approach.
Mafdati whined.
Use the cloaking devices and disappear from their sight.
Following her orders, the QD pilots vanished from the enemy's view. But when Anika attempted a teleportation to steal the node, it failed. Desperate and running out of time, Cindy's urgent voice crackled through the intercom.
We need a strategy now.
At Mafdati's command, Jaxon focused on disrupting the enemy's weapons systems and coordinated with the Anubaks for a synchronized attack. Together, they broke through the enemy's defenses. Explosions filled the cosmos with balls of blue and orange fire as, one by one, the enemy fighters were dismantled. Victory seemed within reach as Mafdati declared their retreat. Exhausted, Jaxon felt a surge of pride for his team. But their triumph was short-lived as they were suddenly back in the warship's hangar, and Anika was sobbing.
We have to get the interstellar synergy node now,
she cried. With Anika's mind injured, Jaxon donned Anika's stealth suit and jetpack, strapping himself in. It was lucky she was a tall woman, otherwise it would never have fit. He headed through the hangar, dodging soldiers until he arrived at room 203 billion, level 3. He crept inside, careful not to alert any guards. The only sound was the soft hum of a single console in the corner. As Jaxon approached it, he heard a rustling behind him. Whirling around, he found himself face to face with a figure in a high-tech outfit and helmet aiming a gun at him. Beads of sweat formed on Jackson's forehead.
Who are you?
The figure demanded. I am here to retrieve the interstellar synergy node. Jaxon replied honestly. The woman lowered her gun slightly.
You're a Quantum Dreamweaver pilot.
Jaxon nodded.
Why do you want it?
To give to someone who needs it to protect their mothership from an impending war of shadows.
A war prophesied by whom?
The aquatic alien race known as the Nommo.
Take the node and flee, my dear companion, but heed this warning. If the High Commander discovers our betrayal, he will stop at nothing to destroy us all.
Scanning the computer frantically, Jaxon's gaze fell on a small thumb-sized device beside it. He snatched it up and raced towards the hangar, the sounds of shouting and gunfire growing louder behind him. As he burst into the hangar and entered the QD, Anika was convulsing on the floor. His heart constricted with fear for her as he rushed to her side. I have it, Anika. The interstellar synergy node, Jaxon declared breathlessly. But before they could make their escape, everything went black. When they awoke, they found themselves in Sopdit's Arc 1110, surrounded by the other Dreamweavers who had returned from their mission. Anika was weak but conscious, and with the help of Seer and Maftati, they carried her to the lake where they were met with worrying news. Shelley was missing. When Jaxon heard gasps behind him, he turned away from the lake to see Anika had collapsed on the sand. A crowd had gathered around her limp. Jaxon's heart skipped a beat as he rushed to her side, his hands trembling as he checked her pulse. Relief washed over him when he felt a faint heartbeat, but his worry only grew when he saw how pale her indigo face was. What happened? Jaxon demanded, turning to face Cindy, who looked troubled.
She collapsed. We don't know why,
she replied with a frown. Jaxon searched frantically for help and soon spotted an ambulance hovering nearby. He gently lifted Anika into his arms and carried her towards it, Seer following closely behind. The medics inside immediately went to work attaching machines and administering emergency care. But despite their efforts, Anika's condition continued to deteriorate before their eyes. Jaxon watched helplessly, his mind screaming for someone to save her. But in the end, there was nothing anyone could do. The medic's words hung heavily in the air.
We're losing her.
The ambulance wailed as it lifted off, a piercing sound that only added to the sense of helplessness for Jaxon and Seer. They watched the vehicle disappear into the distance, their minds reeling with fear. We have to do something, Jaxon said. I won't let her slip away from us. Seer nodded in agreement.
The amphibians don't deserve the interstellar synergy node,
she hissed, her fists clenched in anger.
It's all because of that bastard Neredax. And where is Shelley? Did he kill her?
As they traveled on foot through the bustling market town and into the countryside, the sun shone down upon them, but even its warm rays could not dispel the darkness that had descended upon them since their encounter with Neredax.
Don't give him the node,
Seer said fiercely.
Not after what he did to me.
What did he do? Jaxon asked, his jaw set with determination. Seer recounted her ordeal at the hands of Neredax before her wedding, and how Anika had saved her. In that case, I refused to hand it over to him.
But if he can control even the queenfish of Sopdit's Ark with his mind,
Seer mused aloud,
then who knows what other horrors he may be capable of.
We are no longer facing just one enemy. Jaxon reflected grimly. We now have two. Seer squinted up at the blue sky, lost in thought.
What if we were to give President Neredax the Chronomeld Stone instead?
Jaxon's eyes widened in shock. You would be playing a dangerous game, Seer.
But it could cause a rivalry between our two enemies.
She persisted.
And once they had exhausted each other in battle, we could strike and finish them off from the safety of our QDs.
Assuming that the president doesn't decide to use the stone to time travel and change everything, Jaxon pointed out.
Where is the Chronomeld Stone now?
Seer asked. In a highly secure vault at a bank. Maftati brought it there for me when we first arrived here.
The Catwoman.
Seer raised an eyebrow. Yes, the one I was interrogated with. Jaxon confirmed.
Did they hurt you?
Seer's voice was full of concern. Jaxon shrugged nonchalantly. Just some shouting. The bruises were from all the fighting before and after the interrogation.
Do you trust this Maftati?
Seer asked hesitantly. I believe so, Jaxon replied. She wants Lord Silathor gone just as much as anyone. But after he is defeated, we must return the Chronomeld Stone to the Celestial Architects.
After the War of Shadows.
Seer clarified. That is what the Nommo seemed to call it. Jaxon nodded gravely. As they finally arrived at the hospital, their anxious thoughts seemed to fade away into the peaceful valley outside. They were still unsure of their next move, but for now, their focus was on keeping Anika alive. Chapter 30. Kingfish.
In the gloom of Lord Silathor's quarters, the atmosphere was laden with the residue of sorcery gone awry. Once a bastion of might, his presence now seemed diminished. His gaze that had shimmered with an ethereal glow now mirrored the flicker of faltering flames. A combination of physical and esoteric tormented his being. The animated shadows that had once danced along the walls, symbols of triumphs and territorial gains, now grew dim as his strength waned. Despite the endless nightmares his minions had harvested for his sustenance, none had mended his deteriorating condition. His skeletal hands gripped the sides of his throne crafted from volcanic glass, a mere shadow of the force they once wielded. The sinister forces that had propelled his rise now turned against him, spreading through his body with treacherous intensity. In this hour of vulnerability, the Chronomeld Stone's silent murmurs of healing beckoned him. With effort he called forth his followers. The Mothman, his aerial vanguard, heeded his summons, their wings stirring the still air as they gathered before him. Xylothor, with a voice strained by suffering, decreed their new mission, to delve once more into the heart of Sopdate's Arc 1110, not for conquest, but in pursuit of the Chronomeld Stone's promise of restoration. As they took flight, their departure resonated through the chamber, a spectral symphony marking the gamble of a ruler teetering on the brink of oblivion.
Mufti moved with a sense of purpose through the bustling halls of the central bank of Sirius. The weight of the interstellar synergy node in her thigh satchel served as a constant reminder of the great responsibility she carried. Flanked by guards, she navigated through the corridors until they arrived at their destination, the basement, where the vault was guarded like a fortress. As Mufti inserted the node into its designated slot, an unsettling sensation crawled up her spine. Shadows seemed to seep through every crack and crevice in the reinforced door of the vault. Instinctively, she reached for her holster, only to remember that weapons were strictly forbidden in all the Sirius Empire's Sopdate arcs. As a spy, she had no choice but to comply with these rules, leaving her defenseless against any potential threats. Narrowing her eyes at the encroaching darkness, Mufti braced herself as alarms blared and emergency lights bathed the vault in a menacing red glow.
Secure the perimeter,
barked the head of security, trying to rally his guards to fend off the mysterious shadows. But it soon became clear that conventional measures were futile against these intruders, shadowy figures known as Mothmen who were impervious to mortal weapons. Undeterred, Mufti stood ready and began chanting ancient incantations taught to her by the spell masters. Her mantras cut through the disorder of the bank as she chanted in the true ancient language, drawing upon mystical forces to defend against these unnatural creatures. The air sizzled with energy as she continued to sing, her heart pounding with searing pain. Side effect of wielding such powerful magic, but she refused to give up, determined to protect what was entrusted to her. As she struggled on, beads of sweat formed under her fur and she desperately reached out to her comrades through her comband, hoping they would join in the fight. And then, as if in agony, the shadows began to dissipate. Exhausted and supported by the bank's security personnel, Mufti looked upon the now secured interstellar synergy node with a mix of relief and satisfaction. But her mission was far from over. She still had to find out what had happened to Shelley and determine if giving the node to the Amphilean spellmasters was truly wise. With a revived purpose, she set off on her next task, ready for whatever challenges lay ahead in this intricate game of power and magic.
In the shadow of Lord Xylothor's fallen stronghold, a scene of quiet aftermath unfolded. The silence was punctuated by the fading echoes of conflict, while remnants of battle littered the landscape. The earth was blanketed in the detritus of war. Torn flags, abandoned arms casting distorted silhouettes under the intermittent glow of pyres. The air was thick with the scent of smoldering wood, the charred remains of fantastical beasts adding a pungent note to the breeze. This was the realm of the Lumina, where the lines between the tangible and the ethereal had blurred tragically. Lord Xylothor himself, once a figure of formidable power, now lay motionless upon his throne, a victim of the very dark forces he had wielded. A gentle wind meandered through the desolate fields, stirring the remnants of Lord Xylothor's army into a somber awakening. The realization was stark. The chance that had been their strength had turned to their undoing, a venom that had not only claimed their lord but had also sapped the very essence of their purpose. With heavy hearts, the warriors ceased their stance of defiance. They gathered their leader's body, preparing a pyre with the respect due to their once fearsome commander. The weight of his form seemed inconsequential compared to the burdens they now bore. As the pyre was lit, the merging smells of fire and decay marked the air, a testament to their collective loss. The flames danced, reflecting off the faces of the Mothmen's soldiers, a poignant reminder of their loyalty to a cause now extinguished. The ceremony was a quiet affair, devoid of the glory and valor often celebrated in their ranks. In its place, a profound silence settled over those gathered, a mute acknowledgement of an era concluded in sorrow. They left the scene not with the sounds of victorious chants but with the silent burden of their reflections, a once formidable force scattered by the winds of change.
As Mafdeti searched for Jaxon, the hospital room walls seemed to press in on her. Captain Orion and Seer sat by Annika's bed, their attention solely focused on her. When Mafdeti made eye contact with Jaxon, she offered a sympathetic nod before turning her gaze to Seer, who was still dressed in the red sarong from their recent space battle. Mafdeti winced, feeling the urge to suggest they return to their hotel to eat, wash up, and rest. However, she had heard rumors that Jaxon and these two women were in a polygamous relationship and deeply in love. What if they followed her advice and their partner died? As she rocked slightly on her feet, Mafdeti's paws grew cold. The typically stoic doctor appeared small and frail, despite her tall stature of 6 feet. Jaxon cleared his throat.
Mafdeti, we need to tell you something. Those Mothmen you warned us about earlier, they found us at the hospital, but we were able to disperse them quickly thanks to your warning.
Mafdeti slumped. I'm glad my warning helped. Seer nodded.
Yes, and they seemed fixated on Jaxon. We don't know why.
How is Annika? Mafdeti asked.
Stable,
Seer replied as she ran a hand through her messy silver braids.
But the doctors can't figure out what's wrong. It's like she's trapped in a deep sleep.
Jaxon couldn't take his eyes off Annika.
Any luck finding Shelley? If she recovers, maybe Annika will too.
Shelley has disappeared, Mafdeti said with a heavy heart. Her friends have no idea where she went, and there is no footage of her leaving. All the Astron spheres are still in the hangar.
Astron spheres?
Jaxon asked. The water vessels that fit into return crafts and Aquarius orbs. Jackson's jaw dropped.
Wow, the Nommo can travel like that.
You saw it yourself,
Seer said with a nudge and a frown.
Remember when they came to Microxus?
But the Nommo can travel long distances like that.
Mafdeti nodded. That's what the Aquarius orbs are for.
And all of them are still here.
Jackson's eyes widened. Yes. Mafdeti tugged at the fur on her neck. We don't know where Shelley is, and the Nommo are confused. Her gaze shifted to Seer. Seer, have you been able to stay in contact with the Nommos from Microxus who advised you to leave? Seer let out a sigh.
No, I haven't been able to reach Nirakwa since we left Microxus. Annika was the one in communication with her.
Jaxon scratched at his stubble.
Annika mentioned having trouble reaching both Nommo before she collapsed.
Mafdeti's furry eyebrows furrowed. That's troubling. The Nommo have always been our guides. Losing contact with them during such critical moments raises many questions. Seer shook her head.
I believe President Neridax attacked Shelley, not any other Nommo. And since Annika and Shelley were connected mentally, it caused a chain reaction that affected Annika.
Neridax is their leader?
Jaxon asked. Mafdeti licked her paw. The Spellmasters are connected to the Nommo. President Neridax isn't their leader, though. The Spellmasters are more like the servants of the folk of Sirius. I suppose I could ask a Nommos in a river or canal if she or he has lost their psychic abilities. Mafdeti clenched her teeth. How did I not think of trying that earlier?
You can still try,
Jaxon said.
There's a reservoir behind the hospital filled with Nommo.
I just feel like time is running out, Mafdeti said.
Shelley said she was the queenfish,
Seer added. Mafdeti studied Annika's peaceful face. Shelley must be very important.
Like the 3 Nomongu we met,
Jaxon said with a furrowed brow. Yes, they possess slightly different psychic abilities, but the genetically modified Nomonga are equally, if not more, powerful in their visions. Seer's expression turned grim as she gazed at Annika.
We can't take any chances and just hand over the node without knowing more about it.
Mafdeti nodded in agreement. I'll focus on finding a queenfish or kingfish and unraveling the true purpose of the node before we make any decisions. There may be more at stake than we realize. Seer looked up at her with concern.
Can another queenfish or kingfish do something to wake Annika up? Shelley was able to heal me both physically and mentally.
I will inquire about that possibility. They might also be able to track down Shelley. I believe it would be best to bring the interstellar synergy node to a queenfish or kingfish for further study. The nearest Sopdet's arc is Phoebe, but there is a risk of the Spellmasters corrupting the Nommo there, Mafdeti explained. Jaxon interjected, with worry etched on his face.
Don't even think about going near Saturn. Perhaps you could use a Quantum Dreamweaver to travel to the closest Sopdet's arc that isn't this one or Phoebe.
Both Seer and Mafdeti agreed with this plan. Mafdeti hesitated, then added, and if any shadows appear, remember to chant. Mafdeti stood before the dormant sentinel, Quantum Dreamweaver 8, its sleek form filling the hangar with an air of mystery and power. She knew it was time to seek answers, to unravel the secrets that lay within her grasp. The canopy slid open with a hiss, beckoning her onto the disc-shaped meditation platform at its center. With a fluid grace, she settled into the lotus position, her mind focused on the task ahead. "Quantum Dreamweaver 8, she commanded. "Prepare for departure. I wish to travel to Sopdith's arc orbiting Lunaris moon in the Viridian prime system of the Pinwheel Galaxy." The vessel rumbled to life, its shell becoming transparent and revealing the vast expanse of space beyond. Without hesitation or pause, Mafditi took off towards her destination. As she approached Lunaris moon, Sopdith's arc came into view, a small but significant sphere floating amongst the stars. Mafditi set her intention to enter its hangar, and the ship obeyed without question. Upon arrival, she was greeted by Anubak guards who escorted her to a tranquil lake reminiscent of those found within all of Sopdith's arcs. She took a seat on a nearby boulder and waited for the kingfish to emerge from the depths. When he appeared before her, shimmering in shades of dark blue, she couldn't help but be taken aback by his youthful appearance.
"Greetings, Mafditi,"
he said in a deep voice that echoed through her mind.
"What brings you to our waters?"
"I seek guidance," she replied, showing him the gadget she had retrieved from a compartment in her boot. "Shelley, Queenfish of Sopdith's Arc 1110, is missing, and I need to understand the nature of the interstellar synergy node and decide its fate." The kingfish regarded her with knowing eyes.
"The celestial architects created the node to capture the energies of the universe, but in the wrong hands it can bring chaos."
Mafdeti pressed further, concerned for Shelley's safety. "And what of the queenfish? Is she safe?" The kingfish's essence rippled with uncertainty.
"She has chosen seclusion, hiding in a burrow beneath the lake of Sopdith 1110. The Nommo have disconnected from their psyches to prevent the War of Shadows and those chants. They have damaged not only our Mothmen's army, but they have disrupted the very fabric of our psychic connection."
Mafditi absorbed this information, her shoulders tight with tension. "Should I give the interstellar synergy node to President Neridax?" The kingfish sighed, his dark blue skin briefly dulling in color.
"I cannot guide you in this matter. Our psyches remain severed, a safety mechanism put into place by the Nommo. But in doing so, it has obscured our path ahead. You have two choices. Surrender the node to President Neridax or defy him. The answers you seek may lie with the celestial architects."
Mafditi took a deep breath, grateful for the kingfish's wisdom. "Thank you," she said with sincerity. "I will explore these celestial architects and uncover the mysteries of the interstellar synergy node." After leaving the tranquil waterside, Anubak guards escorted Mafditi to an astonishing city within Sopdith's Arc. Named Pharos, it was a sight to behold. Crystal spires reached towards the sky, reflecting golden rays of sunlight. Lush vegetation intertwined with buildings, creating hanging gardens that cascaded down their sides. Waterfalls flowed freely, adding to the serene atmosphere. Nommo swam in canals, rivulets, and lakes. As the artificial sun set, luminescent panels adorned the buildings, reflecting off the streets, water, crystal, and stone. Floating transport platforms effortlessly carried Anubak and Seraphes through the air. Truly, this city embodied a perfect balance between the wonders of nature and the marvels of Sirius innovation. Mafditi checked into a luxurious hotel, courtesy of her salary as a spy for the SSS. She brushed past the android Anubak manning the reception desk, not even bothering to make eye contact. Xanador would surely be furious with her for ignoring his calls, but she could not risk speaking to him. Her boss was corrupt, and she knew better than to get involved. Exhausted from days of non-stop activity, Mafditi prioritized rest above all else. She ordered a nourishing meal and retreated to her room. The floor-to-ceiling windows provided a breathtaking view of the city of Pharos, its neon lights illuminating the space and giving it an airy feel. The modern furnishings were minimalist yet luxurious, and the state-of-the-art entertainment system offered countless options for relaxation. But instead of indulging in entertainment, Mafditi used the virtual reality gym to climb trees and sprint. The technology provided an exhilarating workout that helped ease her anxiety. Afterward, she relaxed in the sauna and steam room before soaking in the jacuzzi's soothing waters. Yet, despite all these comforts, Mafditi couldn't find happiness. The war of shadows, which Shelley had warned her about, remained ever present in her mind. As she drifted off to sleep, her dreams took her on a journey through celestial realms guided by the wisdom of the kingfish. When morning came, Mafditi woke rejuvenated, but with tension still lingering within her. Ready to embark on the next leg of her journey, she approached Quantum Dreamweaver 8 and settled onto the meditation platform once more. With determination in her heart, she commanded the vessel, "Quantum Dreamweaver 8, take me back to Sopdes Arc 1110. Mufditi stepped into the sterile enclosure of the hospital room, her paws trembling with both fear and determination. She had to find a way to help Annika, no matter what it took. But first, she needed to retrieve the Chronomeld Stone from the bank's vault, a task that could prove perilous, but one that she couldn't afford to falter on. Leaving the hospital room with a last glance at Annika, Mufditi travelled through the countryside and market town. The central bank of Sirius loomed ahead, its imposing structure a symbol of power and wealth. As Mufditi was about to enter the bank, she found herself face to face with Cindy, Sierra and Lyra, a trio of women who exuded an air of mischief and playfulness. They invited her to join them for cocktails at the Nebula Lounge, but Mufditi knew she couldn't delay any longer. But they ignored her protests. When Jaxon and Sierra appeared by her side, their expressions were intense. They looked suspicious. It seemed they had caught wind of her mission and were not about to let her undertake it alone. Everyone agreed they'd try to get to that mysterious dimension together. With their companionship and support, Mufditi felt bolstered in her quest to return the sacred objects to the celestial architects. And soon enough, the Anubak joined them. Together, they descended to the hangar and entered their QDs.
Chapter 31. Superpowers.
The hangar of Sopdes Arc 1110 was a familiar sight to Sia. She had spent far too much time in hospitals, and her body yearned for the adventure ahead. But there was a gnawing jealousy that lingered in her heart, a bitter reminder of Jaxon's recent tryst with Cindy, Lyra and Sierra, a foursome she couldn't bear to think about. They had argued endlessly about it at their hotel, and Sia had made it clear that she could not trust him. But Jaxon had always been an open book, never keeping secrets from her, always being honest. And after their heated discussions, he had been loving and tender, leaving Sia confused by her own emotions. Why did she feel such intense jealousy when she knew how much Jaxon loved her? He was the complete package, intelligent, charming, handsome, and with a body that turned heads wherever he went. It was no wonder women flocked to him like moths to a flame. She tried to find comfort in the fact that Jaxon promised he would never engage in such activities again. He claimed it was spontaneous and meant nothing. Sia desperately hoped he was telling the truth, because the thought of expanding their harem from 3 to 6 was unbearable. She couldn't stand Cindy and her bubbly, annoying demeanor, or Lyra and Sierra, who were just as grating. All she wanted was to escape into QD-12. Perhaps the magical craft held the possibility of healing her broken heart, just as Shelley's crystal had healed her 3 wombs and mind. The Quantum Dreamweavers glistened gold as they were uncovered by their pilots. Unfortunately, one craft had to be left behind due to the limited number of 12 pilots. Cindy took QD-1, while the Anubak claimed QD-2 through 7. Lyra chose QD-8, Sierra QD-9, Jaxon QD-10, Mufditi QD-11, and Sia took her place in QD-12. Once inside their intention crafts, Sierra's voice crackled over the intercoms.
"Listen, everyone,"
she began.
"After Mira brought the Oort Cloud back and travelled with it to the past, time only changed for the cloud and not the rest of the universe."
Correct, came the chorus of replies.
"But isn't it strange? Everyone who travelled from the Oort Cloud still retained their memories."
Yes, that is unusual.
Jaxon mused.
"That's why they captured our sister,"
Sierra continued. Sia recoiled at this revelation. She couldn't imagine what horrors her sister had endured at the hands of these celestial architects. "What does this have to do with our destination?" Mufditi asked.
"Don't mind my sister,"
Lyra said dismissively, but Sierra persisted.
"No, listen, we never went to that place because we were already dead."
Sia was taken aback by this statement. Dead? How can that be? Sierra sucked in a sharp breath before continuing over the intercoms.
"The priests spoke of this place. A white expanse with oxygen-rich air and no poisonous substances."
So someone went to the asteroid surface when the Oort Cloud went to that place?
Jaxon questioned. "I did." Cindy's voice boomed through the intercoms as she eagerly shared her experience in that strange white void with gigantic faces watching over them, faces that were not human, but instead a kaleidoscope of colors and patterns with clusters of eyes but no mouths. Mafdeti nodded in contemplation. Very well then. Is everyone ready? The resounding yes echoed through the intercoms, and Sia closed her eyes to visualize the place they were headed. Take me to the celestial architects in that place without coordinates, she spoke in her mind. Let me approach them in this craft, so those rainbow faces can see me. The world of the QDs was a bright and mysterious one, filled with endless possibilities and unknown dangers. As they floated through the whiteness, the QDs came upon a group of their own kind, 11 in total. Relief flooded over them as they gathered together, but it was short-lived as one among them, Sira, spoke up about losing her sense of direction. Panic set in among the others, with barking and yapping from the Anubak, but Mafdeti, a leader among them, calmed the chaos and suggested meditating on the faces described by Cindy. As she described 3 faces with ever-changing features and colors, fear crept into the hearts of those listening. One Anubak even asked if they resembled dogs, but it was Lyra who summed up the feelings of many when she simply stated,
I hate this place.
Mafdeti remained determined to find the celestial architects, urging everyone to meditate once more. But it was Sia who had a revelation. They needed to open their crafts to truly see their surroundings. There was hesitation and dissent among some, but Sia was willing to risk it all for a chance at understanding where they were. And as she opened her craft to reveal nothingness all around her, she felt alive. But it was Cindy's sudden outburst that caught everyone's attention. She could see the architects themselves. And as they gazed upon these beings made of colors and ever-changing patterns, they knew there was much more at play here than they could have ever imagined. But just as quickly as hope had been ignited, tragedy struck. A hole appeared in one of the heads of the architects, devouring some of their vessels. But somehow, Sia managed to escape its grasp. As she watched her companions be consumed by the colorful head, dread hit her core like ice. What mysteries awaited her in this strange and unpredictable world? Only time would tell. A voice like a gale spoke in her mind, reminding her that she had summoned them. She acknowledged the presence of the powerful beings before her and explained their purpose, to return the Chronomeld Stone and interstellar synergy node, which had been stolen from them by a high priestess on an asteroid and an alien race from another dimension. But the beings wanted more in return. They wanted the return of their Quantum Dreamweavers. Where are my friends? They have more Quantum Dreamweavers, she pressed.
Into the vault,
was all they said before whisking her away. She found herself in a strange place filled with 11 vessels, an enormous pyramid-shaped room bathed in shifting patterns of white light and black shadows. The 3 heads emerged from the walls, devoid of color but brimming with eyes. They were smaller than before, but still formidable. Sia landed her craft and stepped out, trying to make sense of this otherworldly location. To her left, she saw another Dreamweaver land and Mafdeti emerge, carrying a metal case containing the Chronomeld Stone. As soon as she opened it, rainbow light burst forth.
We have brought back your stone,
the cat woman declared loudly. But the beings were not satisfied.
That is not enough,
one of the heads said firmly.
We want our creations returned to us. They are our lifeblood.
Our Dreamweavers, Sia heard herself whisper as her stomach roiled with dread. Confusion reigned as Mafdeti pulled out a device, and the beings clamored to claim it as their own, speaking of its powerful abilities. Controlling cosmic elements across dimensions. She saw Jaxon arrive in his craft beside hers, bringing her a sense of relief. The celestial architects were taken aback when Mafdeti revealed that the Amphilean spellmasters desired the interstellar synergy node.
Those who stole the node from us caused untold harm by enslaving countless civilizations.
The beings seemed pleased they'd brought them the node and stone, but one of the heads spoke solemnly.
The Nommo curse has already been cast upon the spellmasters, and this device could have broken it, unleashing dire consequences upon your world.
The Nommo cursed them,
Mafdeti asked incredulously.
Yes, and now they seek to escape Phoebe, using their powers for selfish gain instead of protecting others.
The beings spoke of grand powers, ones that could bend the very fabric of time and space. The creatures' heads murmured in unison, their many eyes never ceasing to float around them with an eerie presence.
Place them here,
one of the beings commanded, as a hole suddenly appeared in the top of its ever-revolving face. Mafdeti hesitated for a moment before obeying, tossing her objects into the void before joining the others. Sia's lip curled in disgust as the three sisters and Cindy emerged from their crafts, clad in scandalous attire that seemed out of place in this otherworldly setting. She caught a glimpse of Jaxon and saw that his expression mirrored her own distaste. But before they could dwell on it any longer, a long tentacle extended from the floor and snatched up their Quantum Dreamweavers before disappearing once more. "How do we get back without them?" Sia asked, her voice trembling. But the faces of the beings simply vanished, leaving them alone with only three small aliens standing before them. They were strange creatures, bald-headed and with large eyes that seemed to bore into their souls.
"We have chosen to bless each of you with a powerful gift,"
one of them announced.
"A superpower, if you will,"
added another. Sia's mind raced as she tried to comprehend what was happening. This certainly wasn't something she ever expected to experience in her lifetime.
"Our gifts will remain undetectable by any multidimensional adversaries unless you choose to reveal them."
The first alien continued.
"You will be known as space mages."
"Space mages," Sia echoed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What abilities will we possess?" The aliens exchanged glances before the first one stepped forward and spoke directly to Sia.
"You shall possess the power of telekinesis."
She felt a rush of energy flow through her body as a soft blue aura appeared around her. With a flick of her wrist, she watched in amazement as a nearby rock lifted into the air and spun slowly. Jaxon was next, his eyes widening as the second alien addressed him.
"You shall possess the power of astral projection."
Astral projection,
Jaxon repeated, barely able to contain his excitement.
"Yes,"
the alien confirmed with a nod.
"Your consciousness will be able to travel to other planes of existence, allowing you to explore the vastness of our cosmos like never before."
"And what of me?"
Mafdeti purred, eager for her turn. The third alien locked eyes with her.
"You shall possess the power of elemental manipulation."
A delighted smile spread across Mafdeti's face as she felt her new abilities surge within her.
"And what about us?"
asked the 6 dogmen in unison.
"You shall each possess the gift of shape-shifting,"
the first alien replied. Excited barks erupted from the creatures as their bodies began to contort and shift into various shapes and sizes. They transformed into majestic wolves, cunning foxes, powerful bears, and even fearsome dragons. Cindy tossed her blonde curls eagerly.
"What about us?"
The second alien turned its gaze towards her.
"You shall possess the power of illusion."
Cindy's eyes lit up with wonder.
"I can make people see things that aren't there."
The aliens nodded in unison, their strange voices ringing out through the air as they continued to bestow their gifts upon this unlikely group of space adventurers. The alien's voice was like the hiss of a dragon, cold and otherworldly.
"And what of us?"
Sira asked. The third alien's gaze fell upon the sisters.
"You shall be granted the gift of invisibility."
Lyra clapped her hands in delight.
"That is truly remarkable."
Sia's mind reeled at the sudden turn of events. From a simple girl to a wielder of space magic, with the power to move objects with her mind, it was almost too much to believe, but she knew she would use her newfound abilities to help others.
"Now it is time for you to return home,"
the first alien stated.
"The entire universe will know of your bravery in thwarting the Spellmaster's quest for power."
Sia looked at Jaxon, who embraced her tightly and chuckled. They had come so far together.
"When you return to Sopdi's Arc 1110, remember to send Dreamweaver 13 back to us."
"How?" Sia's breath caught in her throat.
"Simply gather in a circle, holding hands, and focus your thoughts on the object you wish to send."
"And what happens once Dreamweaver 13 has been returned?"
"You may continue to use this method for sending gifts or messages,"
the third alien added with a chuckle. Sia and her companions nodded in understanding. The first alien then began to sink into the floor, its face disappearing beneath the surface.
"Now jump into my mouth."
Sia watched in awe as the Anubak barked and leapt into the gaping maw and down into the chasm below. The sisters, Mafdeti and Cindy, followed suit, and finally Jaxon took Sia's hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
Here we go. Chapter 32. Celebration.
Within the expansive hangar of Sopdi's Arc 1110, a unique assembly formed a circle around the Quantum Dreamweaver 13. Sia, Jaxon, Mafdeti, the sisters Cindy and their 6 Anubak allies. United by purpose, they clasped hands, channeling their collective will towards a singular vision: the return of their last Quantum Dreamweaver to the vault they had recently left behind. The moment was electric, charged with a palpable energy that Sia recognized as the precursor to their transition. As she allowed her eyes to open, the surroundings of the ship had vanished, affirming their success. Jaxon's smile was infectious, his excitement mirroring the collective relief and joy of their achievement. Beside the lake, the night air was comfortably warm, a serene backdrop to the nocturnal melodies of the birds hidden within the surrounding trees. These natural sentinels framed the lake at the center of the ark, where the moon's reflection danced across the surface of the water, adding a magical shimmer to the evening. Shelley, the regal queenfish of the ark, was a solitary figure by the water's edge, her presence marked by the subtle glint of her black tail in the water's gentle movements. Their path to the lake brought unexpected gratitude from several Anubak and Seraphis, who expressed their appreciation for the group's efforts in securing the dangerous artifact's return. Curiosity led to the revelation that the Nommo's psychic resurgence had informed them of the group's deeds. By Shelley's side, Sia found a moment of peace, the weight of their actions acknowledged by the Ark's ruler. Shelley's gratitude was heartfelt, recognizing the significant role they played in averting disaster by ensuring the interstellar synergy node reached the celestial architects. Cindy's inquiry into the foresight regarding President Neridax's intentions revealed a vulnerability exploited during the Mothmen's assault. Shelley's explanation painted a picture of deception and manipulation, a tactic that left their psychic defenses vulnerable to sabotage. Jaxon's question about the origins of the amphibian race received a simple yet profound affirmation from Shelley, adding layers to the narrative of their shared history and the intricate web of interstellar relations. With a firm grasp on Sia's hand, Jaxon signaled a shift in focus towards the next phase of their journey. The hospital visit loomed ahead, a reminder of the personal stakes involved and the lingering challenges that awaited them. Annika's sudden presence on the bank of the lake halted their departure. The warmth of her voice filled the air, turning heads and drawing smiles. Sia and Jaxon, overwhelmed with relief and joy, embraced her tightly, their reunion marked by tears of happiness. Their display of affection, candid and profound, drew mixed reactions from their companions, reflecting the complexities of their shared experiences. Annika's recovery story unfolded with a touch of humor and surrealism, her encounter with one of Shelley's healing crystals illustrating the unique and mystic nature of their world. Shelley's announcement of their regained psychic strengths, unaffected by external envy or malice, segued into an invitation to a ceremonial gratitude celebration. The promise of recognition and camaraderie, set against the backdrop of the Ark's natural beauty, was compelling. The procession that greeted them was a feast for the senses, a vibrant display of music and color that enveloped everyone in an atmosphere of festivity and reverence. The Nommo's chants, the musicians' performances, and the community's participation wove together cultural richness and unity. Boarding the boat, they were met with enthusiasm and warmth, an acknowledgement of their deeds and the bonds formed through shared trials. Shelley's speech, heartfelt and generous, underscored the significance of their actions, not just as acts of heroism, but as foundations for lasting friendships and alliances. The presentation of the Nommo statues, symbols of gratitude and respect, was a poignant moment, each recipient recognized for their contribution to a cause greater than themselves. The subsequent celebration was vibrant and joyous. Shelley's personal thanks to Jaxon and his crew underscored the deep appreciation felt by the Ark's inhabitants, a sentiment likely to be cherished and remembered for generations. Sia gave a nod, her words barely cutting through the tumult. "We did what we had to do, for Sopdit's arcs and for the safety of the multiverse." The night, alive with music, dance, and communal joy, reflected the enduring light of hope and the strength found in unity. As they reached the heart of the lake, a feeling mysterious and potent stirred within Sia, something that defied explanation. This recognition by an ancient force was almost physical, its resonance vibrating through her, loud enough to feel it threading through her very being. But then, everything changed. The Nommo's anguish erupted suddenly, their screams slicing the air with a pain that was all too familiar, yet magnified, reminiscent yet far worse than their unending cries on Microxus. Their voices merged into a harrowing symphony of despair. Anubak and Seraphis winced, their expressions twisted in silent screams of torment, a raw portrayal of their inner agony. Anika's distress was tangible. She lay curled on the deck, overcome with sorrow. Sia rushed to her, enveloping her in an embrace meant to shield her from the cruel cacophony. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the gathered heroes stood unaffected, their confusion mirrored by the 6 Anubak QD pilots, all untouched by the pain.
Everyone gather.
Jaxon's voice commanded authority as he moved across the boat, summoning the heroes with a touch.
This must be the work of President Neridax, triggered by Anika's accidental restoration of the Nommo's psychic link. We need to join forces, envision Neridax being transported to the celestial ancestors' vault we left behind.
Jaxon's right.
Cindy agreed. Sia joined hands with Jaxon and an Anubak, forming a circle with the others. Cindy, Mafditi, Lyra, and the remaining Anubak warriors. A wave of unease hit Sia. Where's Sira? The discord intensified, a brutal orchestra of sound bombarding them, their focus scattering in search of Sira.
Where's my sister?
Lyra's voice cut through the noise with sharp urgency.
We need her to complete the circle,
Cindy added, worry etching her features.
There.
An Anubak pointed before diving into the water's embrace. Sira was spotted on the lakeshore.
She probably got a lift from a merman. She's no swimmer,
Lyra speculated. As they watched an Anubak rescue Sira, bringing her back to the boat, the surrounding sound crescendoed into a terrifying roar, a collective scream that seemed to embody the anguish of the universe itself. The horror of what was being experienced was unimaginable. Upon their reunion, Sira's head bowed, her voice a murmur of regret.
Sorry.
United, the 12 extended their hands, focusing their collective will on President Amphilion's displacement to the vault. Silence ensued, the tumultuous noise ceasing abruptly. Success was theirs. Grasping Anika's hand with Jaxon's aid, Sia guided the doctor to stand once more among them.
Should this occur anew,
Mafditi spoke,
our thoughts will consign every Amphilion from Phoebe to that enclosure,
even their offspring,
queried Cindy, her expression twisting. The feline warrior paused.
I'm afraid so.
The heroes and Sia reveled in a week of tranquil bliss, free from the chaos and carnage of war. It was a rare chance for them to rest and recuperate, basking in the serenity of Sopdith's Arc 1110. They spent their days exploring the breathtaking landscapes of this new world, indulging in the crystal-clear waters of the lake and lounging on the soft, sandy beaches. Sia found refuge in the company of Anika and Jaxon, spending hours engrossed in deep conversations and forging a bond stronger than ever before. Anika shared her anger towards Jaxon about his betrayal with Cindy, but he swore to never repeat his actions. Meanwhile, via her comband, Sia reunited with her children, who regaled her with tales of their time amongst Voss's family on Microxus. The Nommo were in hibernation due to the harshness of winter. As the 3 lovers voiced their longing to return to Microxus, Mafditi revealed a stolen secret. She had taken a magical orb of Astrakor from an archaeological dig without her boss's knowledge. With the help of Shelley, the Anubaks forged a new QD by smelting gold over a frame.
Kaida sat at the helm of the Cerulean Voyager, immersed in the pulsing of the hyperdrive. Beside her, Captain Tide, with his icy blue skin and piercing yellow eyes, manned the controls. In 2 moon tides, she had grown accustomed to the quirks and idiosyncrasies of her ship, crew, and captain. She had come to know every creak of the aging hull, every shift in engine noise, and even the scent of recycled air. But it would never compare to the vessel that belonged to Captain Orion, the Manticore. As she danced her fingers over the cool metal of the control panel, a familiar sense of anticipation washed over her. Still a year and 10 moons before she could return home to Earth after completing her mission on Sarasar in the Milky Way. The thought added a thrill to her worries. As they hurtled through the endless void, Kaida couldn't shake off the gnawing worry in her mind. Thoughts drifted back to her loved ones left behind on Earth and Microxus. Would her father pull out of his depression? Voss had promised to contact him upon their arrival. The new satellites and transmitters were set up before Kaida's departure from Microxus, using quantum entanglement technology. Were Jaxon, Sia, and Anika angry at her for leaving them once again? Why did she always choose her Japanese family over them? I hope they're all well, Kaida murmured, staring out at the whirling galaxies. A wry smile tugged at Captain Tide's lips.
Worrying about your kin, eh?
Always, Kaida admitted with a sigh. It's hard being so far away, especially with everything that's happened. The captain reclined in his chair.
Life amongst the stars is full of uncertainties, but you must have faith in their determination and endurance. They've handled things before, and they'll do it again.
I know, but the waiting is agonizing, Kaida confessed. The ship sailed on through the vastness of space, and Kaida's thoughts drifted back to Microxus. Had it remained as vibrant and lively as the day she left?
1 year and 10 moons seems like an eternity, doesn't it?
Captain Tide mused.
I remember when I traveled from Thalassia to the Triangulum galaxy. But this ship has become my home.
Kaida nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze lost in the distance. I wish I could check on them, gather some information, but we'll have to wait until we reach Cyrusar. Captain Tide patted her shoulder reassuringly.
Patience is a virtue, my friend. The universe has a way of unfolding at its own pace. For now, let us focus on the journey ahead. Who knows what wonders await us in the Milky Way?
A small smile tugged at Kaida's lips. You're right, Captain. I will hold on to hope and embrace whatever adventures come our way. But when that information finally reaches me, I pray it brings good tidings.
The 12 champions and 1 purple-skinned physician bid farewell to Shelley and their comrades of Sopti's Arc 1110. The new Quantum Dreamweaver was finally ready, a magnificent, gleaming golden sphere that surpassed any other Jaxon had ever laid eyes on. Its surface adorned with intricate carvings and symbols that shimmered like diamonds in the sunlight. Within its walls stood the 13 brave souls, filled with anticipation as they prepared to return to Microxus. Let us hover over the settlement and see what changes have occurred during our absence, Jaxon declared. I suspect the Seraphis and Anubak have been hard at work.
With their ability to erect an entire pyramid overnight, I have no doubt much has changed.
Anika chimed in. As they levitated above the settlement, now expanding into the surrounding forest, the hum of the craft's engine filled their ears. They marveled at the sight below them, sparkling lights emanating from a newly built eco-village nestled within the crystal forest, and a taller fence standing guard against potential predators. Seer chuckled and pointed towards the sky.
Look, there is Chloe's pterodactyl. It seems to be carrying a parcel to the other side of the settlement.
Jaxon let out a booming laugh. Who would have thought it would still be hanging around? Mafdati extended a paw, curious about the 3 reptilians zooming around on their new hover jets beneath them. Before anyone could reply, they caught sight of the gigantic half-moon in the sky. And then something else, a faint plume of smoke rising from a nearby campfire. Seer lowered the roof of the craft, allowing them to breathe in the crisp winter air of Microxus. In just 1 month, the temperature had dropped significantly, hovering only a few degrees Celsius.
We must close the roof, Seer. I am freezing.
Lyra exclaimed.
Not yet,
came Seer's reply. The scent of pine and earth wafted through the air as they touched down by the icy lake. A diverse array of bipeds, representing various species and ethnicities, rushed to greet them. They were led to the community kitchen, where they shared their adventures with eager listeners. Seer's children, who had been living with Voss's daughter and her family while the Nommo hibernated in burrows beneath the lake, were awoken to see their mother. Seer embraced her little ones tightly, tears streaming down her face.
I have missed you so much, my darlings.
We missed you too, Mummy,
they chorused, eyes shining with joy. The community kitchen was filled with bustling life and the smells of delectable food. Jaxon felt overwhelmed by the warmth and love that surrounded him. He caught sight of Chloe and Kelly, busy chopping vegetables, and went to greet them. Ladies, it is a pleasure to see you both again. How have things been? He asked. Chloe beamed at him.
Busy, but good.
We have been working tirelessly on expanding the settlement and constructing new dwellings for everyone,
Kelly added.
It is truly remarkable what can be achieved when we come together.
Jaxon nodded in agreement. Indeed, the group settled in for a warm meal of soup and bread, enveloped by the friendly faces of the Microxons. They shared tales of their adventures and eagerly listened to all that had changed in the settlement since their departure. Winter lingered on the enchanting world of Microxus, blanketing the settlement in a crystalline wonderland. The inhabitants lived in harmony, sheltered by majestic crystal trees and sparkling lakes. Thanks to the advanced food factories of the Sirius system, they thrived even in the frigid depths of winter. But beneath the surface, sorrow lingered like a shadow. Voss's death and the loss of Seer's sister weighed heavily on Jaxon and his women. Sira and Lyra mourned, too. They soon received news of their sister's passing in her sleep. Despite these losses, life went on at Microxus. Sierra and Lyra found love with two Vestorian brothers and moved in with them. Meanwhile, the settlers honed their skills in utilizing the resources provided by their orbiting factories, expanding their settlement and building new homes and facilities. With the ingenuity of the Sirius and Anubak, an underground village was even constructed seamlessly, blending into the natural beauty of the forest. At the heart of Microxus stood a school, filled with laughter and eager minds hungry for knowledge. The Sirius and Anubak educators crafted imaginative and fun teaching methods that captivated their students, laying the foundation for a bright future. As winter gradually loosened its grip, excitement grew among the settlers. New migrants were on their way, adding diversity to Microxus. The community welcomed this challenge, ready to embrace and integrate the newcomers into their peaceful way of life. But despite the harmony around him, Jaxon couldn't shake his restless spirit. His eyes would often wander towards his beloved manticore ship, yearning for the vastness of space. Anika understood this longing and suggested waiting for Kaida's return to Sirius before embarking on any journeys.
We can take the Quantum Dreamweaver to visit her,
Anika proposed. Torn between the cosmic lure and the tranquility of Microxus, Jaxon thought about how long Kaida would stay with her family. Anika, rooted in her love for their settlement, had no desire to leave, while Seer found joy in watching her children grow in the close-knit community. To quell his wanderlust, Jaxon found purpose in teaching piloting and self-defense at the local school. The eager students soaked up his knowledge, their enthusiasm a soothing melody, temporarily satisfied Jaxon's yearning for adventure. But Seer could sense that the vast expanse of stars still called to him. As spring arrived, bringing new life and growth to the settlement, Microxus flourished. The gifts from the people of Sirius had become an integral part of their existence, and their brave encounter with the celestial architects had not only saved their universe, but also preserved the delicate tapestry of the multiverse. The end. You just listened to Orion's Odyssey 3 Quantum Web, written and created by John Robinson in 2024, narrated by AI. Thank you for listening, and please don't forget to listen to Orion's Odyssey 4, Cryptic War, and especially please don't forget to like and subscribe.